Hi, Mr. Russell. If you could keep your camera off and remain muted for until it's your turn to speak, that would be great. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. The West Hollywood City Council meeting will begin shortly. We ask that everyone keeps their microphone on mute and their cameras turned off until it is either your turn to present or provide public comment. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Winnie wanted to say congratulations to you and Seppi.
Well, thank you so much, Winnie.
Aw, Winnie.
She had to be on camera for you. And she had to say hi to John Heilman too. So there she is.
She's looking good.
And there's to Seppi as well.
Hi, John. John's and everybody. Hey.
Looks like all of our council is here. We're waiting for our city attorney. And so we got both our city attorney and city manager. And I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. In compliance with California Governor Gavin Newsom's executive order to protect public health and prevent the spread of COVID-19, this city council meeting is being conducted via teleconference on the city's website and is also provided on a wide array of streaming media platforms to offer access to the public to the fullest extent possible. WehoTV staff have confirmed that this city council meeting is currently streaming successfully on Spectrum Channel 10 and online at weho.org/WehoTV. In addition, and as a courtesy, this meeting is also successfully streaming on the city's YouTube channel at youtube.com/WehoTV and on Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, and Android TV. WehoTV staff monitor this broadcast on all platforms throughout the meeting and will notify the city clerk and council should broadcast disruptions arise. Please do not interrupt the live meeting by calling or texting the city council about difficulties viewing the meeting. If you're experiencing viewing difficulties while watching this live stream, please reload the page or visit weho.org/WehoTV to access our official live stream and to view a list of other available streaming options. In addition, you may call in to listen to this meeting by dialing 669-900-6833. The meeting ID is 836-7840-6285. And then press the pound sign. Please understand that internet speeds, device reliability, third-party platform reliability, and individual or personal technical issues are out of the scope of this broadcast. WehoTV staff has published a guide at weho.org/WehoTV to troubleshoot your connection. And if you are still having difficulties connecting to the meeting, you can also call 323-848-3151. Is Genevieve Morrill with us? Signed into our meeting?
Let me check for you, Mayor. Sorry. No, I don't see her in the meeting yet.
Okay. We're going to go on. She says she's in the waiting room. If she can be let in.
Yeah, everyone's been admitted from the waiting room. So I'll just give her a second.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Mayor Horvath, did you call on me?
Yes, if you would like to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Place your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Jen. And now we will go to our roll call. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Present.
Councilmember Shine.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Present.
Mayor Horvath.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. And now we'll move to approval of our agenda. Madam City Clerk, are there any requested changes from staff tonight?
No, Mayor, there are no changes from staff this evening.
Okay, and now I'll turn to my colleagues. Councilmember Shine.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to move item 5D, the development of pretrial programs, to consent.
Okay, are there any objections?
I have some questions, but I can ask them during my comments and maybe you can respond at that time. Great.
I'd be happy to. Any others, Councilmember Shine?
That's it for me.
Okay, Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I would like to move the 5E, the small business item that I believe soon to be Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem did together. That's the first two words in it. So I have a feeling we might be okay. And then I wanted to move 4C, which is the vaccine mandate one. And I just wanted to make sure I say this correctly, that if the city attorney could provide a brief description of the changes to the vaccine requirement item, that 4C, during the city manager's report, can we move that item to consent with those changes outlined in the city attorney memo? And if there are concerns after her report, we can maybe pull it from consent to discuss.
Is everyone comfortable with those changes? Okay. Any other questions, additions? Okay. Seeing none, just to review, we are moving item 4C, which is the ratification of Executive Order number 2021-7 of the City Manager Director of Emergency Services of the City of West Hollywood, implementing COVID-19 vaccine verification requirements for city facilities, covered businesses, city contractors, city employees, and city officials to consent with additional direction from our city attorney, as well as item 5D, which is the development of pretrial programs in West Hollywood, and item 5E, small business initiative to create affordable commercial spaces in new commercial and mixed use projects. I'd entertain a motion.
So moved.
Moved. Second.
We have a motion from our mayor to be, a second from our mayor pro tem to be. Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember D'Amico,
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson,
Yes.
Councilmember Shine,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Meister,
Yes.
Mayor Horvath.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We have an agenda, and now we'll turn to adjournment motions. Councilmember Shine.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 3 adjournments for this evening. First is Marvin Keller, who is Senior Advisory Board Member and resident Esther Baum's brother. Marvin Keller was a Los Angeles native that passed away on Thursday, September 2nd at the age of 96. His 2 granddaughters, Chana and Erin, were by his side at the moment of his passing. Marvin's wife of over 70 years, Annie, predeceased him. He is survived by his twin sister, Esther, his 2 sons, Danny and Johnny, his 2 granddaughters and 3 grandsons, Scott, Colin, and Bennett. A World War II veteran of the Navy Seabees, he served in both France and the Pacific. Marvin was extremely proud of his service to his country. He was an avid deep sea fisherman, devoted volunteer of the City of Hope, and a proud member of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. Several Union officers also attended his funeral. He was known as a master Mr. Fix-It by his family and neighbors. His outgoing, humorous, and loving demeanor will be missed by all who had the privilege of knowing him. The Navy also sent representatives to his funeral to place the flag on his casket and play taps. My second adjournment is to adjourn in the memory of Isabella Maggio. She was a cat of resident and rent stabilization commissioner Richard Maggio for 21 years. She lived in West Hollywood her entire life, and Richard adored her. Lastly, I would like to adjourn in memory of my first cousin, Bahman Homayun Fah. Bahman was a longtime professor of political science and economics at Point Park University and passed away at the age of 79 on August 22nd in Alexandria, Virginia, after a brief illness. Bahman was born in Tehran, Iran, and was the eldest of 6 children raised by his father, Nosratollah Homayun Fah, and mother, Mahin Ghafouri. Bahman grew up enthralled by Hollywood Western movies, starring the likes of Gary Cooper and European classical composers such as Beethoven and Schubert. His interests led him to the West, where he enrolled at the University Libre de Brussels in Belgium. It was there he met and married the love of his life, Madeleine Prey. He is survived by his wife of 53 years, Madeleine, daughter Niusha Homayun Farr, son-in-law Stu Magnus, and grandchildren Sophia and Sawyer Magnus of Alexandria, Virginia, son Keon Homayun Farr, and daughter-in-law Gina Seekman of St. Louis, sisters Tahmina and Fatone in Tehran, brothers Esfandiar and Bahman in Tehran, sister Elahe, who is in Toronto, Canada, plus numerous nieces and nephews. Bahman was a consummate family man and adored by all who knew him. He spent his life learning and teaching those around him. His cheerful compassion and wisdom will be sorely missed.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Shine. Without objection. Mayor Pro Tem Meister.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 4 adjournments this evening. First, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Jonathan Craig Schoonover, who passed away on August 7th. Jonathan was the son of city employee Laura Schoonover. He died from glioblastoma, or GBM, which is an aggressive cancer that starts in the brain. Craig courageously fought this terrible disease for 3 years. He was only 35 years old. We're so sorry, Laura. I'd also like to adjourn in memory of Roberto Chiano, Sr., father of West Hollywood's Director of Finance, Lorena Chiano. He was originally born in El Salvador and came to the US in the 1970s. He was a hard worker, strong ethics, and retired after being a truck driver for over 40 years. He loved taking care of his wife of over 50 years, and in his spare time, he loved watching wrestling and always made time to help anyone that needed assistance. Although he was able to overcome heart disease for several years, he lost his battle at age 74. He will be missed by his wife, children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. And we're very sorry, Lorena. I'd also like to adjourn in memory of Victoria Ann Walkup Jensen. On the day before her birthday, Victoria passed away in hospice in Plano, Texas. Vicki was the sister of West Hollywood community member Ailey Walkup. Vicki attended Pepperdine University, was married, raised a daughter, Katrina, and worked as a professional travel agent at several high-level Los Angeles area agencies. Our condolences go to Lee and his entire family. Last, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Charlotte Banta, a longtime West Hollywood resident who passed away in May at the age of 92. Charlotte, along with her husband Richard, was heavily involved with West Hollywood West Residents Association and instrumental in organizing National Night Out events for over 20 years. As one of the original members of the West Hollywood West Residents Association, many meetings were held in her living room. As a registered nurse, she was the neighborhood caregiver, and with her calm, cool demeanor and her even temperament, many residents counted on her for advice. In 2003, Charlotte was awarded an Angels Amidst Award by the city for her outstanding community service. We send our deepest condolences to Charlotte's family, along with our gratitude for her many years as a supportive neighbor and friend. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Without objection. Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you so much, Mayor. I wanted to adjourn in memory of 2 people. First one that we all found out this morning was Marv Auerbach, longtime resident of the city of West Hollywood. We've all seen him at many a council meeting, and he was very vocal, and we all knew the issues he cared most about. And most importantly, I will miss talking to him outside of the council meeting. I remember Ruth Williams introduced me to him many years ago, and I know she is watching as well. So I want to say thank you to that, because he was always a nice person who always treated everyone with respect. And although he might not have agreed all the time, he was always really welcoming and kind. And that's what we need more of in the world. Additionally, I would like to adjourn in memory of Joan Kelly Wells, who was the one of the grandmothers to my cousins over in Florida, who recently died last week, and she is greatly missed by that family, and sending all of them my condolences. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, really sad news this morning about Marv, and of course, without objection on yours as well. I to have several adjournment motions. First, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Maxine Nyberg Heller, who passed away on August 5th at the age of 97. She and her husband, Joseph, moved to LA from Illinois in 1970 in search of better weather. And after Joseph died in 1993, Maxine lived by herself for the first time, found hobbies like playing bridge with good friends, traveling and volunteering at Kaiser and the West Hollywood Sheriff's Station. Maxine was the mother of Karen Mason, who owned Circus of Books, and we extend our sincerest condolences to their entire family. I'd also like to adjourn in memory of Gloria Rendon, who's the mother of our Assembly Speaker, Anthony Rendon. Gloria held a special place in their family and lit up every room that she was in. And we send our sincerest condolences to the Speaker and his entire family in this difficult time. I'd also like to adjourn in memory of Michael Epstein, who was a generous supporter of the LA LGBT Center for nearly 40 years. He served on the center's board of directors from 1987 to 1994 and served on the board at a time when the center was making a historic transition from a relatively small community center to a much larger, multifaceted health and services organization. He had a passion for public service to the community, and our hearts go out to his husband, Scott Schrimmer, and all of his family and friends. And finally, I'd like to adjourn in memory of Archbishop Carl Bean, who worked tirelessly for the liberation of the underserved and the LGBTQ people of faith, and in so doing, helped many around the world find their way back to spirituality and religion. He was a noted speaker and activist, founding the Unity Fellowship Church movement and Minority AIDS Project Los Angeles. And the Archbishop was also a pioneering recording artist, releasing the iconic I Was Born This Way in 1977 on Motown Records. Archbishop Bean was a trailblazing leader and legend in the worlds of activism, advocacy, AIDS, community outreach, faith, and liberation theology. And as a strong Black leader in the LGBTQ movement, I know that his voice, his spirit, and his legacy, that his voice and spirit will be missed, but his legacy will live on. Also, as is our tradition in the city, to adjourn our council meetings in honor of the military service personnel who were killed in service to our country since our last meeting. And as we know, in August, 13 US service members were killed in a bombing at the Kabul airport. They were Marine Corps Lance Corporal Riley McCollum, age 20, Marine Corps Lance Corporal Jared Schmitz, age 20, Marine Corps Lance Corporal David Espinoza, age 20, Navy Hospital Corpsman Max Soviak, age 22, Marine Corps Corporal Hunter Lopez, age 22, Marine Corps Lance Corporal Kareem Nikui, age 20, Marine Corps Staff Sergeant Taylor Hoover, age 31, Marine Corps Corporal Dagan William Tyler Page, age 23, Army Staff Sergeant Ryan Noss, age 23, Marine Corps Sergeant Johanny Rosario, age 25, Marine Corps Corporal Humberto Sanchez, age 22, Marine Corps Sergeant Nicole Gee, age 23, and Marine Corps Lance Corporal Dylan R. Marola, age 20. And now to the moment we've all been waiting for.
Mayor, I have one person I wanted to adjourn in.
I'm so sorry, I didn't see there. Go ahead, Carl.
Thank you very much. Without objection, I would like that we would adjourn the meeting in honor of Sean Joseph Bourget. Sean was born on August 27th, 1964, and died on September 6th, 2021. He was born in Troncos Canyon and went to Santa Monica High School. He lived in and around West Hollywood his entire adult life. He had a master in business and a master in psychology. He loved sports, was an avid tennis player and a baseball player, organized baseball teams in West Hollywood Park, and competed for many years in Division A and Division B sports, leading his teams to the Gay World Series on multiple occasions. Sean was a member of the Bourget brothers family, who owns the building materials and flagstone company located in Santa Monica. Donations, should you wish to make them, may be made in Sean's honor to the American Cancer Society. For those of us who knew him, he's a big loss to our hearts. And for those of you who didn't, he was a wonderful person who lived here in our city of West Hollywood. Thank you, Mayor.
Without objection. And now to the moment we've been waiting for. We will now be administering the oaths of office to our newly elected mayor and mayor pro tem. I would like to welcome former council member John Heilman to administer the oath of office to our newly elected mayor, Lauren Meister.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath, and it's nice to see all of you. Thank you all for your service during this last year, and especially Mayor Horvath. I don't know how you did it with a new council colleagues and new city manager in a pandemic, but really thank you for your leadership during this last year. And now it's my honor to help pass the baton to the incoming mayor. So if you're ready for this, Lauren, please repeat after me. I, Lauren Meister,
I, Lauren Meister,
do solemnly swear
that
while serving in the office of mayor of the city of West Hollywood,
while serving in the office of mayor of the city of West Hollywood,
I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
support and defend the Constitution of the United States,
and the Constitution of the State of California.
Constitution of the State of California.
I will bear true faith and allegiance
I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California.
I take this obligation freely
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
and I will well and faithfully
I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter.
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations, you're official.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Best of luck.
Thank you. Well, I guess I have the gavel, except that I don't have my gavel, but I will say that right now we are going to have Melahat Rafihi administer the oath of office to newly elected Mayor Pro Tem Seppi Shine. So nervous.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor, Mayor Meister. I'm so glad to be able to say that. Asatun Becher, Khosh Ahmadi. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Melahat Rafi'i. My pronouns are she, her. This is my son, Kian. He wanted to participate in this as well. I'm so proud to be here tonight with my sister, Seppi Shine, to be able to swear her in to be the next Mayor Pro Tem of the city of West Hollywood. I have seen firsthand the dedication and passion she shows to her work, and I'm so honored to be standing alongside her virtually as she continues to break through these glass ceilings for Iranians, for queer women all across the globe. So it's my honor to say, Seppi, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Seppi Shine,
I, Seppi Shine,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that while serving in the office of Mayor Pro Tem of the city of West Hollywood,
that while serving in the office of Mayor Pro Tem of the City of West Hollywood,
I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California.
I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California.
I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California.
I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California.
I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion.
And I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Barakallah, bravo.
Thank you, my lad.
Congratulations, Mayor Pro Tem. Would you like to say a few words?
Yes, and congratulations, Mayor Meister. I want to say thank you to my colleagues for electing me to serve as Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you to all of our residents, community members, colleagues, and staff, and my wife, family, and friends who have been so supportive over the past 9 months that I have served in office. Thank you to my dear friend Melahat Rafai for swearing me in and for your support. Thank you to outgoing Mayor Horvath for your leadership and taking up the reins when we asked you to serve a much longer term during the pandemic as our mayor. And thank you to our new Mayor Meister for your leadership. I am honored to serve in this new leadership position with you. Serving on this council these past 9 months has been the honor of my life. And serving as your Mayor Pro Tem is a responsibility that I take very seriously. West Hollywood has always been on the forefront of making history, and we did it once again this evening. When my parents and I fled Iran when I was 5 to escape the oppressive Islamic regime and the war between Iran and Iraq, I never imagined that one day I would be sworn in as the first Iranian, first woman of color, and first lesbian to serve as Mayor Pro Tem of West Hollywood. When kids in kindergarten bullied me, throwing things and using anti-Middle Eastern slurs, I never, ever imagined that one day I would be sworn in as Mayor Pro Tem of the city of West Hollywood. When fellow high school students verbally gay bashed and stalked me in high school for being a lesbian, I never imagined that one day I would be sworn in as Mayor Pro Tem of West Hollywood. In college, when my girlfriend and I were thrown out of a coffee shop by a police officer and the coffee shop manager for holding hands, I made up my mind to go to law school, learn the law, and stop that from happening to others. And that's what I did. But even then, I never imagined that one day I would be sworn in as Mayor Pro Tem of the city of West Hollywood. The reason I never imagined serving an elected office is because growing up, I truly did not see anyone that looked like me, grew up like me, and loved like me in elected office. But since November 2020, and especially now, I know that another little Middle Eastern brown immigrant girl who may be queer can now imagine herself in elected office because now she does see herself. And that is one of the most powerful reasons why representation matters. I wanted to serve on the city council to represent the people of our amazing city and to bring your voices and more equity to City Hall. The people wanted progressive change. In the past 9 months, I have delivered on that mandate. I have had countless conversations and virtual and in-person meetings with residents, workers, and stakeholders to discuss how we can make West Hollywood better. I have had the honor to serve on the Laurel House, homelessness, events, and pride subcommittees with my colleagues, as well as now representing West Hollywood as the chair on the West Side City Council of Governments. I have initiated, co-sponsored, and passed 34 council items, which I am so proud to say have nearly all unanimous council support. Some of the ones I want to highlight tonight are the creation of the Social Justice Task Force that is now successfully appointed and working on policy recommendations for us to help address systemic racism, the creation of business roundtables, grants for the most vulnerable small businesses, and the creation of the Business Recovery Task Force. Incentives for LGBTQ, BIPOC, women, and local residents to start small businesses in our city. An ordinance strengthening our tenant harassment ordinance and providing further protections for renters. The multi-stall gender neutral bathroom ordinance, which will ensure that our transgender and non-binary family, same-sex parents of opposite sex children, and people with disabilities that have an opposite sex caretaker have equal and safe access to bathrooms. The development of a citywide behavioral health crisis response unit that will reduce law enforcement response to homelessness and in other areas the unit serves in order to provide solutions from experts that work. several items which directed staff to study or update our zoning related to our affordable housing and capacity, bring our codes up to date with newer type of housing developments being proposed so there are standards in place rather than loopholes. An initiative to highlight pet-friendly businesses and develop Pet Week in the city of West Hollywood, which includes a special day dedicated to our beloved felines. And finally, making sure that recovery includes everyone by expanding protections and wage equity for hotel workers, including panic buttons, the right of recall and retention, overtime consent, public housekeeping training, and excessive workload compensation. For the next year and 4 months, I look forward to working with Mayor Meister to ensure efficiency and continued good leadership. I look forward to continue being accessible to constituents. I am excited about the Business Recovery Task Force, which will soon be formed to ensure that we have a 5-year blueprint for business success, recovery, and diversification. I look forward to continuing to pass items that help our residents, small businesses, and workers, and working with my council colleagues. I look forward to bringing more transparency and ethics to our government, creating a more healthy environment to combat our climate crisis, have more community-based solutions to strengthen our community safety, help get our unhoused neighbors the housing and services that they need, as well as focusing on our city's recovery. West Hollywood is truly one of the best cities to live in, work in, and play in, and I am so grateful to be your next Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I have a few words myself. Today is kind of bittersweet. It's the second anniversary of Spike's passing, but it's also the beginning of the Jewish holiday Sukkot, the season of rejoicing. According to Chabad, it's a festival laden with unique mitzvahs, quality time with our community and family, all with an extra large serving of joy. I'm hopeful that my swearing in on this festive day is a good omen. I want to thank everyone for their well wishes and support. I want to thank my family for their love, encouragement, and unlimited patience. I want to thank my colleagues for your vote of confidence as I take on the role of mayor for the second time. I also want to thank my former council colleague, John Hallman, for swearing me in as your mayor tonight. It means a lot to me. When I was installed as mayor back in April 2016, I spoke about renewing the community spirit that helped form this great city nearly 37 years ago, which John and others were a big part of. As a community, we gathered as one after 9/11. We mourned the tragedy of the Pulse nightclub mass murder. We celebrated marriage equality, and we marched, stood up to, and survived a challenging national political climate. I have lived in this city over 30 years. And over the years, I have witnessed many stages in our city's maturity. I have seen issues divide our city. I have seen the East Side pitted against the West Side, businesses pitted against residents, tenants pitted against landlords. But I have to say that after being elected to council, the drama that seemed to plague every council meeting with a controversial topic, the theater, and a lot of it was theater, seemed to dissipate. Now, however, we are seeing a divisiveness that I haven't seen in a while, and it's disturbing. It's disturbing because we are still one small city and one community, a community comprised of people from all walks of life, a community of young people and older people, a community with businesses and workers. All must be valued, none should be discounted. A rainbow flag is not just 6 colors or 10 colors. If it truly represents our community, then it is an infinite number of colors. Putting people into categories, labeling them, disparaging them, does not serve this community. I'd like to say today that my goal as mayor is to solve our 3 biggest issues: homelessness, housing affordability, and making our city safer. As mayor, I'd like to strengthen our neighborhoods, encourage economic diversity, and further initiatives to protect our renters and our small businesses. I'd like to make West Hollywood a premier green city by increasing our urban forest and embracing biodiversity. I'd like to find a companion care center close to home for our lost, found, and abandoned animals. And importantly, I'd like for West Hollywood to be the most prepared and resilient city in the country for whatever emergency or disaster strikes, whether it be earthquake, drought, pandemic, or recession. But none of this can happen if we don't work together and focus on the city's recovery from this pandemic. None of this can happen if we don't focus on keeping people healthy and getting people vaccinated. And none of this can happen if we as a council don't make recovery our number one priority. So in the coming weeks, I will be bringing forward a proposal requesting that the city manager arrange several team building workshops for council designed to help foster communications among council members, to clarify council's role, and to identify priorities and common goals. The objective of the workshops will be to transform our new council and our new city manager into an effective problem-solving team. Now I come full circle to why I asked my former colleague, John Heilman, to swear me in today as mayor. As many of you know, John and I did not agree on every issue. And in fact, before I was on council, I was probably one of council's most vocal critics. But once we were colleagues, we learned to work together, respect each other, and most importantly, acknowledge that we both cared about the best interests of the city, even when we didn't agree. So I appreciate that John was part of my swearing in today, because to me, it symbolizes hope, that there's hope that people with different perspectives can work together effectively for the city they love. And as your mayor, I'm confident that this is something that we, council, residents, businesses, and other community members can achieve in the months to come. Thank you. So now we are going to introduce some people who are here to say a few words. First, I'd like to introduce, these are our dignitaries, LA County Assessor Jeffrey Prang.
Mayor Meister, I do not believe that Assessor Prang is in the meeting.
Well, then we are going to move on to Beverly Hills Mayor Robert Wunderlich.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Bob Wunderlich. I'm Mayor of Beverly Hills, your neighbor and your friend. On behalf of all of the City Council of Beverly Hills, I'm here to offer my thanks to outgoing Mayor Lindsay Horvath. Lindsay, thank you. Thank you for your efforts, for your leadership during this challenging year, and also for the years before that as well. I welcome incoming Mayor Pro Tem, Seppi Shine. Seppi, I look forward to getting to know you better. I think you've been on City Council about 9 months or so we haven't had that much chance to work together yet. We are both on the West Side City's Council of Government, so I look forward to working with you more there and getting to know you better. And I welcome and I congratulate incoming Mayor Lauren Meister. Lauren, we have had the opportunity to work together on many occasions, so I look forward to continuing to do that. And just to show you how helpful I can be, I think you said that you did not have a gavel, so at least here, let me virtually share a gavel with you if you'd like to grab it. Okay, there you go, you got it. If you had one, you could have grabbed it virtually from me. But I hope your meetings are not so contentious that you have to use the gavel that much. So as neighbors, we work together on many issues. We have many shared interests and we wish each other well. I listened, Mayor Pro Tem and Mayor, to both of your laudable remarks. And I really do look forward to working with you, working with all of the West Hollywood City Council, and in fact, working with the entire city of West Hollywood going forward into the future. So thank you and congratulations.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Now I'd like to welcome Dr. Julian Gold, Beverly Hills Council member.
Whoop. Too many buttons, too many pushes, not enough practice. I have to practice that. Mayor Meister, congratulations on your installation this evening, and Mayor Pro Tem Shine, you too. You know, outgoing Mayor Horvath and I have a long history together. We started as mayors together, and 2015, and kind of said one day, let's have lunch and just talk about what you're doing and what I'm doing. And and from that came a collaboration now that's been, I guess, 6 years in the making. And I learned so much from her. And actually, I learned a lot about regional collaboration and her work on contract cities, which she engaged me in. And I think, frankly, it's a model for all of us. I think anything we can do to work together is only going to make us stronger. I think it's wrong for any of us to think that, we have our own little issues in our own city and our own people we have to deal with, and everybody knows that. But really, we are so much stronger. Who ever thought that we would be serving in a time that looked like this last year and a half? Nobody signed up for that. Nobody knew what that was going to be. And we learned from each other, right? We kind of, I don't want to say made it up as we went, but we kind of made it up as we went, just based on the science of the time. And that's the power. That's really the power of learning from each other. So I'm here tonight to say, Mayor Horvath, I appreciate you. I appreciate all of our learnings together and our time together. And Mayor Pro Tem Shine and Mayor Meister, I look forward to continuing that learning, that ongoing learning, that regional view of the world, and making our communities better. So congratulations this evening to all of you. I look forward to seeing you in the future.
Thank you, Councilmember Gold. And now I'd like to welcome West Basin Municipal Water District Director and friend, Scott Houston.
Mayor Scott hasn't made it into the meeting either. If either he or Assessor Prang enter the meeting, I will let you know.
Okay, then we're going to move on then to Mike Aguilera Gaudet, Congressman Adam Schiff's office. Mike, are you there?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening. I'm Mike Aguilera Gaudet, and I'm here on behalf of Congressman Adam Schiff tonight. He sends his gratitude to our outgoing Mayor, Lindsay Horvath, for your incredible leadership during this difficult time. It is no surprise that during your tenure, the city of West Hollywood remains a national leader in the forefront of protecting the health and well-being of all those that live, work, and play within her borders. Congratulations to Mayor Meister and Mayor Pro Tem Shine. It has been a pleasure to work with you a little bit and for a while for both, and we look forward to your leadership in these roles. Please know that we remain ready to assist in any way that we can. Thank you so much and congratulations.
Thank you, Mike. I'd like to welcome Davis Hahn, State Senator Ben Allen's office.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I have a brief message from Senator Allen, and he says, West Hollywood is truly one of the brightest gems of the 26th Senate District, and that is largely due to decades of competent, forward-thinking, and progressive city leadership. Mayor Meister and Mayor Pro Tem Shine exemplify that tradition, and the city will undoubtedly continue to thrive under their capable leadership. Congratulations to both of you, and let's also remember to thank our outgoing Mayor, Lindsay Horvath, for her invaluable leadership guiding West Hollywood through unprecedented times. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much. Now, last but not least, Josh Kirpies from Assemblymember Bloom's office.
Good evening, Josh Kirpies, City of West Hollywood, District Director for Assemblymember Richard Bloom. Assemblymember Bloom asked that I call in to express his gratitude to Mayor Horvath for her service as mayor, especially during such a difficult year. He also congratulates Mayor Meister and Mayor Pro Tem Shine on their elections to their new positions. Assemblymember Bloom and our entire team look forward to continuing to work closely with the city on the difficult issues related to homelessness, creating affordable housing, addressing climate change, and recovering from the economic impacts of COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you so much, Josh. And just so everyone knows that we did not forget to thank Mayor Lindsay Horvath, or I should say outgoing mayor. We have a lovely proclamation. I don't know if you can see it. This is very tough to do in Zoom, but if I may read this, Lindsay Horvath was elected to the West Hollywood City Council on March 3rd, 2015, after previously serving as a council member from 2009 to 2011. She is currently, or she was serving her second term as mayor. Whereas during her mayoral term, the city of West Hollywood has faced unprecedented challenges in light of the COVID-19 pandemic. Lindsay helped lead the city through this extraordinary time as it has continued to address the community's needs and has continued to provide resources for relief and recovery to residents, businesses, visitors, and stakeholders. Whereas she brought forward initiatives to support the business community, including support for the waiver of city fees and assessments for businesses impacted by COVID-19 health orders, and she initiated efforts to establish hazard pay for essential workers in grocery, drug retail, and certain retail stores, and to adopt a hotel worker protection ordinance that aims to provide additional training and safeguards for workers in West Hollywood, and has a long history of civic and social justice advocacy, which is evident in her many accomplishments during her tenure as mayor. In her capacity as mayor, she signed on to join the Mayors for Guaranteed Income, a network of mayors advocating for a guaranteed income to ensure that all Americans have an income floor, and she continues to work with staff and community partners to promote and encourage other jurisdictions to join in this effort. And whereas women's issues and reproductive rights have been at the forefront of Mayor Horvath's policy priorities, she initiated programming and events to highlight the centennial anniversary of the 19th Amendment, which gave women the right to vote. She also co-sponsored resolutions to express the city's support for the ratification of the Equal Rights Amendment and opposition to anti-abortion legislation. And she has made support for the BIPOC community a priority by co-sponsoring an item to establish a social justice task force, establish a land acknowledgement policy, and establish an annual Juneteenth event and local recognition. Whereas the city of West Hollywood wishes to extend its highest praise to Lindsay Horvath and thank her for her 16 months of tireless leadership. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the West Hollywood City Council, do hereby bestow the highest honor on Mayor Lindsay Horvath and offer our best wishes in her future endeavors as a council member and a leader in our community. Thank you so much, Councilmember Horvath. You did really a phenomenal job of leading meetings during this difficult time, and we really appreciate your service. Thank you so much. Would you like to say anything, or would you like to wait until council member comments?
I can, whichever you'd prefer, Mayor.
Go ahead, go for it.
Okay. Well, I want to thank you and thank all of my colleagues, and what a wonderful proclamation to receive after a truly extraordinary year. Going into my service as mayor, we knew that we would be tackling the challenges of COVID-19 and the economic impacts, but we had no idea how long lasting and far reaching they might be. We knew that while people were trying to stay safer at home, protecting our neighborhoods and our businesses and what our community is in public would be essential in a different way. And then we faced a moment of long overdue racial reckoning, visibility for our trans community in an unprecedented way, most visible at the intersection of Santa Monica and San Vicente. We faced a second round of shutdowns, and we all along were asking ourselves, are we really going to make it through all of this? But we did, because we are West Hollywood. In fact, West Hollywood fared better than many other cities. And now we know that California has the lowest COVID rate anywhere in the country. And these bright spots happen in large part because of the hard work, dedication, and diligence of our extraordinary City Hall staff, who had to change in what felt like a moment's notice to help accommodate our community, to provide services and support where they were most needed, and to jump in however they were needed. And I thank each and every one of them for all of the ways they stepped up to deliver service in this unprecedented time. Did we get it all right? No. There's no playbook for a global health pandemic, it turns out. But now we do have a manual on how we can guide future decision-making through extraordinarily difficult times. And I'm glad to hear the mayor prioritize this, that we can memorialize our lessons learned and build towards a stronger future. Has everyone recovered? No. That's why vaccines and masking, social distancing, and continued support for our renters, for our businesses, for our workers is essential as we continue to fight through this difficult time. It's beyond frustrating, and people are experiencing a whole range of feelings, as the mayor indicated. And you have every right to those feelings. But what we have most in this moment is each other, a strong sense of community, a drive to be there for each other, unlike any community I've seen. If we only look at what we've lost during this time, what we've endured, or what remains undone, we've missed the whole point. What we've protected, what we've preserved, and what we've provided care for, especially each other, is what will carry us through this very difficult time. And as we transition to a new mayor and a new mayor pro tem, they deserve our best, our optimism, our hope for something better, our commitment, and our pride and love of West Hollywood. They deserve it, and we all deserve it. I have every confidence in brighter days ahead because I've seen who we can be when we face the most difficult of challenges together. I look forward to continuing to work on the issues of homelessness and housing, COVID recovery that includes everyone, expanding our regional transportation network, and delivering on community safety. I thank my colleagues for their strength and support in this very difficult time. Managing meetings, keeping things moving forward, and staying in contact with one another pending Brown Act is no easy feat, but you all stepped up in extraordinary ways, and I felt incredibly supported to help lead our city with each of you through this very difficult time, and I thank you. And I thank our former city manager and our new city manager as we've navigated changes that would have, any one of which would have marked a year and a term as mayor. But in this year, we faced many of these things, but we faced them all together. And I echo the mayor's sentiment that what will help us move through this time is sticking together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Horvath. And now we will go to public comment. The City Council values your comments. However, pursuant to the Brown Act, Council cannot take action on items not listed on the posted agenda. The public comment period is limited to 20 minutes with 2 minutes allotted for each speaker. This public comment period is to address the City Council on consent calendar items, other agenda items. If the member of the public cannot be present at the time the item is considered, or items of general interest within the jurisdiction of the City Council. Another period is also reserved for general comment later in the meeting for those that cannot be heard at this time. Public hearing testimony will only be taken at the time of the hearing. Madam City Clerk, do we have some public commenters?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we do. Before I begin, I would like to remind the public that those individuals who signed up to speak on items 4C, 5D as in David, and 5E as in elephant have all been moved to this public comment period because those items were moved to the consent calendar. So we will begin this evening's public comment with Michael Vojkolevich. Michael, if you could please press *6, you will have 2 minutes to provide public comment.
May I start?
You may.
Good evening, Council and the listening public. Michael Vojkolevich. Later this evening, an agenda item for the housing element update will once again reassert the claim this city of West Hollywood enforces the requirements of Title 24 of the California Code regulations, which govern access and adaptability of buildings to accommodate persons with disabilities. This is simply and sadly not true. As consent item 2U is for the recognition of Disabilities Awareness Month, it is ever more important certain truths and facts are finally recognized not only by City Council itself, but by the greater public at large. A report issued only in draft form some years ago found a documented 60 violations of applicable accessibility code within one singular new building for those disabled. Perhaps this is why the draft report was not only stopped in its tracks, never fully finished, but never publicly vetted by City Council, even though semi-annual reports are required twice yearly by Council from the housing developer, which shares in its city's name. While one could hope the city's own disabilities advisory board would rise up and actually advise the city as to its responsibilities, including the protection of those vulnerable, along with the legal obligation to uphold building and safety code inclusive of Title 24, like too many Republicans who witnessed an attempted insurrection and endless attempts to limit voting rights, the DAB sits silent. Even those awarded with the Disabilities Service Individual Honor who know intimately the code noncompliance of Sierra Bonita apartments have chosen to also sit silent. But the joke is on them, just as it was on Lovely Bryden, who thought herself so grandly important, but over time was proven myopic and indulgent while having sat grossly silent as a board member for the nonprofit responsible for Sierra Bonita as it was under development. Her lack of sensitivity for the greater disabled community is evident to this day. As far as that joke, well, it's simply not funny anymore. So I asked yourself, in this time of social and racial inflection, what if building code was based upon a person's color? Would each of you ignore violations of code just as the city has done in terms of code related to accessibility and life safety?
Thank you, Michael.
Yep.
Oh, the 2-minute timer went off. Thank you. Our next speaker will be MJ Gotches. MJ, if you could please press *6, you will have 2 minutes to provide public comment.
Oh, hi. Hello, City Council. This is MJ Gotches, West Hollywood citizen. I'd like to say congratulations to Mayor Lauren Meister and Mayor Pro Tem Seppi Shine. Tonight is one historic trifecta with the passing of the torch from Mayor Lindsay Horvath. We are proud of West Hollywood making history, and the WeHo voters for overwhelmingly making their voices heard. From my own personal experience with Mayor Meister and Pro Tem Shine, I think the way we treat our animals can be a reflection of how we treat each other. And they both not only demonstrate care and attention to all of our citizens, but also to our four-legged ones, domestic and wild, and the monarch butterflies. If empathetic women like this were in power in Texas, the push would not be a never-ending reenactment of The Handmaid's Tale, but a healthy focus on prevention, education, and protection of girls and women. As the saying goes, empowered women empower women. To quote myself, equality for the least of us improves the lives of all of us, men, women, and everybody in between. Last week, we witnessed how the FBI ignored the cries from young girls for years to stop a predator. WTF? If Olympic champions are ignored, where does that leave the rest of us? So I applaud the council's agenda tonight for the Only Yes Means Yes Sexual Assault Awareness Campaign and National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. I do remember Nicole. Rest in peace, Gabby Petito. Last Tuesday, on recall election night, after California showed up and officially squashed the recall, Governor Gavin Newsom quoted Robert F. Kennedy, "Make gentle the life of this world." Yes, that's it. Unity in the community in our Rainbow City. To quote my inner Hillary, we're still stronger together. Congratulations once again, Mayor Meister, Mayor Pro Tem Shine, and former Mayor Horvath. You broke some glass. Respectfully, let's kick some ass. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, MJ. Our next speaker is Richard Ayub. Richard, if you could please press *6, you will have 2 minutes to provide public comment.
Good evening, City Council, and congratulations, Mayor Meister and Mayor Pro Tem Shine. So proud of you both in this city. I'm speaking on behalf of Project Angel Food as the Executive Director. And item 2R, where there's social service funding for Project Angel Food, yet again this year, $90,000 to feed people living with HIV and other critical illnesses. As you know, Project Angel Food and West Hollywood have teamed up since day one, and you have been there for us every step of the way. And as a resident of West Hollywood, I must say that I am very proud of my city and that we take care of our own. And during COVID, with your emergency fund, you fed seniors who were food insecure. And I saw it firsthand because Project Angel Food held the contract. And we were very, very honored to help out in the time of need. In the height of the pandemic, we were serving 200 residents. And that funding ends in October. I'm just sending you gratitude and appreciation for everything you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard. Our next speaker is Patrick Blood. Patrick, if you could please press *6, you will have 2 minutes to provide public comment. Go ahead, Patrick.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and esteemed City Council person. This is Patrick Blood, a proud resident here in beautiful city of West Hollywood. Before I make my remarks, I want to make clear I'm calling in as an individual and not as my capacity as the chair of the Disabilities Advisory Board, so all remarks are mine personally. I want to also briefly, before I get to my remarks, send a huge thank you to outgoing Mayor Horvath. I cannot express how much your leadership has transformed West Hollywood, and I'm beyond grateful for you to stepping up to the plate in every way possible through this pandemic and being such a powerful advocate for all those in our city. A huge and massive congratulations, Mayor Meister and Mayor Pro Tem Shine, on what is a historic evening. I look forward to your leadership and working with you and the rest of the council as we tackle all of the issues before our city. And Seppi, you are such a dear friend, and I am so proud of everything you've already accomplished and look forward to everything that comes next. I now want to thank the council for item 2U on tonight's agenda, which on the consent calendar to proclaim October as Disabilities Awareness Month and in support of its programming set forth. Per the CDC, roughly 1 in 4 persons in the United States is a person living with a disability. As our council knows, many persons with disabilities have a disability which is not ascertainable necessarily by merely looking at somebody. So by enriching our community with resources that cover all forms of disability, we foster and create a more accepting and understanding, broader within our community of what it means to be a person living with a disability. A Disabilities Awareness Month is so critical in the continued fight for persons with disabilities to merely be acknowledged. We know that persons living with disabilities sadly are still discriminated against, and it's programs like this that helps foster a community. And that goes to what newly installed Mayor Meister just mentioned moments ago, that we are a community, not us versus them. So thank you all for your efforts, and I as a resident commend you for this exceptional leadership and look forward to Disabilities Awareness Month coming up here in October. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. Our next speaker is West Siegmiller. West, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide public comment.
Thank you. We are steadily moving into an endemic phase of SARS-CoV-2 with decreasing mortality as less fatal variants naturally develop. But despite this, WeHo would be enacting the most severe restrictions on non-vaccinated people in the entire country. Medical segregation is immoral. It's not sound public health policy, and its implementation could have really bad unintended consequences. After 9/11, the military-industrial complex and media were banging the war drums. One member of Congress voted against the invasion of Iraq. One person stood up for what was right against hysteria and fear. But WeHo can't wait 20 years for our leaders to realize that they're erecting a humiliating system right now. People need to realize that this is becoming a civil rights fight of our era. The majority of people declining vaxes or who can't be for medical or religious reasons are overwhelmingly working poor, Black and Latino people, and young people. Vax passes and mandates are our generation's Patriot Act and endless war on terror. WeHo citizens, if you're red or blue or independent, vaxxed or not, however you feel, we all have to resist this hatred and division that our leaders are imposing on everyone. Reach out and hold your neighbor's hand. Stand together in solidarity against the two-tiered system. Stand for health freedom and mutual respect, even as we make different choices for ourselves. Personally, I'm pro-vax, but I'm anti-vax passports and mandates. All I know is the way out of this mess can't come from short-sighted leaders. It's only when the people uplift each other. So let's be patient with each other. We can gracefully not comply, even if we don't agree on all areas. We can all peacefully resist, especially in small ways. I ask you to reject shaming and stigma and state-sanctioned violence against people based on their health status. However you feel about it, for sure, dehumanizing rhetoric against non-vaccinated people has to stop. So that's one reason why I signed the petition to recall John Erickson. And you can too. You can go to tinyurl.com/freeweho. That's tinyurl.com/freeweho. May God bless you all.
Thank you, West. Our next speaker is Jordan David. Jordan, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide public comment.
Hi, this is Jordan David. I'm calling from occupied Tonga land. I'm a voter in West Hollywood elections. I'm calling to speak in favor of item 5D. I really just want to thank, I don't know if I can still say Mayor Horvath. You did introduce this as mayor, so I'm going to. But thank you so much for bringing this item forward. In the midst of all of the feedback from the public coming from all different sides, this shows that not only are you listening to the community, but you also have the wisdom to discern what is actually the right thing to do. Ultimately, our goal should be to abolish the prison industrial complex because it was never designed for public safety. It was designed to create a slave class and subjugate working people as an economic system. As we work towards the goal of abolition and reimagining of society into a place that's good for everyone, this is an important step to reduce the immediate harm. Thank you to the staff that worked hard on this item and presented such an important perspective in the report. And thank you again to Mayor Horvath for being bold. And we are rooting for you to take your wisdom and vision to the county level so that true justice and creative solutions can be put forth at scale. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Our next speaker is Daniel Reif. Daniel, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide public comment.
Hi there, my name is Daniel Rice. I'm a LA County resident, participant in the West Hollywood economy, and a member of multiple social justice coalitions. I am calling in today to offer up my support for item 5D, West Hollywood's attempt to challenge and hopefully eradicate unnecessary detention in partnership with neighboring governments is a major step in correcting our national injustice system and our prison industrial complex. Beyond the immoral act of just locking up citizens into a psychologically torturous existence in a tiny cell, our evidence of the rampant historical violence by deputies in Los Angeles' correctional system means we must regard this violence as an immediate threat to all our communities and begin to drastically avoid sending any person to that fate. Additionally, pretrial detention can have devastating impacts on the present lives of all who are detained, especially parents and wage workers. Pretrial detention is also a breeding ground for trapping vulnerable members of society into lengthy imprisonment sentences that interrupt their trial timelines and help justify resources allotted to our prisons. The devastating impacts continue from there, but are well articulated in the stellar staff report on the item. Thank you to staff and to previous Mayor Horvath. Please follow up with this report and begin to help us create worlds and systems of care, not violent detention. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Our next speaker is Victor Omolchenko. Victor, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide public comment.
Good evening. This is Victor Omolchenko, longtime West Hollywood resident, and thank you so much, Council Member Lindsay Horvath, for having served as our mayor during a very, very difficult pandemic year, and my very best to our new mayor, Lauren Meister, and Mayor Pro Tem Seppi Shine, and hey, John Erickson and John D'Amico, thank you for your continued service. I wanted to thank you for supporting 2Y. Only Yes, the expansion of the Only Yes Means Yes sexual assault awareness campaign. It's very, very important as we've heard, public safety is a major, major priority for us in this small city of ours. And this couldn't have been brought home to me better than by the letter that was read into the public record at last Public Safety Commission meeting last Monday. It was a very heartfelt and urgent letter from Keely Field, who happens to be on the Women's Advisory Board, but Ms. Field relayed in this personal letter, her concerns about drug-related sexual assaults in the city. So this measure that you're passing tonight is very welcome. You know, I look at the documents, and what I just wanted to bring up is when you look at the 31 incidents where a victim was identified that believed that their drink was spiked, whether at a home or at a commercial residence, that was 31 incidents that were documented. But when you look at the bottom of the table, you will find that there are these WHD, and what the D means, I'm not exactly clear, but WHD rapes by year, when you total the last 5.5 years, it comes out to 164 rapes in this city, minus the 31 that have been identified as drug spiked or drink spiked. That leaves 133 other incidents, unfortunate occurrences. It would be good for the community to know the breakdown of all of these situations here so that the public could be more aware of its surroundings and how to protect themselves and how to possibly avoid putting themselves in harm's way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Victor. Our next speaker is Michael King. Michael, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide public comment.
Thank you, Melissa.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Melissa. Good evening, Mayor Meister, Mayor Pro Tem Shine, and members of council. First, my congratulations to our new mayor and Mayor Pro Tem. Both of you bring tremendous talents to your new roles, and all of us in West Hollywood will benefit from your service. Thank you also to Councilmember Horvath for her service as mayor during the very challenging year that just ended. I wanted to bring up a couple of items. Last night, a post-Emmy party took place in my neighborhood. I and hundreds of other local residents experienced severely congested residential streets and blocked sidewalks. Resident parking was blocked by dozens of giant SUVs and sedans, all with engines, lights, and radios on, and drivers talking on cell phones, speakerphones. Residents had serious challenges getting to and from their homes, and parking was illegally obstructed by these black cars. I made at least 3 calls to our parking enforcement staff within a 20-minute period. They responded quickly, but until the Emmy party ended, enforcement was a game of whack-a-mole. We have events such as this on a regular basis in our city and in our neighborhoods, and we clearly need to include additional parking enforcement staff on duty in the future to ensure that the impact on residents is minimized. Additionally, as the county health officer order was updated today to require proof of COVID vaccinations in addition to masking at many indoor events, I find myself a little confused. I walked through our city this past Friday to get a haircut, and in a handful of blocks from my home to my haircutter, I saw dozens of pedestrians on the sidewalk, only one of those people wearing a face mask. Considering the number of people I passed on the sidewalk, that translates to approximately a 2% mask wearing rate. I'm not yet willing to join the tinfoil hat crowd, but I am wondering whether the public health guidance changed. Does wearing of masks in public places make little difference, or did we just give up on enforcement? In a word, what happened? And finally, although I'm unable to be here later in the evening, I just want to quickly offer a thought on item 5C, if you'll allow me. Each of us is only as good as our word, as our good word, and that is reflected in these proposed ethics requirements. As so many of us know, ethics are not simply avoiding doing the wrong thing. There's much about avoiding the appearance of doing the wrong thing. This item will help ensure all of us who live and work in West Hollywood can have additional trust in our public processes and the people who carry them out. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Our next speaker is Susan Milrod. Susan, if you'll please press *6, you will have 2 minutes to provide public comment. Susan, go ahead and press *6. I'm gonna try to assist you by asking you to unmute. Okay, I'll move on to our next speaker, Adam Darvish. Adam, you will have 2 minutes to speak. Please press *6 and you may begin.
Oh, great. Good evening, Mayor Meister, Mayor Pro Tem Shine, and council members, or city clerk, city attorney, and city manager. I'm Adam Darvish. As a resident, as you all know, I met you all by accident. I've been very active and involved at the council level as a public comment speaker for a year now. I would like to tonight to extend my appreciation to Mayor Horvath for the service that she provided to our community, she continues to provide, and to the support that I got from Mayor Horvath at the time that I was emotional, had meltdowns from when I almost got killed by the SUV at 2 a.m. She never changed. She stayed focused on the task and continued to stay professional and supported me and checked up on me monthly, a few times a month, to ensure support for a resident that went through a lot. So I truly appreciate you, Mayor Horvath. I'm the biggest advocate for you and an advocate for you, for the LA County level leadership role, so that more residents in LA County could be fortunate and enjoy your servant leadership style and your compassion for public service. So thank you, Mayor Horvath. And I would like to congratulate Mayor Meister and Mayor Pro Tem Shine for being sworn in. I know both of you very well, and I know you have deep backgrounds and commitment and compassion for community service. I am especially proud of Mayor Pro Tem Shine for her making history as an immigrant that came to the country that I have deep understanding for. As myself, going through the same experience, you make us proud. And I know Cyrus the Great tonight, after 2,500 years, is smiling from her grave. So thank you so much. You changed me. You may not know. I was ashamed of speaking publicly to tell people I was Iranian American, and you changed that in me by observing you. So thank you, and I truly, truly admire you and your inspiration for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Our next speaker is Rick Watts. Rick, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide public comment.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. First off, I want to congratulate, first off, I want to offer condolences to Senior Advisor Board Member Esther Baum on the recent passing of her twin brother, and also to Senior Advisory Board Member Lee Walkup on the passing of his sister Victoria Jensen in Plano, Texas last Friday. Thanks also to Mayor Horvath for her longtime service to the city, particularly over this very, very difficult year, and her leadership in helping to get us through this. And congratulations to new Mayor Meister and Mayor Pro Tem Seppi Shine, and best wishes on a successful year in your tenure here. Over the past year, among the many businesses that residents did without were our gyms. Exercise, as we all know, is very important to health, whether one is young or old or rich or poor. And longtime fixture 24-hour fitness was especially missed, as it has long been the only gym remaining in West Hollywood that is affordable to those on low or fixed incomes, or who do not have transportation other than foot or the bus that is affordable. As West Hollywood's gentrification accelerates, we now learn that that facility will soon close and reopen in several months as yet another upscale, expensive gym that will be unaffordable to many erstwhile loyal members of 24-hour fitness, including myself, who and many others who are without cars or who are afoot, and who find that is the only place that they could afford that is walkable. Before the Planning Commission and City Council approved this facility, I would ask that Council please request the new business to accommodate those otherwise displaced by the new facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. I'm going to try one more time to call Susan Milrod. Susan, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak under public comment.
Madam City Clerk, do you think we can, is that our last?
Yes, as I emailed with Susan and thought she would be able to unmute herself, but she wasn't able to, so we can move on. Thank you.
Right. We have another opportunity for public comment at the end of the meeting. Susan.
Yeah.
And Mayor, perhaps Ms. Milrod could just send her comments to the city clerk and she could email them to us and we could read them.
That's a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll let her know.
Okay, now we're going to move to council member comments. Who would like to begin? Council member D'Amico, would you like to begin since you're off mute?
Absolutely. So, wow, congratulations. John Erickson, you and I have nothing to do. These three women have the game. And I'm honored to be serving with all three of you. Lindsay, you and I know what it's like to run a meeting in the time of COVID. Lauren, you are learning one moment at a time, every other week. And Seppi and John, I hope you never know what it's like to run a meeting during COVID, and that certainly by the time you are mayor and mayor pro tem, that you are seated in chairs and we're all seated next to each other. It's always an interesting moment to watch this city turn just slightly, to have the crystals shift a little bit and have us all get a slightly different view inside. And I'm looking forward to and remember fondly the last year and a half. And there's plenty of good work for all of us to continue to do. And with that in mind, I wanted to say that I went to the Contract Cities Association conference this weekend. I attended that. And it was very interesting. I sat through our sheriff who made a presentation, and John Leonard made a presentation about homelessness, and so I want to thank the city for allowing me to go to that conference. I also wanted to just comment on two things on our agenda. The first is the HIV Zero initiative. And, you know, this was something that John Duran and I started with the optimistic hope that one day AIDS as we know it would be finished. And David Juni and the staff of the Human Services Department and the Commission are really working to bring that to life. The number of new infections is plummeting, the number of people who are staying in care, the number of people who continue to use PrEP, take care of themselves. It is truly a transformational time for everyone who's at risk of contracting HIV, and especially for members of our community. So I want to thank my colleague, my former colleague, John Duran, and my future colleagues, and all of the people who are involved in doing this now, that this is really a truly remarkable thing that we're doing. And the second thing I wanted to talk about was already mentioned a couple of times by members of the public who were speaking, and that is item 2Y, which is the Only Yes Means Yes sexual assault awareness campaign. So this was something that I started in 2016, and I wanted to, and did, and she agreed, ask Mayor Pro Tem Shine if she would join me in co-sponsoring this. And number one, because it's an extraordinarily hopeful and smart thing for our city to be doing as much as possible over and over again. And the second is that I'm interested in this idea of the city taking part in this, handing this off to a colleague who will clearly be here longer than me, hopefully for another decade at least, and can really continue to change what happens in our city, taking care of people who have a good time in our city and sadly sometimes find themselves in terrible and horrible situations. So we did ask that the supplemental memo be attached, which identifies exactly some of the kinds of things that this effort is looking to stop dead in its tracks. And so I would just encourage anyone and everyone who has any interest in this to speak up with either one of us, with the Women's Advisory Board, with the staff in general. But I think if you have any insight into how to make this a success, we are interested in hearing it. And I think it's also worth mentioning some of the history in the last 10 years of sexual assaults and the sheriff's department, how they were categorized. In 2011, when I joined the city council, sexual assaults were part of assaults. So somebody got hit with a beer bottle or somebody got sexually assaulted. There was no distinction in the reporting of the assault in our reports. And myself, and then when Councilmember Horvath joined the city council, we began to ask to have that teased out of the report. And then out of assaults, we asked to have rapes be teased out of sexual assaults generally. And then further, we asked to have further explanation of sort of the surrounding circumstances of those assaults. And I think part of the lesson for me now, 10 years later, seeing that report is that when I get a report every month or every quarter or every 6 months, and there's some information about crimes on the east side, cell phones being taken, sexual assaults and rapes, I read it, I understand it, I process it, but I have to be honest and say that in seeing a list as long as this, summing up 5 years of sexual assaults and rapes, was shocking to the point of making me sick. And I apologize to my colleagues, to the community for not raising this sooner, for all of us not having a better sense of what exactly critical mass is. And 1 is critical mass, and 100 is completely unacceptable. So I just want to say that these are investigated by the sheriff. They do their job. We do our job, and still there's more job to do. And so I thank my colleague Seppi Shine for joining me in this. I know that she will continue to do this, as will the entire council going forward. And if anyone has any additional insights into how we can do this better, I certainly want to know that. So thank you, Mayor, and turn it over to whoever's next.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councilmember Erickson?
Happy to go, Mayor. Great way to say it. I want to thank all the members of the public who called in to speak. There's a lot of things happening this month. I want to thank the LGAB and all the work that the community is doing for Bi Visibility Week. There's several programs that are going on. One is tomorrow, I believe. So go to the city's website and make sure you participate. The lanterns have been Bi flag colors. Thank you to city staff for raising the Bi flag. It's really important. I know Councilmember Shine and I did that when we were on LGAB together with the community. So it's great to see it come to fruition. It is also Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month. And this afternoon, I had the great pleasure of giving a proclamation to the Ovarian Cancer Circle, inspired by Robin Babini, I was able to meet with Paulinda and Natalie for coffee and give them one of the certificates because I know we had a very packed agenda. So we wanted to take care of it outside of offices, but I'll be posting those images and they're so thankful to everyone. And the lanterns are going to turn blue. So take an eye out and look at that. City Hall will be blue as well. It's also National Recovery Month. And I want to thank the city for all the work that we do in our recovery programs. It's such an important point of our community and who we are. Additionally, I want to thank all of my colleagues who attended the rally for reproductive rights that we guerrilla through, not as a city council, but as our own individual activists. Everyone showed up for the right reasons. It's an honor to serve with every one of the members of this council. I'll say a little bit more about you all in a couple of minutes, but I just wanted to say it's great that we always show up and fight the fights together, and that's exactly what we're supposed to do. I want to thank everyone that voted. West Hollywood voted 80+% against the recall. I'm guessing recalls in that way are pretty not popular here in West Hollywood. So additionally, when you look at the way in which West Hollywood came out and voted overwhelmingly, it's great to see that our civic discourse and the types of stuff that still remain popular amongst us Democrats and voters here in West Hollywood are so important. So thank you to everyone that voted. Thank you to all the poll workers and to the Twitter people that reached out to us regarding the individual poll worker who was wearing some eclectic gear, to say the least. We did not hire him. The county handles all of that. So thank you for directing those questions to the county. I hope everyone will join me this weekend at Plummer Park. It's my second Saturdays in Plummer Park with John. I literally have a table. There's a sign. A community member made it, and you can come up and talk to me. Literally that easy. I try to make myself as accessible as possible. I'll be going to the March for Afghanistani Girls later on that day, so we'll be there till about noon. I want to congratulate Alyssa, our new assistant city clerk. I remember when the city hired Alyssa. Congratulations. We're so proud of you. And then additionally, I just want to say congratulations to Mayor Meister and Mayor Pro Tem Shine. It has been such a joy serving with you. Mayor Pro Tem Meister has been such a great mentor, and providing and working on items with her. I really appreciate her such elegant and extremely wise words that she said. I think that they were just right on the money. You know, a lot is sometimes written about many of us up on this council, but at the end of the day, we're all doing a lot of great work. And I think it's that great work that is the most important thing that we focus on. Division is not welcome here. We can always disagree. It's West Hollywood after all. But ultimately, it's how we come together in these really crucial times that make us who we are as a city, who we are as a people. And that's why I'm so thankful to serve and so excited to serve with Mayor Meister in this coming year. Hopefully we get in person. I know we have an item coming up on the agenda, so we'll talk about that. So maybe you'll get your gavel and you can use it once or twice. But ultimately, I also want to thank my colleague and congratulate Councilmember Seppi Shine. Your speech brought me to tears. I thought everything that you said to all those little girls and boys and everyone. I'm going to cry again. I told her and she couldn't cry because I was the crier on the council. So I asked that she didn't. So she held strong. But ultimately, you're such a great force for this community. It's an honor to talk to you. It's an honor to call you a dear friend. And I enjoy all of our moments together. It's exactly who we are as a city. And I'm so glad to serve with you and work on the progressive values that I know we all share up here and pushing forward. You know, I got to attend Contract Cities this past weekend as well. It was a lot of fun being in the desert. It wasn't ridiculously hot, but it was fun. But I think the number one thing I was able to see is how much Mayor Lindsay Horvath does without us all truly. Former Mayor Lindsay Horvath, now Councilmember Mayor Lindsay Horvath, does behind the scenes for so many cities outside of West Hollywood. If you could have been at that dinner where everyone was thanking her for making sure calls to the governor, calls to the state legislature for cities on issues that Contract Cities was taking up, they didn't go unanswered. They were answered by her as the president. Her service to that organization, her service to this community, and to all of us up here as colleagues, as well as to those people that when I'm with her and we're both at coffee or something, someone calls her, she picks up. They might call me. I'll pick up. They always are working because we're always making sure we're responsive to the residents, our businesses, and everyone that matters here in the city. I'm so lucky to call you a friend. I'm so lucky to call you a colleague. but ultimately we're very lucky that we had you in this past year and a half, or what seemed maybe like the longest tenure as mayor possibly here, but we're all very lucky that we have each other. And I think that's the most important thing that I look forward to going to and seeing forward in this next year. And I'm just so thankful for all of the work that we're all going to do. And congratulations again, Mayor Pro Tem Meister and Mayor Pro Tem Seppi Shine.
Thank you, Councilmember Erickson. Councilmember Horvath.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to acknowledge that I attended a few meetings since our last city council meeting. I represented the city on the Liability Trust Fund Claims Board and Oversight Committee, also on the Sanitation District, and finally at the California Contract Cities Conference. I especially want to thank council members D'Amico and Erickson for being there during a transition, our first in-person event during the transition of leadership, and to also have our new city manager, our new city attorney, Janet and John Leonard and Danny Rivas, all there. Really meant the world to have our city so strongly represented in this regional body, to make sure our voices are heard there. And a special shout out to Mike Jenkins and Christy Hogan, who were also recognized by the association. So West Hollywood was certainly well represented, and our values and our voices continue to be heard there. With respect to some of our agenda items, I'm excited to see 5D move to consent. I know the mayor indicated that she has some questions, which I'm happy to answer. This item will prioritize appropriate responses for people who are in a pretrial system. Certainly there have been some expressed concerns from people who are trying to help make sure that people are not incarcerated while they're waiting their time in court. And we know that right now the response that exists is either law enforcement or probation, while people who might be in need of mental health services, addiction services, or other kinds of supports, even just simple text messages to show up at court. This effort will help to make sure that people who need that kind of support in the community will get it. And I know that there will be a more robust discussion of this as the staff develops what is possible when we have our meeting in November. So I'm glad to see this item move to consent. Also, item 4C, I know our city attorney is going to provide us with a more explicit outline of all of the details of the vaccination order. If those details could also be explicitly posted on the city's website, so there is clarity around what the guidelines are in West Hollywood, I think everyone would appreciate that. And with regard to item 5E, I'm supportive of the research and seeing a draft of where we're going. I am concerned about potential unintended consequences on the broader market. And so I'll reserve judgment until I see the fuller draft and research that's done by especially our city attorney on this item. But I think it's always great to find ways to make our spaces more available and more affordable for businesses and community organizations that we know need to be within our city's boundaries. I also want to call attention to item 2BB on our agenda, which allows us as the first pro-choice city in America to be on record about the unconscionable action taking place in the state of Texas. West Hollywood will continue to be a safe place for all pregnant people to seek the full range of reproductive health care services that they need. And this item has us on record. Also, we will be the first city to convene pro-choice cities to talk about how we can support each other and be safe refuge places for people who would otherwise take our rights away. Grateful also on item 2AA to my colleague Seppi Shine, who also partnered with me on 2BB, and we partnered with the IAJC as well as ICANN on this item. And I know there's an upcoming discussion that focuses more on the LGBTQ population and more forthcoming discussions as well. But I'm glad to see that we're continuing to use our platform and our voice for change. With regard to item 2J, I just wanted to ask if our city manager could note for us how we're holding ourselves accountable to the art component. It didn't seem to be included in the language of the item, and I just want to make sure that the art component that is part of the digital billboard program is actually being adhered to, and that it actually is delivering on that community benefit that is a unique part of why we approved this program. So if you could talk about how we're making sure we're held accountable to the arts, that would be helpful. And on item 2L for the Gateway projects, if any of those projects include artworks, I would hope that they would go to the ACAC. Right now, I know that they are they're indicated in sort of a different way, but if they do become something that becomes more of an artwork than a designator of entering or a gateway into the city, I think that there's perhaps a role for the commission to play. So I just wanted to flag that for staff. At our last city council meeting, we had a presentation to several outgoing commissioners and advisory board members. Two former commissioners in particular have served the city for decades, and the information that was part of the presentation did not provide their complete list of service. So I just wanted to make a note for the record because their service has been and continues to be invaluable. Sybil Zayden served on the Transportation Commission from 1985 to 1990. She served on the Planning Commission from 1990 to 1994. She was a Public Facilities Commissioner from 1994 to 2001. And finally, she served on the Business License Commission from 2002 to 2021. She's been an active neighborhood watch since 1985. And Ruth Williams served on the city's Rent Stabilization Commission from 1985 to 1993. She also served on the Public Safety Commission from 1994 to 2001. In addition to her service on these commissions, she served on the Women's Advisory Board for a short time when it was first created, as well as on the Project Area Committee on the East Side PAC until the redevelopment agencies were dissolved. And I just wanted to especially thank these two pioneer women who have really helped to blaze trails for so many of us in our community. We thank them for their extensive and extraordinary service, and we couldn't go without correcting the record. Regarding the Housing is Key program, California's eviction moratorium is currently set to expire on September 30th. I know we're going to talk a little bit about what we might do in West Hollywood a little bit later. Beginning on September 1st, applications reopened for residents to receive assistance through the state's COVID-19 rent relief program, Housing is Key. The California COVID-19 rent relief program is available to all California residents. It covers 100% of a tenant's past due rent dating back to April 2020 and unpaid utility bills. So if that sounds like a situation you're in or assistance that could really help you, please visit housing.ca.gov and more assistance can be provided there. There are two marches coming up. I know that Councilmember Erickson referenced the Rise For and With the Women of Afghanistan, which is taking place this Saturday. Local activists and celebrity supporters will be marching with and for the women of Afghanistan beginning at 12:30 p.m. at the Sunset Spectacular. The group will march to West Hollywood Park, where there will be speakers, poetry, music, and more. This is being organized in collaboration with 1 Billion Rising, an organization familiar to many of us, and more to come on Saturday. Also on Saturday, October 2nd, the Women's March Action is organizing a March for Reproductive Rights, Los Angeles, and the march will begin at 10 a.m. at Pershing Square and move to LA City Hall. This march is in response to Texas's draconian 6-week abortion ban, which allows individuals to sue abortion providers and patients, anyone aiding or abetting a woman or a pregnant person to get the health care that they need. This march is being organized in partnership with over 90 organizations, including Planned Parenthood, National Latina Institute for Reproductive Health, Sister Song, and others. And as we've done for women's marches in the past, the City of West Hollywood will be running City Line commuter service the morning of October 2nd, starting at 7 a.m. This service will provide community members with a direct connection to the Metro B line station at Hollywood, and Highland. And the service will operate on its regular route, primarily on Santa Monica Boulevard. Buses will arrive every 15 minutes. And in the afternoon, the city will start running City Line commuter service at 1:30. The service will run along its regular route with buses arriving every 30 minutes. For more information or a detailed schedule on all of this, it will be available on the city's webpage. For more information, you can also contact our social services division. And I'll hand it back to you, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Horvath and Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Thank you, Mayor Meister. Well, thank you to all my colleagues for your kind words. It really has been an honor and a wonderful 9 months working with each and every one of you. I want to say also happy Visibility Week. I'm not going to go over all of the same things that have been said because I want to get to business, but I do want to also say it's also National Hispanic Heritage Month. So congratulations to our community members who are Hispanic. Since our last meeting, I attended several successful city events and subcommittee meetings, including Ivy Botini Day, the Melissa Etheridge and Rainbow Key Awards, Homelessness Subcommittee, Pride events, the subcommittees, the Eastside Community Update meeting, which was very informative, the Laurel House Subcommittee meeting, the ribbon cutting event for the rededication ceremony of Palmview residents, and the ribbon cutting for the Connie Norman Transgender Empowerment Center. Councilmember D'Amico, thank you for asking me to work on the Only Yes Means Yes sexual assault awareness campaign item. And thank you for everything you said tonight. I too am sickened by the number of sexual assaults in our city and beyond. And this is a very important start to what we can do affirmatively to help the community. So I was really happy to work with you, and I'm looking forward to the input from community and as well as the Women's Advisory Board on this item. Thank you, Councilmember Horvath, for asking me to work on the resolution in support of freedom for political prisoners in Iran and condemning the act of honor killings. There are so many different types of political prisoners. My own sister is Baha'i, and Baha'is are a peaceful people. It's a peaceful religion, a non-political religion, and yet the Islamic regime has taken political prisoners from the Baha'i community for many years, and it's as well as LGBTQ people and others, and many, many others. So I appreciate the work together on this, as well as the resolution announcing the Texas law banning most abortions after 6 weeks of pregnancy. Also, thank you for working with me on this. And thank you to Mayor Meister for asking me to work on item 5E. And thank you to our colleagues for agreeing to put it on consent. This small business initiative to create affordable commercial spaces and new commercial and mixed use projects is an incredible idea of Mayor Meister's. And I was happy to work with her on this. This is potentially, I'm hoping that what comes back to us from staff can have the potential of truly finally creating some affordability for small businesses that would otherwise not be able to be in our city, and will give more culture and a little bit of our village feeling maybe back, but in a forward way. Lastly, I would like to invite everyone to attend our virtual human rights speaker series, which will address anti-LGBTQ policies in Iran. The event is on September 29th at 6 p.m. I've enjoyed working with Council Member Erickson on this. We have an impressive lineup of Iranian LGBTQ activists and leaders from around the world, and I will be moderating this panel. More info is available online at weho.org/HRSS. And actually, we just got sent the city sent out a press release that you can sign up on the Eventbrite as of tonight. And those are all my comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. I will start with September as National Preparedness Month. This year's theme is Prepare to Protect. Preparing for disasters is protecting everyone you love. The Public Safety Department would like your help in sharing awareness with your loved ones and friends. National Preparedness Month is an observance each September to raise awareness about the importance of preparing for disasters and emergencies that could happen at any time. And there are 4 steps. They had step 1 was make a plan, step 2, build a kit, step 3, prepare for disasters, and step 4, teach youth about preparedness. And if you would like further information, please reach out to our Public Safety Department at 323-848-6414. Regarding attendance, I represented the West Side City's Council of Governments at the CEHD Committee of SCAG. I attended LA County's Blue Ribbon Commission on Homelessness as an observer, and as well as ATI's meeting on alternative crisis response. I also observed National League of Cities and Ignite Cities mayoral roundtable on COVID recovery. I attended a homeless subcommittee meeting and Laurel House subcommittee meeting with Mayor Pro Tem. And just wanted to give a gentle reminder that October is Disabilities Awareness Month. It's also National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. And as Councilmember Erickson mentioned, it's also Ovarian Cancer Awareness Month. On the consent calendar, I just had a couple of comments, and that on 2Y, on the only yes means yes, I just wondered if LGAB should be included in this, especially considering the clubs that were noted in the list of where some of these events may have taken place. And so I'm just wondering if by limiting it to WAB, we're leaving out an important point of view here. And so I just wondered if you'd be willing to also maybe include LGAB on this item. And then regarding 5D, I guess my only question is, it seems like the county is developing this pilot, and I'm just hoping that that they are also maybe providing some funding for it. And I assume we'll find that out as we explore this. I had asked staff about how many people this affected per year, and it's about 100 people. And because the county, they have the courts, they have the DA, they have the jails, I think it's very important that they contribute to this pilot if that's, if we do move forward with a pilot. So I look forward to getting responses on that. And then just regarding 5E, affordable commercial spaces, I really appreciate my colleagues. Well, thank you, first of all, Mayor Pro Tem Shine, for co-sponsoring this item with me. It's really been a labor of love for me. I think we've talked about a lot, how do we bring in affordable commercial space into the city? And we all know that when we do something like a development agreement or a mixed use bonus or other public benefits with the new public benefits tool or an avenues bonus, sometimes we end up feeling like we really haven't gotten what we thought we would get out of it in terms of a public benefit. And I think that being able to get some affordable commercial space that provides opportunities to different segments of the population, also being able to have some neighborhood serving businesses perhaps, or some unique businesses that you might not see with a retail chain that I think it will be a very exciting program, assuming we can get this off the ground. So thank you very much for supporting that. And with that, I am going to ask our city manager for his report.
Mayor, can I ask the city manager one question I forgot to ask, which is, David, could you also give us an update on the opening of the park? I think we were expecting that to happen in October or November, and that's in many ways the day after tomorrow. So if you could let us know, that would be great.
And Mayor.
Yes, yes,
Thank
sir.
you. I forgot to mention, I would love to see if maybe the city manager could report back out at our next meeting. I know we've discussed this potentially, but the installation of some type of public safety kiosk at La Brea and Santa Monica Boulevard. We've heard of a lot of increased crime on the east side, and I've spoken to several businesses today who've expressed concerns. So it'd be ideal, as well as our sheriff's department could do extra patrols on the east side to ensure that public safety is being met, but maybe come back with the cost to installing some type of kiosk on the east side ahead of time. I know November is our discussion date, but maybe I don't think we can wait any longer. So just would love to see if you could come back at our next meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Erickson. Mr. Wilson?
Great, thank you. A lot of things to report on, but first, good evening to the new mayor and new mayor pro tem and council members. I also want to extend my thank you to outgoing Mayor Horvath for her service as mayor for an extended period during a very difficult time. Unfortunately, I only got to work with you 2.5 months in this role, but it's a pleasure working with you. And also my congratulations to Mayor Pro Tem Shine and Mayor again, Meister. I'm looking forward to working with both of you on your priorities. I will report on several things before I turn it over to our city attorney to talk about the ratification of the executive order. So number one, related to the comments from Michael King regarding the MA party and the parking enforcement, we will certainly look at increasing parking enforcement during major events as those happen again. For the Sunset Arts and Advertising Program, so the art is provided through the development agreements. The developers, they pay as part of those agreements. And so we receive the money and then we provide the art as a city. So we will ensure that the arts department is providing the art and that we are receiving payments for those, for the art component. With respect to 5D, we will look into funding for the pretrial program as we look at the program itself. And I think those were all of those. I am going to have Steve Campbell talk about the opening of the park. He has the most current information if he's there. No.
Thank you, David. Hello, Mayor and members of the City Council. Our hope is to have the park turned over later next month. I believe we would open the outside of the park. Our contractor is intending to turn it over with substantial completion at the end of next week. However, we're anticipating a very lengthy punch list that goes along with that. So I don't think that we'll be able to phase in opening the building until closer towards the end of the year. And I know I'm being cagey, but it's very difficult with our contractor to get a strong date on when we can get that the elements turned over to us in what fashion. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. And then with respect to the kiosk, so we can report back and have that discussion. We can certainly provide additional public safety in that area if there's additional concerns in the short term. As we're looking at longer term, I mean, we are having that discussion at the November 15th meeting, but we can provide an update and discuss how we want to move forward with that. And then lastly, we are resurfacing all the outdoor basketball and tennis courts starting September 27th. We'll begin at Plummer Park and then move to West Hollywood Park. And this project is expected to be completed in early November. And with that, I will turn it over to our city attorney to talk about the ratification of the executive order, but this information will be posted on the website as well as requested.
David, good evening, everyone. As noted in the written staff report, at the last meeting of August 16th, the City Council directed city staff to draft COVID vaccine verification requirements applying to indoor city facilities, city contractors, employees, and indoor areas of specific private businesses, very similar to rules that were set out by the city of San Francisco. The council also expressed a desire to align with or opt into any county health orders covering the same topic should they be released to the public. So we waited for the county to take some action. In the weeks following the city council meeting, the county health officer did not release any executive orders or any health orders. And so on Friday, September 10th, the city manager issued an executive order that was implementing the city council's direction from a few weeks earlier. That executive order is on your council agenda for ratification tonight. So last Friday night, late in the evening on the 17th, the county health officer issued a revised health order requiring vaccination verification requirements countywide at bars and nightclubs and strongly encouraging vaccine verification on indoor restaurants. And so given the release of the county health order and in an effort to provide some consistency region-wide and to eliminate confusion, what is before you right now is a revised ratification resolution. And so what we have done, I'll go through some of the proposed changes in just a moment. This revised resolution is posted with the council agenda in red line form so everyone can see with a cover memo and in a red line the proposed revisions to the order. And I'm going to go through those right now. So the revisions that are proposed to the city executive order are as follows. First of all, the city order would not cover bars and nightclubs, would not require vaccine verification under the city order because that's being required countywide by the county health officer. So the city's order requires vaccine verification requirements for indoor areas of restaurants, theaters, the cannabis consumption lounge, entertainment venues, fitness facilities, and personal care establishments. To the extent there's a bar or nightclub out there that is not covered by the county health order, possibly because they serve food or they don't fall under the categories regulated by the county, they would fall under the city's executive order. The second change that's proposed for the council tonight is to align with the county order and provide some regional consistency. The dates for implementation of the city's order are recommended to be changed to model what the county is doing. And so the county's program is for the covered businesses to require proof of 1 dose, and in our order for patrons over 18 by October 7th, and require proof of full vaccination by November 4th, 2021. We think by aligning with the county's process over the next few months, it will hopefully eliminate confusion and make it easier for businesses to implement. The same rules would apply to employees of those businesses. The revised resolution adds a definition for community members and clarifies that the same form of documentation can be used to prove 1 dose as opposed to full vaccination. We heard a concern from some of the hotels that the order didn't allow international vaccine proof for some of their international travelers, and I just wanted to note for the record that it does. Proof of vaccination can also include similar documentation issued by another foreign governmental jurisdiction. So hopefully that language provides the hotels with restaurants the clarification needed to know how to look for how to verify vaccine status. I will also note that the county has provided significant guidance on their website on how to verify vaccine requirements. And so we've put a link to all that information in the revised resolution and online. The revised resolution also notes, and this was actually, I think, part of the council's original direction, that if covered businesses need time to engage in collective bargaining with their employees before implementing their requirements, the parties have the time to do so. To align with the other requirements and make this more consistent and easy to understand, the same timelines would apply for city facilities, the October 7th and November 4th deadlines. The proof for vaccination for indoor portions of city facilities does not apply to Brown Act meetings under the Brown Act or for use of cooling centers on dangerously hot days. City services are available in remote and virtual formats and have been since the city went completely virtual back in March of 2020. And City Hall functioned that way for nearly 18 months. So all of those services should continue to be provided remotely or virtually. In order to follow the health officer's lead, the resolution clarifies that if the county health officer lifts countywide vaccine verification requirements as set out in her Friday order, that the city council would review its order at the next regularly scheduled meeting. And that's to ensure that the order is not in place any longer than it needs to be, and that we're following the health guidance. And then there was some public comments and some concern about businesses that don't have any outdoor space to provide any accommodations. And so the resolution provides a clarification that for a reasonable accommodation for a business that does not have any outdoor area or any capability of remote or virtual accommodations, for those businesses, a reasonable accommodation may include providing access to the building with proof of a negative COVID test, use of a face mask or social distancing, and the written documentation explaining the medical condition or disability, the excuse for medical condition or disability. The resolution clarifies existing law that executive orders and these resolutions can be enforced through administrative citation process. And I'll say one last thing. The city of San Francisco, I think, did a fantastic job putting an FAQ on their website, and it is detailed and it is robust, and I think it provides a lot of really good guidance. And so our recommendation would be that the city of West Hollywood engage in the same level of public education and information and put extensive and robust frequently asked questions and information on the website to assist everyone in the community and the businesses in implementing this order. So with that, I will turn it back to the mayor.
Thank you. I was just going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions or concerns. Anybody? Okay. Thank you. And now, if there's nothing else for the city manager, we'll go to the fiscal impact on the consent calendar. Madam City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. The fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar with the addition of items 4C, 5D as in David, and 5E as in Edward is $13,558,372 in expenditures, $68,975 in revenues, and $5,941 in waived fees.
Move it.
So moved.
We have a first and a second, and City Clerk, will you please do a roll call?
Yes. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Meister.
Yes, and with that, consent calendar passes. And now we have item, we have the successor. Okay, so we are going to take a short recess as we go to our successor agenda. Okay, I'm going to that now. We are convening as the successor agency. And if we could please have, I'm calling this to order, if we could have a roll call, please.
Yes, Mayor. Board Member D'Amico.
Yes.
Board Member Erickson.
Yes.
Board Member Horvath.
Here.
Vice Chair Shine.
Present.
Chair Meister.
Here.
We have a quorum of the successor agency.
Thank you. And can I get an approval of the agenda, a motion, please?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion to move and a second. And do we need a roll call on that?
Yes.
Okay.
Board Member D'Amico.
Yes.
Board Member Erickson.
Yes.
Board Member Horvath.
Aye.
Vice Chair Shine.
Yes.
Chair Meister.
Yes. Thank you. Do we have any public comments?
No, Mayor, we do not have any public comment for the successor agency.
Okay. Do we have any board member comments of the successor agency board? No. Okay. Can we get, let's see, we have consent calendar. Can we get an approval of the minutes from our previous
So
meeting?
moved.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. And can we get a roll call, please?
Board Member D'Amico.
Yes.
Board Member Erickson.
Yes.
Board Member Horvath.
Aye.
Vice Chair Shine.
Yes.
Chair Meister.
Yes.
Okay. Motion passes.
Wonderful. And we have seeing no public hearing and no unfinished business. We do have one item under new business, and who will be giving us that very, very brief report?
Hi, good morning. Sorry. My name is Carlos Corrales. I'm the accounting manager for the city of West Hollywood. I will be providing a brief report. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. On May 3, the successor agency approved the refunding of the previously issued 2011A, 2011B, and 2013 redevelopment agency bonds in order to save money on the debt service. This was followed by approvals from the oversight and the Department of Finance. And on July 29, the refunding bonds were successfully completed. This item is to approve the amendment to the last and final recognized obligation payment schedule from 61.2 million to 27.1 million, a reduction of 34.1 million due to the decrease on bond payments. If approved, this item will also be submitted for Oversight Board approval on September 22 and also will be submitted to the Department of Finance for final approval. This concludes my brief presentation. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you. Carlos, does anybody have any questions?
So I have a quick question. So Carlos, maybe you or David could summarize from 2011 until 2021, 10 years passed, and we had as the community development department, when they were accepting and gathering funds as the redevelopment agency, a certain amount of dollars. And I wonder if you could just tell us at the end of all of this statewide shenanigans, how much money do we have left in the city of West Hollywood from our original redevelopment fund?
Actually, after February 12th, after the dissolution, basically, oh, wait a minute. Are you going to answer that, David? Or do you want me to go ahead and answer?
You can go ahead now. I'll jump in.
Okay. Basically, once the dissolution is completed, once all the debt payment is completed, all the property tax that were earmarked to payment of the debt service will be distributed among member agencies. So I'm not sure if I answer your question.
Yeah, so the answer is basically none. They disperse all the funds, but then we get a greater amount of property tax as the city that we were not getting. The only funds that we continue to have is the bond proceeds for Plummer Park that wasn't used and that the state allowed us to keep. So we have those funds for that project, but the redevelopment agency itself doesn't have any funds left remaining. We do have enhanced revenue because of the—
But we also have no more debt.
Correct. They pay the debt first, and that's what this last and final ROPS, it's adding the new debt service for these bonds, but they pay all the debt and then distribute the remaining funds to all the taxing entities.
And so this was kind of and I'm sorry to my colleagues, and so this is kind of a regularized process across all the cities that had redevelopment agencies. I think it's worth noting that, it wasn't ideal. They did take a lot of money from the city, but they didn't leave us with debt. And they left us with some money and a better tax base going forward.
Correct.
I mean, I think I'm just trying to say that because a lot of people see these, and no matter how many times you read it, you can't really necessarily understand the state's shenanigans in this way. But we got out of this without owing any money with a slightly improved tax base. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. So basically, this item recommends that the successor agency to the West Hollywood Community Development Commission adopt an amendment to the last and final recognized obligation payment schedule pursuant to Health and Safety Code sections 34177 and 34191.6. And staff is recommending that we approve this resolution. Can I get a motion to approve?
If there's no public comment, I'm happy to move approval.
Is there any public comment? I think I had asked that earlier. No.
No, we do not have any public comment. Thank you.
Okay, super. So we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. Can we get a roll call?
Yes, Mayor. Board Member D'Amico.
Yes.
Board Member Erickson.
Yes.
Board Member Horvath.
Aye.
Vice Chair Shine.
Yes.
Chair Meister.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Right. So now we are going to, if the board members have no comments, does anybody have any additional comments? Seeing none, we are going to adjourn, and then we are going to reconvene as the West Hollywood City Council. But I would like to propose that we take a break and come back at 8:30 and then get to business. That'll work for everyone? Excellent. Okay, we'll see you at 8:30.
John, I was laughing because I remember your comments earlier when you always had to vote first. And then I was thinking about how the voting turned around with, I had to do the alphabet going, who came after me? And it was Councilmember Horvath. And I started laughing, oh, he got the short end of the stick again.
I'll try to, mix it up when I
That'll
can.
be fun. That'll be a fun time.
Okay, so we are back, and we are now on item 4A under unfinished business, an update on the eviction moratoria and utilization of West Hollywood emergency funds in response to COVID-19. Would staff like to give us a brief report? Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. My name is Jonathan Holla. I'm the Rent Stabilization and Housing Division Manager, and I'll be giving a brief summary regarding the residential eviction moratorium. Tenants in West Hollywood have been protected from eviction for non-payment of rent due to COVID-19 related reasons since March 16, 2020. Beginning September 1st, 2020, the statewide moratorium for non-payment due to COVID-19 related reasons took effect. More recently, Assembly Bill 832 extended the statewide moratorium through September 30th, 2021. Presently, absent state action, the statewide moratorium for non-payment will sunset. Per state law, no city moratorium for this reason can take effect before April 1st, 2022. The state legislature has concluded its session for the year, and there is no indication at this juncture that the governor will take action to prevent the moratorium from expiring. While the statewide moratorium for non-payment for COVID-19 related reasons will end September 30th, tenants are afforded protections under other provisions of Assembly Bill 832. No tenant can be evicted for non-payment for a COVID-19 hardship for rent due between March 1, 2020 and August 31st, 2020, if the tenant has executed a hardship declaration. And no tenant can be evicted for non-payment for a COVID-related hardship for rent due between September 1, 2020 and September 30th, 2021, if the tenant executed a COVID-19 hardship declaration and pays at least 25% of rent owed from this period on or before September 30th. In addition, Assembly Bill 832 extended the California COVID-19 rent relief program to pay 100% of the rental arrears accrued because of COVID-19 to qualified tenants. This benefit is not only available for rent in arrears, but also utility payments and future rent. And as was mentioned by Councilmember Horvath earlier, housingiskey.com has information on that program. Furthermore, AB 832 makes sure that before a landlord may seek eviction for rent that comes due between October 1, 2021 and March 31st, 2022, either by itself or in combination with rent due from March 2020 through September 2021, that the landlord has attempted to obtain rental assistance through the program just mentioned to cover the unpaid amount, and the application has been denied or the tenant did not cooperate with the landlord's efforts. The moratorium related to grounds other than non-payment of rent due to COVID-related reasons is currently governed by the Los Angeles County Eviction Moratorium and will also expire on September 30th, 2021. The current county moratorium includes no-fault reasons, such as owner occupancy evictions subject to limited exceptions, nuisances or unauthorized occupants or pets whose presence is necessitated by or related to the COVID-19 emergency, and denial of entry except for remedying a dangerous condition or when the tenant is causing or threatening to cause substantial damage to the rental unit. Unlike the current limitation on local jurisdiction's ability to extend the moratorium for non-payment due to COVID-related reasons, the city may extend on the grounds just mentioned. To that end, the council may want to consider a local extension of the county's companion protections, which can be implemented by emergency executive order and ratified at your next meeting on October 4th. Unless you have any questions for me, I'd like to pass this over to Social Services Manager David Juni for a further review of current renter protection programs.
Are there any questions? Okay. Oh, Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Thank you. Jonathan, I do have a question regarding just, can you make it clear for the public record Can we extend the rent moratorium under state law, or are we precluded from doing that?
The local jurisdiction is precluded from extending what the state moratorium currently covers, which is a moratorium for non-payment due to COVID-19 related reasons. So there is a prohibition against that through April of 2022.
Okay. And just to be clear again, if LA County does not extend their protections, are we legally precluded from reinstating those protections locally?
There's no prohibition in the state law for that. So a reasonable extension is something that council can consider.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions for Jonathan? Nope. Okay.
So good evening, Mayor Meister and Council. I'm David Juni. I'm the manager of the city's Social Services Division. So this item, in addition to the update on the eviction moratoria, also asks Council to approve Amendment 8 to the agreement for services with Betzetic Legal Services. I'm going to have Derek Murray just give a brief update on that program and what this amendment adds to that. And then I will give a brief update on the restructure of the emergency rental assistance programs that we are asking for your approval. So I'll turn it over to Derek.
Good evening. Approval of tonight's COVID-19 update includes the extension of the contract with Betzetic Legal Services for eviction prevention and defense services through March 31st, 2022. The emergency funding for this 6-month contract is allocated to a full-time attorney on the project and support staff. Additional funds were added to cover the cost of litigation expenses and a subcontractor. The legal services begin at the earliest stage to prevent a landlord-tenant conflict from escalating to a court filing. Through early intervention, conflicts can be addressed sooner and ideally resolved without going to court. The West Hollywood program is much different from the county program because it provides full scope representation to any West Hollywood resident who's facing eviction. From start to finish, the eviction defense attorney handles all matters in court on behalf of the client. This amendment includes a litigation fund which covers the cost of court fees, which range anywhere between $250 to $500. The court does offer fee waivers to those who are very low income, but not every West Hollywood resident can qualify or afford the court fee at the time that they're due. The subcontractor line is for residents who are ineligible for services due to a conflict of interest. For instance, if the landlord is receiving services from Betzetic, such as Holocaust survivor services, and their tenant requests services, Betzetic cannot represent both parties at the same time, and the client would have to be referred over to a subcontractor. So Betzetic has represented numerous tenants in court so far. For example, one such resident was a restaurant worker who was laid off from their job because of COVID, and they were at risk of homelessness. And Betzetic stepped in, represented them, and preserved their housing. Another tenant was at risk of losing their housing following the death of their parent. Betzetic advised the client on the local West Hollywood protections and represented them in court and successfully preserved their housing. Nonprofit legal aid organizations across the region are preparing for an eviction tsunami once the moratorium expires. For example, the Stay Housed LA program is an example of a countywide collaboration among multiple legal aid organizations who provide advice and counsel to county residents. Representation can be available to a limited number of vulnerable people, but resources are stretched thin and only available to those who qualify. So that's the reason why this program is so important. Betzetic steps in, provides full scope representation, and keeps people in their homes. I'm going to pass this over to David, who's going to talk about the rental assistance programs.
So, and this is, as mentioned, we just wanted to review with you the revisions to the program, the rental assistance programs that we recommended. So as you're aware, the city's COVID-19 emergency rental assistance programs are overseen by the National Council of Jewish Women Los Angeles and the Alliance for Housing and Healing. They will continue to be available to constituents during the 2021-22 social services contract year. As you know, you approved those contracts this evening. They will begin on October 1st. So staff is recommending that assistance increase to a maximum of $1,000 towards the applicant rent. This is a change from the current limit of 25% of rent, and this is in line with the lifting of the eviction moratoria. We also recommend that the assistance be made available, that an increase of assistance be made available based on applicants' income and their number of dependents. The programs will continue to allow 5 accesses to assistance, and staff also recommends that proof of application to the state's Housing is Key rent relief program be provided in order to access the city's programs. So we just wanted to make sure that everybody was clear on those revisions. We also do have staff from both Beth Sedek, NCJW, and the Alliance available tonight for any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions? So we have some recommendations, reviewing and approving staff's revisions to the rental assistance programs, approving Amendment 8 to the agreement for services with Beth Sedek, legal services, authorizing, number 3, authorizing the Director of Finance and Technology Services to allocate $73,978 from general fund reserves dedicated to emergency contingencies. And then most important, well, let's see, we have 4, allow the city's commercial eviction moratorium to sunset on September 30th, 2021. And then number 5 is deciding what we want to do on the residential moratorium. Is that correct, Lauren? Do colleagues have any? David, did you have something?
No, nothing further.
Mayor, if there are no comments, I would ask that we consider extension of the local protections, the local moratorium on residential, given that there's impact from ongoing impact from COVID, especially with Delta, and that we have sort of a phase out approach at the local level.
Apparently, we do have a couple of public comments. So let's take those first, and then we'll continue with your thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker on item 4A is Karen De La Pena. Karen, please press *6, and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment.
Hi, I'm here. This is actually Karen De La Pena. Karen is a touchy name in this day and age. And this is the first time I've attended a council meeting, and I'm kind of amazed by it and by the kindness of all of you and the presence. And so I really want to acknowledge that. And I'd met Mayor Horvath, and I think there was somebody else there as well, connected to our situation, which is that the owner of our complex is quite, shall we say, assertively trying to sell our property, and in process has been trying to get people to come into our units. And I'm over 65 and have health concerns around people coming in, and I have been depending upon the moratorium. That's been my bulwark against them coming in, and I would like to respectfully ask you to extend the eviction moratorium. And I mean, that's the long and the short of it for me, but I do want to reinforce how impressed I am by all of your humanity and the kindness that you have exhibited in our interactions with you as a tenants organization, as well as in attending this council meeting. So I will give up the rest of my time to whoever comes next. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karin. Our next speaker is Lynn Jordan. Lynn, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on item 4A.
Thank you so much. Hi, it's also my first time here. I am a City of West Hollywood citizen. I've been here for 23 years. I have voted in every single election, and this is my first time actually participating in a city council meeting as well. I am asking you to please consider extending the no-fault eviction moratorium out of concern for public health and for protecting people who are vulnerable particularly. I have a neighbor who's asked me to represent them because they weren't able to attend tonight. There's an 8-year-old girl who's unable to be vaccinated, and obviously, and her father, who falls under the category of not being able to get vaccinated as well because of a complicated health situation. Also, my next door neighbor is over 81. She didn't ask me to represent her today, but I'm bringing her into the conversation because I am also part of this rent stabilized group who I feel that and there are 10 units in my group. So if there are just 10 units in this group and I happen to know that there are like particularly vulnerable people in this group in the rent stabilized population, we also know that we're more economically vulnerable, that during a pandemic and such an affordable housing crisis, it would be great if we could extend this moratorium so that we can move forward in a way that takes into account the variants that are circulating and preventing people from coming into our homes, so that we can move forward in a way that's safe, so that we can, I will say, move forward to get back to normal, but not in a way through regression. Thank you so much for allowing me to voice my concern.
Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you, Lynn. Our next speaker is Charles. Charles, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to comment on item 4A.
Hello, can you?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello, I am great. I am a multiple years resident in West Hollywood, and I would just like to discuss my experience with the programs that are offered to California residents right now, logistically, starting with housingiskey.com. As far as I know, a check has been cut to my landlord, but there are still months that Housing is Key is committed to paying for me that they have not done yet. Also, I was told by Housing is Key that the rent will be, like, there's opportunities to have rent paid from now till back to April. And there were months when I, tried my best to give my landlord money. And now I'm being told by Housing and Key it's a 15-month maximum. So I think that's something that needs to be looked into. I've been in touch with the Jewish women's group because my unemployment has ended now. But there's also things that are need to be worked out with them, because there's a check that they wrote that still hasn't been cashed yet by my landlord. I was supposed to get a stimulus check from the state of California. That hasn't happened yet. I'm working with the IRS on that. And also there's an MEUC program with the EDD that I'm applying for, which is going to be a while before that gets approved as well. So beyond the scope of the health issues, I just wanted to raise a voice in terms of things are still a mess in terms of getting the money out from these programs. And if I'm going to have to come up with money on October 1st, I'm going to be in a really, really bad place. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Charles. Mayor, that was our final speaker on this item.
Thank you. David, did you want to address any of the comments?
I asked to speak on this item.
Can we give Mike 2 minutes?
Yeah, we can. Go ahead, Michael.
Sorry. Okay, thank you. Good evening, council and listening public. Michael Wojciechowicz. 18 months have now passed since the emergency declaration by the city and the subsequent utilization of funds in response to the ongoing COVID pandemic. With $4 million already allocated, including monies for eviction protections along with rental assistance, it's notable that no funds were ever made available to address upgrades and safety within multifamily residential projects, especially those larger in scale, yet often with only one elevator existing, or those publicly funded and or housing more vulnerable populations such as the elderly or persons with disabilities. Instead of ensuring adequate ventilation, evaluating existing HVAC systems, including installation of better grade air filters, ensuring healthier water systems, providing for safe congregate spaces, including possible introduction of plexiglass barriers, promoting enhanced cleaning of common areas, and ensuring adequate hygienic supplies within such areas, the CDC's published considerations for owners and operators of multifamily housing, including populations at increased risk for complications from COVID-19, appears completely ignored by City Hall as well as housing owners. And while $4 million allocated to the entire community of West Hollywood may seem generous to some, context should be given. Perhaps the nearly $2.5 million received in PPP loans by the Abbey Restaurants and Bars USA loans framework. Even gay dating app Grindr was apparently approved for a forgivable loan between $1 to $2 million, having somehow suffered during the coronavirus outbreak. So perhaps the city of West Hollywood's idea for safety is for those financially comfortable and socially privileged to enjoy inventive reiterations of outdoor bars and dining establishments, while those who find themselves lower in income, older in age, disabled by elements outside their own control, protection comes under the simplistic 3-word guide, safer at home, as one is mandated to remain shelter in place.
Thank you, Michael. David, did you want to address some of the issues that were brought up by the callers?
Sure. So, and Derek and Jonathan may be able to help as well. But the one point, the gentleman who mentioned that he hasn't received all his assistance from Housing is Key. He got his assistance from NCJW, but his landlord hasn't cashed it yet. The landlords are required to accept third-party checks. This is not a new, we've had, as you know, the city has had rental assistance programs for years. It's come up before. They are required to accept that check for payment. So we can follow up with that community member, but his landlord should be cashing it. I wanted to, the update on Housing is Key. I get on there, and as part of this staff report, you'll see that we gave an update on how many applications they have received from West Hollywood, how many have been processed. I actually have their dashboard in front of me now. And to date, Housing is Key has received 1,265 applications from West Hollywood community members. 1,262 of those are complete, will be processed. Out of that 1,262, they have processed 653. So it's just about 51% of the ones that have been approved. They have received a request for $18,882,032 in assistance. And so far they have paid out $10,538,499. So yes, there is, I think this leads into maybe a question for Jonathan. My understanding is that if residents verify that they have submitted applications to Housing is Key and or the landlords, that they have protection from being evicted even if they haven't received those funds as of yet.
That is a protection. I'm sorry. Yeah, thanks, David. That is a protection, and I would encourage if anyone receives a 3-day notice after the end of the month to contact Betzetic to discuss those defenses. But yes, that's correct. The defenses are available to those tenants who've applied and are awaiting to find out whether or not they're going to be getting funds.
So I guess just to say it's, it's super nerve-wracking to have to sit there and wait for the funding, but there is, that's why we're requiring as part of the application process that our community members submit proof that they applied to the Housing is Key program, and they should have protections in place, and they should be able to work with Betzetic to assure they maintain their housing.
Is there any way for them to check the status of their application with Housing is Key?
We've been working with Assemblymember Bloom's office with Josh on that. I also have reached out to NCJW and the Alliance to see if they have any kind of reliable contact staff with the program. I know that they have had contact with them, but we will continue to see if we can get an update on on the status of processing the applications.
Thank you. Councilmember Horvath, I so rudely interrupted you. Would you like to finish up your thought?
That's all right. I just wanted to state my support for staff's recommendations with the additional direction that we extend the moratorium locally due to public health concerns, that we phase it out. And I'm happy to defer to our city attorney exactly what the specific language can be. But given some of the concerns that have been raised here tonight, and some of the reasons why we implemented this moratorium in the first place, I think that additional level of protection in a short term it is warranted.
Councilmember Horvath, do you have a sense of the timing of how long, whether it should be 30 days, 60 days, 90 days? Any thoughts on that?
I mean, I think if it could go through the end of the year, that could give some transition time, I think, for to address a lot of the concerns that were raised. We're hearing that there are maybe vaccines available for young people on the horizon. Perhaps some of the delays with providing, whether it's unemployment assistance or Housing is Key funding, all of those forms of assistance might help people be made whole, especially as the state moratorium is lifted at the end of this month. Since some of these programs are state programs, it might help to give them that little extra time for the state programs to be in effect to protect them.
Great. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I'm also concerned about Delta still being out there. And since the eviction moratoriums are winding down and we want to slowly transition back down to normal, it's really important to make sure that while all this is settling down, we don't have a wave of evictions. I just had a clarifying question for Councilmember Horvath. Is your motion to reinstate the protections locally if the county doesn't extend their protections?
It wasn't a motion, just my stating my support for staff's recommendations. So I think and however the city attorney advises us to proceed accordingly, if the county wants to take care of us through the end of the year, that's certainly a level of protection I think everyone would feel comfortable with. But if not, I think for us through the end of the year, I think would be helpful.
Councilmember D'Amico.
So I have a couple of numbers questions for Jonathan and David. And so the first is on the top of page 15 of 19, the bottom of 14, it says for all applications, the state will review and commit funds to applicants who are eligible and meet the priority requirement of having income at or below 50% of area median income. And what is that level? 50% of AMI?
So I believe that AMI for West Hollywood is approximately 66,000 annually.
So for people who earn 33,000 or less, they would qualify without any hiccup to receiving these funds. Do I understand that correctly? So those 1,063 that have completed their applications, it's assumed that they are in that 50% of median income bracket.
Correct.
So just maybe my colleagues already did this math. So that 1,063 households is 6% of our rental apartments. And my assumption would be that some number of residents who prior to COVID had an income above 33,000, but maybe less than median income of 66,000 are also at risk. And that would perhaps be an equal number or more. And I just wonder if, so that said, if there's 2,000 households at risk starting on October 1st of having to pay their rent, I think we need to be aware of that, and maybe we already all are. The next thing is that I guess I would say that if we could come up with something that lasted 120 days, that would get us to the end of January. I just think it's kind of a questionable idea perhaps to have something end on December 31st, given how complicated it is already around the holidays for people. So I would just say if we could have October, November, December, January, and then it would end on January 31st. That gives people a chance to make it into the new year. And then the next thing is the amount of funds that we would give to people who may need funds. And David, I think it was very clear, you said we were initially giving 25% of rent because that was a requirement of the state. And then assuming that the state will help at least our lowest income residents or those under 50% of AMI remain in their housing. How many people, if I remember correctly, it was nearly 1,000 that we helped with the 5 payments. 963 seems to be a number that I remember. Is that correct?
So we have, hold on one second. The Alliance for Housing and Healing to date, well, as of the staff report, has assisted 103 individuals. They provided a total of 307 grants. So they gave out 103 first-time grants, 82 second, 57 third, 41 fourth, and 24 fifth. So 24 folks have access to as many grants as is currently available. NCJW, they have assisted, as of the date of the report, 478 individuals. They've given out 1,588 grants. So 478 received the first, 430 got a second, 379 a third, 211 a fourth, and 90 the fifth. So 90 people have completely, finished what's been accessible.
So I would just offer that absent the state's assistance and the state's regulatory requirements for landlords, it may be that we need to be prepared to begin to spend a considerable amount of money, similar to the amount that we spent at the beginning of the pandemic in April through September of 2020, which I'm sort of putting out there that I support that. I think, we have, at least according to the number counted, 130, give or take, homeless people, with 2,000 people perhaps at risk of losing their housing, maybe 1,000 that's a factor of 10. It just becomes an extraordinary catastrophe that it'll be hard to, on the other side of, repair and come back from if we are already doing it as we enter this period. And so I'm thankful to Jonathan and David for setting this up. I want us to think carefully about ways in which we can go back to or forward to keeping people in their housing through the end of the year and support them into January. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. One part of this too, and I'm supportive, by the way, of both Councilmember Horvath, your comments, and Councilmember D'Amico, even going a month further. I wanted to address a commercial moratorium because I'm concerned that I understand that the landlords have two different type of payment options that they can choose to enter into with these businesses, but it's not a requirement. And I wonder if staff can, I'd like to direct staff to explore incentives for landlords to enter into repayment agreements and to report back to us. So if there's anything we can do to incentivize them entering into repayment rather than evicting these commercial tenants, because the reality is they're paying the current rent, and I'm glad they're operating, but they're also paying back rent. And I'd like to know what we can do to have incentives.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We can definitely look into incentives or talking to the business community and see what can be done. As you mentioned, they are options. They're not obligated to enter into that agreement, but it's the best solution for both parties. It keeps a tenant in place and it keeps them their business alive. So we can certainly look into other options. To date, we haven't heard much from the business community in terms of fear of eviction, and the mediation services haven't been used as much as we anticipated. And we don't know if that's just because there isn't a need for it or the moratorium hasn't expired yet.
Anyone else? I have a question. So David, what would we be looking at in terms of potential financial fiscal impact of going through the end of January, assuming, are we looking at possibly 1,000 people? Is that what we're thinking? And then there would be, it may not be 1,000 people times 4 months, but some portion of that for months following the first month. Do we have any sense at all?
So we had, and we might want to pull in Rachel Resnick from NCJW, who's on the meeting. But so we did have this discussion. If council felt like, we need to look at a 6th access for the program. As just mentioned to Councilmember D'Amico, you've got 90 folks from NCJW who've expended all their access, and I think it was about 24 from the Alliance. So if they, if the next step is to, extend it to a 6th, you've got, at most, you've got about 120 or so folks who want to access that 6th. It's going to be up to 1,000 for most of them. Some of them will be eligible for the additional funding for additional dependents and for being low income. But you have right now about 225,000 that were quote unquote rolling over into this new year for NCJW. And you've got about 65,000 that were rolling over for the Alliance. So, even if all of those folks came in and said, I need help with this 6th access, we could, potentially cover them. We have, I can tell you right now, we checked in with the agencies to say, to see how many applications do you have for October? when everybody's going to have to pay full rent. Right now, NCJW has 6 applications pending. So there hasn't been a rush. We asked the agencies, have you received requests? Are people asking for another access? They haven't, but they've also been very clear that up until now, only 5 have been available. So people haven't been asking for a 6th. And the impression is that most of the participants, and I want to be very careful with this, but most of the participants feel as though they can cover rent starting in October, but it makes me nervous just even saying that. So we felt like if council says, let's add another access. As I said, we've got about 200,000 available through NCJW, 65 through the Alliance, which, frankly, just, as far as capacity of providing the assistance, that should get us, through October. We could come back to council and, ask for additional funding, kind of see how it rolls out. I also, I don't want to play it too close, but we've had this conversation. As I said, we could pull in, if you'd like to hear from staff from NCJW about this specific question, we'd be happy to have them get on this meeting.
I think,
uh-huh.
well, I think that covers it. I mean, I think you'll come back in October and you'll let us know if you need more funds. I mean, that's basically.
And I thank you, Mayor. I realize I'm, leaping ahead, maybe a little further or to the right distance that all of us, but I'm wondering, David, if there's any actual difference between starting over versus calling it a 6th. I mean, we're, October isn't sort of a new game, or game is not the right word, a new landscape. And so I'm just, even if this is, 200 people come forward and that keeps them in their housing, that would be remarkable. And, as it was last April, in April 2020, when the state had no program in May and June and July, as we were keeping people in their housing as, this was going on. So I would say, please, if my colleagues agree to, we should allow people to access funds to stay on a monthly basis. And you can come back in October and November and December, let us know. And maybe you're exactly correct that enough people have found their way in this pandemic and are working, and they're able to pay their rent, and some of their back rent is getting paid by the state.
Thank you, Councilmember D'Amico. Are you making a motion?
Well, what I'm making is what Lindsay Horvath made, which is I want to hear from the city attorney about what it is we can really actually craft. And then I would like us if we could help people work within and without those opportunities to make sure people stay in their homes.
So Lauren, can we go through the first question? If we can go through the end of January with this on the basis of COVID as the reason for the moratorium, and just to be clear, these are no fault evictions that we're talking about.
That's correct. As John Holub mentioned, the state covers the area of moratoriums related to non-payment of rent through the end of March, and has some defenses to evictions through that period. So non-payment of rent is covered by the state law. These other companion rules unrelated to non-payment of rent, related to other types of evictions, West Hollywood has had in place since probably April or May of 2020. And so this would essentially just be a continuation of the policies that the council has put in place for a period of transition while all of these laws and situations wind down. And so I think you should have an end date, but whether it's the end of December or the end of January is ultimately up to the city council.
I would be supportive to extending it to the end of January.
If the county doesn't extend, because right now we're relying on the county's ordinance. Okay.
Councilmember Erickson?
I'm not going to add to what I think has already been adequately said. If someone wants to make a motion, I'm happy to second it. I agree with everything that's been said here.
Councilmember Horvath?
We'll move staff's recommendations with the additional direction to extend the local moratorium through the end of January with the additional direction that was given tonight.
Can I ask a clarifying question before you vote?
I think we need a second first.
I will second it.
Okay.
If council approves the continuation of the eviction moratorium or the extension, would it also include the same state guidelines that renters would only be expected to pay up to 25% of their rent?
This would be unrelated to non-payment of rent. So those we have to go by what the state.
Yes, to be clear, there's only a certain type of eviction protection
Right.
we're providing.
So this would not extend the protection for non-payment of rent.
We can't, we're legally precluded from it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, can we have we're all clear? Everybody's okay? Can we have a call vote?
Mayor Pro Tem Shine, did you have a question?
I did. Councilmember Horvath, did your motion include the direction for staff to explore incentives that I had requested?
Yes,
as well?
I included the additional direction from my colleagues.
Thank you.
So, Councilmember Horvath, just clarification, does that include extending the commercial moratorium through the end of the year as well? Or just the residential?
I think I heard consensus around residential. I didn't hear consensus around commercial, but I'm
And extend the commercial one, right?
We did not discuss that.
Yeah.
Is there any desire to discuss that?
I think Lauren Langer has some thoughts about that.
Yes, Lauren?
Sorry, I was double muted. The authority to adopt a commercial eviction moratorium comes from the governor's executive order, and at the moment, he has not expressed any indication that that is being extended beyond September 30th.
Okay, so the only direction in terms of commercial is to investigate incentives regarding repayment plans.
That's all the authority we have. So I think we're using the fullest extent of our authority to incentivize landlords and commercial tenancies to work with their tenants.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. City Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Meister.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you, staff. Item 4B, the housing element update. Draft element. The purpose of this report is to provide us with the latest draft of the housing element update. And if staff would like to give a very brief report.
Good evening, Mayor Meister, council members. Thank you so much. My name is Rachel Diamond. I'm a senior planner in long-range planning with the city. Tonight before you, we'll present the status of the draft housing element. As you all know, staff is updating the housing element, part of the city's general plan in compliance with state law. And tonight we have, I just wanted to introduce the project team really quickly. We have Allison Bartle, the project development administrator and representative from the city's community services division. Our main presenter tonight will be lead housing consultant Veronica Tam. We have our presenters from Rincon Consultants who have been facilitating our community engagement and leading our environmental impact report effort. I know you want an abbreviated presentation, so we'll try to run through this pretty quickly and give you the highlights. I'll pass this on to Sarah Howland from Rincon Consultants. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you, Rachel. And as you mentioned, we'll try and go through this briefly. We have quite a few slides, so I'm going to try and rush through them a little bit. You have heard quite a bit of this material before, so you have had also access to the draft housing element. So we have had quite a few members of the city staff as well as consultants involved in this project. And as part of this agenda tonight, we will have an explanation of the steps completed, the key findings of community engagement, an explanation of the draft housing element, next steps, and then just an opportunity to answer questions. So we've completed a number of steps, including the RENA appeal process that you're all fairly aware of, and then also completed a number of community engagement efforts, including the creation of the housing element task force and the completion of 3 meetings. We also conducted 2 community surveys and 3 community workshops. We also recently completed a 30-day public review process and the coordination of multiple interviews and environmental impact report scoping meeting, as well as meetings with you city council members, the planning commission, and other commissions with the city. We had quite a few key findings from the community engagement, including some main items of preserving rent stabilized housing units, maintenance of aging housing stock, need for more housing in general, and a variety of types, the concern of potential displacement, and other items related to housing and affordable housing in West Hollywood. So the chapters of the housing element are structured as followed, starting with the statutory requirements, the relationship to other general plan elements, context and strategies, the goals and policies, housing programs, the summary of quantified objectives, and then a separate technical background report. So to explain this context and strategies, we looked at some main points for West Hollywood, which included changing housing needs, aging housing stock, the existing affordable housing units in West Hollywood, and then added the opportunities with Metro Rail service. We also wanted to have for reference just a slide explaining the difference between a goal, objective, policy, and program, since there are quite a few programs in the housing element. So this is available for reference, but for time's sake, I will get into the meat of the presentation of the housing programs. So there are 6 housing goals in this element of the general plan. And if you want to know which one is the main change, it is goal H-6, which is affirmatively furthering fair housing. And it incorporated information from existing goals, but also updated for the recent state requirements for housing. And now I will move this to Veronica Tam to discuss the housing programs.
Great. I'll walk through the programs quickly. Essentially, the housing programs are divided into kind of 5 different categories: preserving existing housing, preserving the existing affordability of the housing stock, increasing or expanding housing production, and removing governmental constraints to the development and improvement of housing. And lastly, the affirmatively furthering fair housing programs. Next slide. With the preservation of existing housing, we all know that West Hollywood has a lot of older housing stock, so this is certainly a very important part of your housing strategy. The first 3 programs are new initiatives that the staff would be working on over the next few years, but the home secure, historic preservation, and co-enforcement, those are existing programs. Next slide. Preserving affordability, your most significant one obviously is your rent stabilization ordinance, and then housing choice vouchers. That's also an important component for people particularly who are extremely low income. Preserving the existing affordability of your affordable housing right now, that's important. So that's also a program in your housing element. But these are current programs maybe retooled a little bit, but not nothing new about them. Next slide. Production of housing. This one has a lot more new components to it because of new state law. Adequate sites for your RENA, as we're always required in preparing the housing element, we have to provide for adequate sites for your RENA. But one of the new is to monitor your site inventory so that you have the ability to continue to meet your RENA as your sites are being developed. There's also a new requirement to have a replacement component to it to make sure that if you're developing on sites that currently has housing on it, you replace, the developers is required to replace the existing affordable units on site. Accessory dwelling units, also new requirement that you're supposed to, you're required to facilitate the development of ADUs in your community. The other programs are generally still current programs, but you will be looking at retooling your inclusionary housing ordinance and maybe looking also exploring community land trust. Next slide. Additional programs regarding production of affordable housing. Some of the affordable housing homeownership programs are currently available to your residents, but the prices of homes are very expensive in the city of West Hollywood. So the utilization of these programs are not as effective right now. So one of the program actions is to explore different types of housing types in order to expand opportunities for home ownership for your residents as well. The other few programs again are existing program, but programs that may be retooling in the future. Next slide. Removal of governmental constraints. This is a requirement of state law when governmental standards and regulations are considered to be constraining to housing. You have to mitigate that. For this particular groups of housing programs, the new ones are all the new state law regarding special needs housing and affordable housing, low barrier navigation centers and distance requirements, and also how you estimate parking or require parking standards for emergency shelters, supportive housing that are for people who are waiting to be transitioned into permanent housing, density bonus. These are all new state laws. It requires the city to look at your zoning code and make adjustment to your zoning code. Next slide. And the major change, as Sarah mentioned, is the affirmatively furthering fair housing. This is a part where the state is looking for not only things that the city is doing, but also things that you may be doing above and beyond. And here are some of the additional actions that the city will be undertaking in order to affirmatively furthering fair housing. This includes stabilizing your business community, as a lot of your new housing will be occurring on non-residential sites. Continue to engage your community to make sure that they participate in the decision-making process, providing tenant protection and anti-displacement. These are all kind of activities that the city will be undertaking in order to affirmatively furthering fair housing, promoting equal access to housing and opportunities. Next slide. So just a summary of the quantified objectives. These are things that the city are planning to do or aspiring to do. Units, you're required to establish quantified objectives of construction, rehabilitation, and preservation. And so construction is basically a RENA. The city can certainly choose to adopt as either lower or a higher RENA number, quantified objectives for your RENA, but at the minimum that you need to be able to accommodate your RENA, which we'll go over later on. Units for rehabilitation, currently there's not a lot of funding for your rehabilitation activities or initiatives that you'll be exploring. This is based on your home secure program at this time. units to be preserved. These are all the affordable housing stocks that you have right now, and how do you preserve the affordability of your existing housing stock. Next slide. So the housing element also is accompanied by a technical background report that several components. Slide. It summarizes in detail the city's community outreach process. It has a needs assessment that looks at the demographic and housing conditions change in West Hollywood, and how does that influence the housing needs in the community. Housing constraints, it primarily looks at governmental constraints, but it also does look at other constraints, such as your ability to partner with nonprofits and your funding availability as well. Resources, we look at ability to accommodate your regional housing needs allocation, and also your financial capacity. And as there are also appendices to the technical background report that are very detailed. So this technical background report is fairly lengthy, but it contains all the details about how we formulate the programs in the housing element. With that, I'm going to pass over to Ryan, and he's going to talk about the site inventory, how we are going to accommodate the regional housing needs allocation.
Thanks, Veronica. So the site inventory is a piece of the technical background report. And as you know, the regional housing needs assessment is the number of housing units that the city's required to provide suitable sites for during the housing element process and the planning period. So we can go to the next slide. And as you know, the city received a RENA allocation of 3,933 units. And in addition to that, there's a required buffer, which we placed on the lower and moderate income units. So the housing element is planning for about 4,300 units. Next slide. So the site inventory is a required component of the housing element, and it essentially identifies sites to accommodate those 4,300 units. And the sites could include vacant sites, non-vacant sites, sites owned by the city or other governmental agencies, sites with property owner interest in redevelopment, and if needed, sites that would require rezoning. Next slide. So as an initial step, we looked at credits that could be put towards the RENA allocation, and that includes approved projects. So those are projects that have been approved by planning and are undergoing building permit review. Pending projects, so those are currently undergoing planning review at the moment, and accessory dwelling unit trends. So there were about 917 units that could be credited towards the RENA. Next slide. We also looked at city-owned properties. And so there were 4 sites that were in line with city goals that could accommodate housing. And a capacity analysis was done for those sites, and about 244 units were found to be able to be accommodated on those sites. Next slide. We then looked at the current housing element, which identified opportunity sites. And so these sites weren't used to meet the previous RENA, so there's no restrictions in using them for this current housing element. And there were 6 sites that were still feasible to accommodate housing. And just some sites of note, there are the Metro and Sheriff site, the Sunset Plaza site, and the SoCal Gas site. So those are pretty large sites. So I just wanted to note those. And a capacity analysis was done, and about 1,200 units could be accommodated on those 6 sites. Next slide. And so after those previous steps that I just went through, there was still a need to find some additional RENA allocation sites to meet the RENA allocation. And so we looked at the mixed use incentive overlay for underutilized parcels. And we focused our search on the mixed use incentive overlay because that area has been identified for redevelopment with housing on the commercial corridors. There's available incentives to increase floor area ratio and height. There was initial community feedback to accommodate housing along the commercial corridors. And then there's more lot consolidation trends in commercial areas. Next slide. And so to include a site within the mixed use incentive overlay, we looked at a number of factors in order to determine if those sites would be feasibly redeveloped within the planning period. And those factors included sites with additional build-out potential. So most sites have 60% or more additional build-out capacity than what's existing on the site. We looked at sites with older structures, sites with land value that is greater than the existing development on the site, and then sites adjacent to areas experiencing redevelopment. Next slide. And so to determine the capacity of the sites that we chose, we looked at recent mixed use projects and found an average density that is seen in recent developments, which was 120 units an acre. And we used a conservative estimate of 80 units an acre to determine the capacity of these sites. So a search of underutilized sites in the mixed use incentive overlay, we were able to identify sites to accommodate about 2,000 units, and a number of those sites met the state requirements for lower income housing. Next slide. So this is just a summary slide of what I just went over. If you look at the total row, you'll see that the sites and credits that the city has is able to meet the city's RENA allocation, including the buffer, without requiring any land use or zoning changes specific to the site inventory piece of the housing element. Next slide. And this is just an overall map of those sites that I just went over. You'll notice they're pretty concentrated along commercial corridors, but they are spread out throughout the city. And with that, I think I'll turn it over to Rachel.
Thank you. I just wanted to go through, kind of the final steps that we have prior to adoption of the plan. At this point, we've gone through a 30-day review with the public. We do have a draft available on our website, weho.org/housing element. Upon review tonight, what we're looking for tonight is any additional comments that you have at this time from the council and from the community. And then the next step would be to submit our draft to HCD for their review. And they'll take about 60 days for their review. And once that's completed, we'll come back to Planning Commission and Council with the draft EIR and the final housing element update for your adoption. So I know that was quite robust. If you have any questions or comments, we'd love to hear them. So thank you so much.
Councilmember Erickson, and we do have some public speakers, just to let you know.
Oh, I'm happy to hear from them first if you want to do that.
Sure, let's do that first, and then we'll go to questions.
Thank you, Mayor. The first speaker for item 4B is Adam Kroll. Adam, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Hi, council members. This is Adam Kroll, West Hollywood resident. I'm having a very Brady Bunch moment with all your faces on the screen. Really happy to just give a quick comment here. I think there's, we can reasonably assume that these underutilized sites, the likelihood of them actually being redeveloped in the next cycle is pretty questionable. And I think if we really want to get serious about making sure that we do develop housing, that we do become a more inclusive community, and we can continue to prevent displacement, that we need to do a much better job planning realistically about what is actually going to get developed. Do we really think, for example, the sheriff's location is actually going to get redeveloped? Are we going to put them somewhere else? Can we start thinking about that now? And if you look at that table that showed sort of the type of sites by type of level of income, I think the lion's share of the underutilized sites were in the low income category. So I really urge the council and staff to take a very close look at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adam. Our next speaker is Victor Omolchenko. Victor, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Good evening again, Council. Victor Omolchenko, longtime West Hollywood resident. Well, Governor Newsom just signed off on SB 9, which permits more housing density in single-family zone neighborhoods. Please ensure that this report reflects how many more dwelling units could be provided in the residential areas currently zoned as R1 and R2, such as West Hollywood West, the Norma Triangle, and Poinsettia Greenacre. Going on to page 11-23 of Attachment A, it states that starting in 2023, that the city will consider amending density standards to allow more units to be constructed in both residential and commercial districts. This includes considering reverting the R3 and R4 districts to allowable density prior to cityhood. What's that all about? More clarification, please. Many of us do live in the R3 and R4 apartment zones of the city, but I'm disappointed that the housing element does not seem to more forcefully address the issues of homelessness, density crowding, equity, fairness, and impact on infrastructure. And then let's move to page 11-3 of Attachment A on making our apartment buildings safer from earthquakes. After 738 apartment buildings were identified in 2018, the process began in earnest in 2019, then the pandemic came. But somehow, 123 owners still did retrofit. They should be put on an honor list and their buildings published on the city's website. But what about the other 655 apartment buildings needing work to make them more sturdy to withstand earthquakes and possible death? Let's remember that condo high-rise that collapsed in Surfside, Florida this past summer. That property had shifting beach sands underneath it and delayed maintenance. I suggest an item be agendized to review progress on this vital matter of public safety, since we sit here in West Hollywood atop shifting earthquake faults. Thank you for treating public safety as our #1 priority, and thanks for reviewing these voluminous reports.
Thank you, Victor.
Thank you, Victor. Our next and final speaker on this item is Michael Wojciechowicz. Michael, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Good evening, Council and listening public. Michael Wojciechowicz. There's many questions surrounding this update draft report, including the fact that less than 0.5% of WeHo's population participated in community workshops. So let us begin with prior comment by Councilmember D'Amico, who rightfully stated, there's no shortage of housing, but rather a shortage in housing which is affordable. Thus, why is the largest percentage for regional housing needs allocated to those who rate above moderate income? The highly questionable figure of 38% is more than doubled than for those lower income or even just moderate. Maybe this is why the greatest humanitarian stain of our time, having had allowance to metastasize to epidemic proportions by politicians and developers alike, goes virtually unnoticed inside this draft element, as just a handful of pages out of more than 300 are given to address those homeless. Many stats published are questionable. Really? Only 6 people living inside personal vehicles? As is the agency which provided data in question. Director Heidi Marston is alleged to have created a legacy of toxicity at LAHSA, skirting policy and engaging in retaliation. Even the controller for Los Angeles blasted the Homeless Services Authority, finding dramatic failures within, citing lack of coordination and ineffective data collection. Meanwhile, as West Hollywood considers itself a regional leader in the production and preservation of affordable housing, it has proven itself a failure in housing those unhoused. Covering over 30 years, Table 29, which lists publicly assisted and inclusionary developments, indicates 0 units for those homeless, bringing into question 17 units at 937 Fairfax listed solely as senior. Table 29 also incorrectly lists Courtyard at La Brea as having a tenant-type family. It does not. There appears little hope within this housing element to make serious constructive headway in tackling issues of permanently housing those who are homeless.
Thank you, Michael. Oh, do we have any more public speakers?
No, Mayor, we do not.
Thank you. Councilmember Erickson?
Thank you. Like like all good questions, they usually come from Victor Olmanchenko. I was just wondering if staff could respond to the item about SB9. I know our single family housing stock is smaller than other neighborhoods, but I know we've received a couple of emails, so maybe you could just address that so the public can know.
Sure, thank you. SB9 was signed by the governor last week and basically allows for lots zoned single family to be subdivided with into two lots with 2 units on each site. This really only applies to our R1A zone district and our R1C zone districts, which are very, very small. Most of our single family zoning is actually R1B, which allows for more than 1 unit on sites as a baseline. So we're looking at less than 50 sites in the city that this would apply to, almost all of which already have a single family home on the site and are very small and likely not likely to have this applied to them anytime soon. That being said, it would allow for expanded number of units in those districts. So we will be adjusting our regulations to accommodate that.
And if I may, Madam Mayor, I just have a follow-up. And SB9, even though it was signed by the governor, was already pretty much allowed under our code minus the ministerial aspect, right?
Not exactly. Like I said, most of what we'd consider to be single family in the city of West Hollywood already was allowed to construct more than 1 unit. It's the subdivision piece that's different in those districts. But then in the R1A and C, those districts were not allowed to have more than 1 unit previously, whereas now with SB9, they would be allowed to have more than 1 unit on site.
If I may follow up on Councilmember Erickson's question. So are you saying that R1B can't be subdivided a lot? Because I've seen condominiums built, there aren't many, but where—
Oh, sure, you could do condominium subdivision, but you can't do an actual full subdivision where you create 2 new separate lots. It would be like a condominium or where you'd have separate ownership of the unit. But not to complete subdivision of the land into 2 completely separate, what we consider separate development sites. So again, you can build the units, but this regulation doesn't apply to that zone district because it's not a truly single family residential district. It allows more than 1 unit today.
And what about SB10?
SB10 basically allows the city to rezone properties with up to 10 units without having to go through CEQA. So it doesn't automatically trigger that all lots have up to 10 units, but if the city so decides to upzone, which is something that we're considering as some of our programs in the housing element, we would be able to do so without having to go through an arduous CEQA process to evaluate the upzoning of those districts.
Any other questions? Councilmember D'Amico?
So, Mayor, actually, Rachel and John and I and Allison were on the phone when SB 9 and 10 and maybe 8 or something were signed. But one of the conversations we had was that dividing those lots in half then makes them substandard lots in West Hollywood. And also the FAR would apply. So we will need to change our ordinances, making smaller substandard lots or reducing the size of a standard lot to allow for those lots to no longer be substandard at 2,500 or 2,400 square feet from a 5,000 square foot lot or a 4,800 square foot lot to a 2,500 or 2,400 square foot lot. And then the FAR, again, is 0.5. So a 0.5 FAR on a 2,500 square foot lot is 1,250 square feet. You can't really get 2 generous, exciting units out of 1,250 square feet. So there are some things that need to change. And my assumption is our planning department will plan us through that. But these are really questions for suburban lots, large, huge tracts of single family housing that maybe have resisted the kinds of incentives and development that we have done in our city historically. And I mean, I think we need to keep going there. You know, I mean, Keith and I lived in a 440 square foot apartment for 2 years when we first met in the early 90s. And so, you know, that's an option. We're still together these 29 years later. So, you know, it works. But I think in this market at these costs, people will think twice or three times before they, you know, buy a $2 million property and then turn it into 4 750 square foot units. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. So I just say that, but I do want to say, if, as we discussed when we talked about this, if there are some things about SB 9, 10, and 11 that do need to be in this housing element, I'm just wondering when we will find out about that and how that will come to us. And I do wonder how it is we can have a housing element that doesn't actually plan for housing at least the 150 homeless people we know of directly in some kind of a short-term and long-term way. But I also understand those are program-based more than they are building-based often, and our efforts continue to succeed, or at least keep somewhat pace with the homeless in our community. But it is worth mentioning that I think that's something that perhaps the housing element should cover in more depth.
And I do think the RHNA numbers are about permanent housing as opposed to transitional. So that's part of the issue. But go ahead, Rachel. Were you going to say something?
Oh, thank you. Just in response to when you might see changes, this isn't the last time we'll be bringing this item before council. And so once we have recommendations for changes from HCD, of which we're guaranteed to get some comment from them, we'll make those changes and come back to council with a final document prior to the deadline in February of 2022. And then, there are some provisions and programs related to helping people experiencing homelessness, but we can certainly look into expanding upon that as well.
I have a number of comments, so I don't know if any of my colleagues, you can let me just go ahead. And one of my comments is in the housing element, it talks about the relationship to other general plan elements. And I haven't seen anything having to do with, energy and utilities and water and sewer. And are those things that the program EIR will cover? And is there going to be some kind of caveat, like, if we have, a drought, it may be difficult to build housing if we don't have water. Or, our sewer system, the infrastructure is old, or energy. We've discussed this before. So how does that tie in then to our the housing element?
So all of that gets covered in the EIR. And so we look at utility usage and impacts to utilities in the EIR to see if there are any impacts that need to be mitigated.
Okay, and then what I saw from the comments, and I think that I don't remember who it was who presented, who said that a lot of the comments were related to people people being afraid that they're going to lose their housing that is affordable. So I just wondered if we could be more specific in this housing element. For example, under goal H1, if we can have something about incentivizing rent stabilized building owners to keep versus sell, keep their buildings by, one, offering funds for rehabilitation to rent stabilized building owners in exchange for, say, converting a unit to an affordable unit, disincentivizing developers from buying rent stabilized apartment buildings by implementing to the maximum that is possible AB 2556, one-to-one replacement, which it was brought up several years ago, went before Planning Commission. Planning commissioners talked about it and said, yeah, we want to make sure that that 1-for-1 replacement are affordable units versus rent stabilized units, because we have a choice because we are rent stabilized city. But that hasn't come back to council. And that's one of the things that could be protecting our rent stabilized units and buildings. So I would like to see very specific, because you have some very specific points in your timelines, but I don't see things like that. Exploring for H3, encouraging diverse housing stock. What about exploring allowing lower unit size, equivalent, lower maximum unit average? We had brought something forward, I think, recently about maybe lowering that average unit size because it would force smaller units. Exploring incentives for mixed-use transit overlays to encourage more workforce housing. Supporting aging in place by perhaps providing a fee to a rent-stabilized building to update or refresh apartments. So if they have, for example, a senior in an upper floor, that maybe they can move to a lower floor if we help with that move. And then they can, refresh the upper level apartment and someone else can move in. And this way we are supporting aging in place. And then the other thing, which I think we've talked about before here, is on H4, for example, providing opportunities for new construction of housing. The idea about considering new codes for conversions of office space to residential with the goal of providing workforce housing. So for example, I think we talked about, what would it take to, make one of those buildings on Sunset into a residential building, or the Emser Tile building, which just reminds me of a New York residential building. What would it take in our codes to be able to do that? Because maybe not tomorrow, but maybe 10 years from now, or 5 years from now, or 3 years from now, that might be a possibility. If we have in our codes the ability to do that, we have certain open space requirements. Maybe, we need to change those requirements for those types of conversions, right? So that's, I would just like to see some of these specific, possibilities either in your timeline or as part of the goals. Just because I think it's important that we keep it, keep it in front and center, as opposed to it not being in this housing element, and then we sort of forget about it. And then the other thing is that I guess Home Key round 2 is offering, money for capital matches. If we are building our own affordable housing, as opposed to working with, having a developer do it and us giving them money. If we're actually doing this, there might be some funding opportunities with Home Key. So that's something to look into as well. And then the last thing I'll just say is, and I can't remember where it is in the report, but I know you talked about unbundling parking. And I'm not a big fan of unbundling parking, but I think it's okay as long as you keep residential parking residential and not open it up to that someone in the commercial area can rent a parking space, because they can offer so much more money than a tenant can, and it's really not fair to tenants. So if you're going to unbundle parking, I would just say keep it, residential, and not offer it to mix up commercial with that in residential neighborhoods. Obviously, it's different with a mixed use project. So those are my comments.
May I offer a few, Mayor?
Would you please?
So I just wanted to offer a few thoughts for consideration as we're moving forward. First, obviously we're going to have a lot of discussion around new development, but there is an existing housing stock that is much older and will last, not sort of going to be looked at for redevelopment. And so making sure that we have a good sense of how we're addressing our aging housing stock, what that looks like, how we expect people to be living in them, whether there are sustainability issues that need to be addressed. There are many reasons why we would want to designate older buildings, for example, but as we're thinking forward, how do we make sure that they make sense moving forward into new realities? We also want to, I think there's been a lot of discussion around focusing density around our commercial corridors. I think the last time we talked about our housing element, there was sort of a move away from that. And I think we're all now seeing that aligning our density along the commercial corridors makes a lot more sense for our residential neighborhoods, as well as for how transportation can be constructed to serve those units as they're newly constructed. I think helping our residents and our community members to know exactly what our code means. There are times where it can seem a little misleading and take people down a path where they think they are able to have that there is some discretion where there isn't. And so I think that we should just be very clear in terms of what it is we're looking to create where. So there is some confusing language in some places that I think we could help with some clarification. And also looking at how we're defining density, because right now it's units per acre as opposed to FAR. And so what density actually looks like and where. I think obviously as a dense city overall compared to the rest of the region, that's one way of looking at it. But within our city, where are those opportunities for densification, perhaps smaller units that allow for opportunity for home ownership? There's a lot of different housing types that we are experiencing that we've yet to define in our code. And I think we should be mindful of those different housing types meeting different housing needs in this moment and in the future. So I just want to make sure all of that is being considered.
Great. Council Member Erickson and then Mayor Pro Tem.
I just wanted to say a couple of additional things. I think there's a really strong, I want to thank staff and all the members of the public and our housing task force. Of course, they've been doing a lot of work, but I do come down on the side that I think HCD is, like Santa Monica and Beverly Hills, going to be calling out a lot of stuff in this report. So I think we're going to have a lot of conversations to happen here. I think we need to identify more sites for redevelopment at the end of the day, because I don't know if ultimately we've looked at the 39 homes to be built by the end of the decade. And I don't know if we've identified the conditions. I think a lot of my colleagues have said stuff that could prove useful to get to that number. I just don't know if we're there yet. I too share Councilmember D'Amico's concerns about the homelessness aspect and what we're talking about with housing there. Additionally, I think the law has changed. The housing law element the last time was completely different than what we're dealing with here. And I think we're seeing a number of cities getting dinged in the same way. So I think we have to be very aware of that. But ultimately, I do think how we look at upzoning, I believe it was Councilmember D'Amico and I, when he submitted his memo, talked about what that looked like and how that could be looked like. I think we need to have a very honest led community conversation that's community driven about how we rezone those sites. I would like to see more of a robust conversation here about that. Density bonuses, I know we're not allowed to use density bonuses when calculating the site inventory. And most projects are always using density bonuses. And I know that's ultimately what helps us, but wondering where we get there with the projects that are before us. And I'm also concerned that a lot of major mixed use commercial projects are coming at us with an inadequate amount of housing than could be allowed, especially on these commercial corridors, as Mayor Horvath has said, and asking for a large amount of office space nevertheless. So I think there's more that we can do to achieve these RHNA numbers. I know that we can do it, but those are some of my comments. And I know we're submitting this to the HCD with this, and we'll have more conversations. Sorry, but yeah.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'm not going to repeat all that's been said. I know we're coming up at a little past 10. Some very good points and feedback that has been given by our colleagues. I'm looking at this, and it's easy to get swooped in such a large, expansive housing element into the nitty-gritties of it. And I just want us to just take a step back, and aside from doing the things we're supposed to be doing, the boxes we're supposed to be checking, the things we've done, really look at why we are building more, which is a severe lack of affordable housing, and some, other levels, not necessarily a lack of, in my opinion, above moderate housing, although the two need to work together because of issues, but financial issues. I would like us to expand on Councilmember Horvath's very good ideas about, making sure things are clear for our residents. I'd like to hear back on what we're going to do once this moves forward, and in the 8 years coming up of community outreach and educating the public on all these different things that we do. So the community outreach stays, and we really educate our community on what's going to be happening, because it's going to be a lot of building, quite frankly, to meet these numbers. Additionally, taking a look at where the two areas that we still have issues with are short-term rentals, which don't help our housing crisis, as well as vacancies. So I would like to hear back from staff on what we can do to figure out what are the vacancies and what other innovative things can we do to continue preventing and stopping short-term rentals, because I think those are two other areas that really contribute to our housing affordability crisis. So those are my additional comments.
Great. Okay, so anybody else? If not, then I think you were just looking for direction. Is that right?
We're looking for comments and ultimately, permission to move forward to submit to HCD.
Okay. Well, I think with the direction you've received, I think you can go ahead, and I think we can make a motion to move ahead with you submitting to HCD. Do I have a second? Thank you, Councilmember D'Amico. If we could get a roll call vote.
Yes, thank you. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
No.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Meister.
Yes.
The motion passes, noting the no vote of Councilmember Erickson.
Okay, so now we are going to go to, we moved 4C to consent. So we are at new business 5A, discussion regarding returning to in-person hybrid city council meetings. Our city manager and city attorney will be giving us a report.
It will actually be me. Thank you. So good evening, council members, Mayor Pro Tem Shine and Mayor Meister. The item before you seeks direction and, for lack of a better word, a trigger point for when we return to in-person hybrid meetings. As written, the staff report recommends that we do so when the positivity rate is at 1% or lower, and the masking mandate for indoor spaces is removed. And then it seeks additional feedback for when our commissions and advisory boards and task forces return to in-person meetings, given the challenges with hybrid meetings in the community room in City Hall, as well as at Plummer Park. So we're available if you have any questions.
Okay, do we have any public speakers on this?
No, Mayor, we do not.
Okay, do we have any questions? Councilmember Erickson?
No question, sorry.
Around. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. City Clerk, I know that one of the, I'm going to skip forward to the commissions and boards, and then I don't know. Mayor, are you wanting just questions or questions and thoughts too?
I think questions and thoughts. We didn't have.
Okay. Great. Well, then let me backtrack a little bit if that's the case. I'm in favor of us going back in person. I think it's essential that we obviously do so safely. I feel that the public, Mayor Meister, you talked about discourse and people getting along. I think that Zoom fatigue and also being separated like this is just creating a lot more disunity. And when people are in person, whether masked or not, it just drops defenses. And so I'm really interested that in as far as this mask requirement, I'm not sure if I agree with that part of it, because I do agree with mask requirements, but not the fact of us going back and waiting for the mask ordinance to be lifted, because people go indoors right now and they have to wear masks in all sorts of different settings. And so that's the ordinance, and it is what it is. And I'm not sure when that's going to be lifted. The 1% positivity rate, I would be more comfortable with something around 1.5. If you look back at those months that we were considering still going back to hybrid meetings, I think it was July 4th, around that, it was above it was around 1.5, and we were still considering going. And then once it shot up to 3 or 4%, we thought, you know what, let's not. I just don't know when it's going to get to 1.1%. So for me, I'm leaning more towards let's get back in person, maybe a positivity rate of 1.5%. Absolutely reducing capacity, city clerk, as you suggested, and doing all of the safety protocols that are needed. And then to get to my question, once we're in, it was a prior plan, once we test the hybrid system, let's get our commissions back. And I think with the commissions and boards, honestly, once we test the system, another thing will be once the vaccine requirement goes into effect, so they feel safer being together. I know that we are all vaccinated and that we would be sitting close. But for them, once they're vaccinated, let's get the commissions back, as many of us as we can, maybe in chambers, there's more room. But my question to you is, I would like our boards to be going back, but I know that community room is small. Is it possible to have a safe welcome back in person for the boards, maybe in Fiesta Hall or the community room in Plummer Park where the Public Safety Commission used to meet, in a way that will provide safety, because they're bigger places?
So if we look at the community meeting room in Plummer Park, and it's there's actually 2 rooms that if you remove the curtain, there's one very large room. If the direction from council would be that I think I'll step back. In that room, we couldn't do a hybrid meeting. So it would have to be a fully in-person meeting with the advisory boards, which are 9 or 10 members, depending on the board, and then the public. So in theory, that room is big enough if we reduce capacity similar to what we're suggesting for council meetings, and all of the safety protocols outlined in the staff report. It's possible to do that once the requirement for vaccination of our appointed officials goes into effect and we've received proof or a waiver.
Thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Horvath, you have your hand up.
Thank you. I guess I wanted to know, what is the LA County Health Department guidance here? I didn't really see that as part of the report.
I think I'll defer to Lauren on that. I'm not overly familiar with the LA County requirement. I know there have been recommendations for large indoor group gatherings. I don't know that this would meet that threshold. So.
Yeah, that's my understanding as well. I'm not sure that the county has requirements in place for meetings of this size. Obviously, the indoor mask mandate is required, I think, for all indoor settings at the moment throughout the county, but I'm not aware of other guidance from the county at this point.
So, and what percentage are we at right now?
1.2. So yeah, when we were initially considering moving to hybrid, as Mayor Pro Tem Shine indicated, on June 8th, we were at 0.4%. And by the time our proposed first hybrid meeting, we were at 4.8. So in a month, we went up that high.
Councilmember D'Amico, do you have any questions, comments?
No.
Okay. I'm not super comfortable going back knowing that we have to wear masks the whole time. I mean, I think it's going to be difficult. I think it's going to be difficult for us to understand each other. I think that we are in close quarters on the dais. I don't know if that can be, adjusted at all. And my feelings about the commissions and boards is that once we do go back, I would like to wait a few months before we put our commissions and boards in that setting to make sure that everything has gone smoothly and that there haven't been any changes or increases in the virus. So, I mean, I'm open to discussion, but just my initial feeling is that I just still have concerns. Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I agree with what my colleague Seppi Shine has said. I think that 1.5 is reasonable. I do concur. I think we could maybe wait for the date that we've set out for the second dosage of the vaccine, for the requirements that we could have for our board and commissions, and then talk about it. I think playing that very carefully, as we obviously have commissioners who are older and more susceptible, and we want to make sure they're very safe. I wear a mask. I went into the office today and I had to wear a mask for 6 hours. It was fine. It was okay. And it's important that we stay safe. I'm okay with wearing a mask. I think it's important for us to see each other and be around each other. Also, access to the public and being there with limited capacity, I also think is very important. Other cities are doing it, as we've seen in the staff report, but I also think that it's time for the public to be able to, and for us to be able to see the public in real time, and for them to be able to have that type of conversation. I'm comfortable wearing the mask. I'll enunciate more if need be, but we can wear our N95 masks, and perhaps maybe the city could provide us with an appropriate one that would need be, and then maybe one day we'll be at a way in which we don't have to wear them, but I think it would be important. And then ultimately how they could space us out on the dais in whatever way could be possible as well. So I support what Mayor Pro Tem Shine has said. And, I think it's time for us to start looking back at going to the chambers in that way.
Councilmember Horvath, then MPT.
Thank you. I'm going back out in person for any number of things as it is. Admittedly, I'm not wearing a mask for 6 to 8 hours on end, but I think if we're doing things where we're out in public around other people, these meetings can be among those options. I would like, whatever we decide before it actually goes into effect, I would like the LA County Public Health Department to weigh in some way to provide us guidance. None of us is a public health official. We rely on them for that kind of information, and I think it would be helpful for them to provide us some guidance. I don't know if the other cities that are currently meeting in person have gotten any guidance on the protocols that they've implemented. I don't know if we have any information from other cities as to whether there have been issues since they've implemented. I think if we see that public meetings are causing issues, we would want to immediately return to virtual meetings until we got that under control. But I think what we're, starting with city council meetings makes sense to me, so long as we have gotten official guidance from somebody who, understands these protocols.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. And I will add that I'd also like to, I think getting some guidance from the Department of Public Health, should they give it to us, it's fine, and a good thing. I would also like us to look into, I know Mayor Meister is concerned about safety. Obviously, we can space the public out if it's 25%, but we may be spacing us out. And also looking at the possibility of even, I know that some of the organizations where they have in-person meetings and council meetings, I've seen the screens too, that might provide a extra layer of safety. And maybe that's something to also ask the Department of Public Health or some of these other cities that are back in person, and or looking into what this, if that would give us even a little bit more safety.
Right. So I would just like to ask City Manager David Wilson what what the feelings are from your perspective and from staff's perspective, because obviously we would have to have some staff with us in the chambers.
I think we won't be able to go back in person, our hybrid meetings, by the next meeting, the October 4th meeting. So we can certainly try to seek guidance from the public health between now and then, as well as looking at additional spacing options and how that would work. So we can provide more information for the next meeting based on the guidance that you've given us already. Certainly, I don't know if the staff report provided some length of time for a certain positivity rate, but we should probably look at, let's say, 2 weeks, because that's generally the time it takes to get drafts in and do a meeting, set up an entire meeting. So we may want to establish some time that the positivity rate is below 1.5, if that's the number that we want to go with. I know it's at 1.2 today, but it could be 1.9 tomorrow. And I don't know that we want to continue with the uncertainty of whether or not we're going to have a meeting up until the meeting date. So maybe if we can provide some direction with that, along with information from the health department. And then also with regards to the boards and commissions. So right now, the only place we can have the hybrid meetings is the council chambers. That's the only place we have the technology for it. We can certainly work on technology for other locations over the next several months, but it's likely we wouldn't be able to have meetings in other locations until after the start of the calendar year.
Okay, thank you. Any other Comments? Anyone want to make a motion?
I'll move that we begin the process of planning to go back to in-person meetings. The city manager will update us at the next meeting regarding when it seems likely would be our first meeting, which will happen probably not October 15th, but the meeting in November, given we need 2 weeks notice from the time we decide to do that. But it may be the second meeting in October. I know that's a little loose, but I think, and we're going to get some input from the Department of Public Health, from the county, and most likely have to postpone moving on starting our boards and commissions back until after we have done that for maybe 30 or 45 days.
Is that right, David? Was it 30 or 45 days? I thought you said after the new year.
After the new year for other locations. So we can start slowly. Planning Commission, rent stabilization already meet in the council chambers. So if things are working, we could look at adding them in 30 to 45 days. It's the other locations that would be after the start of the calendar year.
All right, I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second.
Does the motion also include that the positivity rate is 1.5 as opposed to 1%, as outlined in the staff report?
My understanding is as long as it's under 1.5.
Okay.
That's what
Just
I.
wanted to, okay, great.
Getting guidance from the LA County Health Department
Yeah.
on this before we move forward with whatever we decide to do.
Right.
With a report back to the council, hopefully at the October 4th meeting.
Right, staff will come back at the next meeting and also look into some safety precautions.
Plexiglass or whatever that may be. Okay. Okay, Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Meister. The motion passes.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we will move to item 5B, clarify and amend procedures for selection and retention of assistant deputy city managers and department heads. And this is an item that John D'Amico, Councilmember D'Amico and I brought forward to consider modifying current personnel procedures for selecting and retaining executive members, including assistant city managers, deputy city managers, and department directors, to include consent and approval by the city council. So do you all need a full-on staff report, or do you want to just ask some questions, or, oh, do we have public comment on this?
No, Mayor, we have no public comment on this item.
Okay. Councilmember D'Amico, do you have anything you want to add at this moment? Or shall we wait till we hear some questions or comments?
So I guess my first question is, what problem are we trying to solve?
We are accountable for what our directors do. We are responsible. The buck stops here. So this gives us a little more authority to, if there is a problem with in the executive team, or when we are looking to fill a position in the executive team, or move someone around from one position to another position in the executive team. I actually spoke with council members Lily Bossy and John Mirisch today from the city of Beverly Hills. They implemented this a few years ago. There was a concern by a couple of their colleagues. It did pass. They had a couple of colleagues who were concerned that this was just going to cause all kinds of problems and keep good people from wanting to apply at the city, or that staff would be upset and leave, and none of those into fruition. They both told me that it's working very well, and community members are very happy to know that their council members have some ability to provide input that's meaningful.
And I guess my next question is for David. I know how it worked with Paul as our city manager when he had ideas of what kinds of moves he wanted to make and changes he wanted to make. He kind of informally met with council members to talk through what his ideas were. At least that was my experience of it. And so I'm wondering how you intend to, whether that's what you're planning to do or what your plans are in terms of communication regarding staffing and as outlined in this report.
Yeah, certainly. Absolutely. I believe in working collaboratively with the council, with each of the council members and all of the council as a whole. Certainly making any decision as important as hiring or terminating a department head, I would want to get the input from the council. I think I'm in a unique position in that I can talk to each of you and get your input and consider that input. The reality is there's 5 of you and you all have different opinions and different direction, but I have the ability to talk to each of you and see how passionate you are about something or your reasoning behind it. So I think it's a little different than just having a majority vote based on interviews or how people feel about someone.
Yeah, I guess my based on that, my feeling is we all just agreed on you as our city manager, and we don't always agree on everything, but we got there. And I think we're, at least for my part, I feel like I've been able to have the kinds of conversations with you that I think would be necessary for this kind of role. I don't think that there are presently any issues that are causing us to have to change this what is being described, I think in the report is already informally happening between members of the city council and the city manager. And I think if it formalizes, we run the risk of inviting some of the political problems that we've actually experienced in the past. And maybe we're different from other cities, but we don't have any problems now that we're trying to solve from what I can tell. And I don't want to invite any new ones in by politicizing a process that doesn't need to be political. If we found that we weren't able to communicate with you, or that there was some big division in the council on something that was moving forward, I could see why we might want to move in this direction. But for my part, at this point, I don't see a need for us to change it. And I'm actually concerned that if we do, we're inviting problems that we don't have right now. So I think that's where I'm at.
Anyone else? Well, I'll just say that I think that our directors are representing us to the community. And if that's the case, then we should be able to have some input. And if it has to be formal, we don't have that process in place. So maybe this won't ever come up, but maybe it will. And we have nothing in place at this point, except for informal conversations with each of us. Councilmember D'Amico?
And in fact, so some of the history behind this, I believe I'll get it mostly right, is that there were always discussions with Paul about hiring staff and making moves, and he made some terrible decisions. He got to do that. He got to make terrible decisions. People make terrible decisions in their job all the time. those people didn't last at City Hall or have moved on. But, you know, in asking the question about, you know, as David said, he can ask all of us independently, but none of us can know what all of our answers were. And he could ask all of us and we could say, don't hire that person, and you could hire them anyway. And then we could all find out later, like, I didn't want him to hire him. I didn't want him to hire him. I didn't want him to hire him. And so, you know, that was part of a discussion. And then in fact, we noticed in the code from the very beginning of cityhood, it said the city manager shall ask the council about hiring deputy city managers and directors. And once we pointed that out to Paul and Mike, at the very next meeting, they brought forward a thing that John and Lindsay voted on to take out of our code, having never given us a chance to do the very thing that Paul for 20 some years never did, which was ask the city council for guidance on making hiring decisions. So, you know, I think Councilmember Mayor Meister and I at the time said, that's in there. Why are we not doing it? And we should formalize it, and started working on this. And then it was clear that, you know, that was not going to happen. That Paul was going to talk to the people he wanted to talk to about hiring, get the answers he wanted or not really talk to us about what was up, and then hire whoever we wanted, whether we wanted him to or not. And I just think there's, you know, it has been long my practice. I don't know if my colleagues do the same. I don't get involved in staff HR questions under any circumstance. But I do think as a council, we should have an opportunity to have a discussion about, you know, who it is that's going to be in charge of a major portion, you know, 1/6 or 1/5 of the city staff, or 1/5 of the city work program, since there are 5 or 6 directors, and just have some input on it. I mean, maybe this item is more heavy-handed than it needs to be, but I think we need to have a formal process for the 5 of us plus the city manager and the city attorney talking about a person that we're planning to basically bring into our city for, you know, likely no less than 3 years. And that's a really long time to have the wrong person doing the job. As we have seen in the past number of years, people who were not the right people in those jobs. So, you know, I know it's always uncomfortable talking about hiring and staff and all that stuff. However, this is where, in my mind, the actual sort of decision-making at our level needs to happen. We need to think really critically about who are the best people for these jobs, work with the city manager and the city attorney to make sure that that's exactly what's happening. If not, and David can do exactly what he suggested. He can talk to all 5 of us. He can't tell all 5 of us what the other 4 are thinking. All he can do is get some information from each of us and then, you know, make a decision. So that for me, that's the history of this, and that's why I think, you know, I think the right candidates will be the right candidates, and we will let the city manager and the city attorney know.
Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Councilmember D'Amico.
Thank you. I've been giving this a lot of thought, and I really wanted to hear as many different perspectives. I appreciate the history portion, Councilmember D'Amico. For me, I guess if Paul was sitting in David Wilson's seat, I would feel maybe differently with your position. But we've hired a new city manager. It was a unanimous vote. I'm personally have kind of given this, I completely understood the staff report where you and Mayor Meister were coming from. When really thinking about this, and for me, we all unanimously gave David authority. And part of that authority was hiring. And we get perspectives with dealing with different directors. He deals with them a lot more. So that's one thing. I don't feel comfortable taking that authority away. I mean, maybe if we see that David is, making many different wrong decisions, we could revisit something like this, or maybe our authority, where our responsibility is if we're not happy with the decisions the city manager is making, we can fire the city manager. We have that authority. And if the public is putting a lot of responsibility on us and there's something happening that is creating problems because the city manager is not taking care of their responsibilities, then our authority is we have the authority to fire him. I'm concerned that if we do something like this, the other side of it is it becomes political, where the people vying for positions all of a sudden cozy up to 3 of us, knowing that that could be that majority, and then whoever the minority is will get treated differently. Whereas right now, that's not necessarily the case the way it's set up. I wonder if there's a way we can, because you make a good point about we don't know what the other person is saying and all of this stuff. Is it possible, and maybe Lauren Langer can answer this, where we can give, put things on closed session and I'll give feedback, not necessarily the authority to make the final decision, but give feedback and hear from each other and our experiences without violating the Brown Act? Is that to give input? Is that a possibility?
Not for specific hires or fires, because those employees report to the city manager, not to the city council. But as you point out, if David is managing all these employees, then it all comes back to him and his performance evaluation, and whether he's properly managing the day-to-day operations of the city, and certain aspects of that are, maybe at the director level, and how things are playing out. It's a little bit fact specific, but that's sort of my general answer, that it comes back to him and his performance evaluation and how he's managing staff members that report to him.
Thank you. And my personal experience with David so far has been, he's very responsive. We have had conversations that had to do with multiple different staff people. So far, I have trust in David. And I know this is not for you about trust, but for me, I just, it is a little too heavy-handed. And I'm not convinced that at this point it's something that we need to take on.
Okay, well, for me, it's more about process and responsibility. Again, I mean, I specifically talked to the City of Beverly Hills council members today to get their experience to see, has this, caused problems? Has this become an issue with personnel or between council members, or between city manager and council members? And it hasn't been. I understand where everyone is coming from. I just feel that it should be part of our process. I'm not looking to decide who gets interviewed. I'm looking at talking to the people who have been chosen to be possible candidates to make sure that they are the right fit for our city and for our constituents. So that's where I'm coming from. But it doesn't look like, well, Councilmember Erickson, you have, would you like to chime in here?
I just want I thank you for the effort you put in here. I didn't support this item when I was WeHome president, when it was before them and before, I think way back when. I share many of the same comments and sentiments shared by my colleagues. I get what you're saying, and I just respectfully disagree. And so I don't support the item, but I appreciate the dialogue we've had here.
All righty. Councilmember D'Amico?
I'll just move to table. Thank you.
I'll second. Okay. Can we table this item? All right. Thank you very much. Do we need to have a break? Do we need to vote on that?
Probably should.
Yeah,
just to be extra careful for the minutes. Yeah.
Are we tabling it to a date uncertain? Or are we?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember D'Amico.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine. Mayor Meister.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay. Thank you very much. And now we will have, where are we? Let's see. Item 5C, do we need to have a break at all, or are we okay to keep going? And just keep going? Okay, let's keep going then. Item 5C, if Mayor Pro Tem Shine and Councilmember Erickson would like to stay, give us a summary of this.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. So this item is part of our efforts to further promote transparency, ethics, and public trust. The first part of the item is dealing with our revolving door ordinance and changing the ordinance, which is right now 1 year to 4 years, which is a full term. As far as council members are concerned. So 4 years since they've been out of office. And then it would also apply to other positions, city managers, I believe directors. I'm gonna get this right. And it also takes out deputies because we don't have deputies anymore. So it kind of cleans up the ordinance. And it would apply to, so making it from 1 year to 4 years. The reasoning behind that is that we're such a small city. We've had not only council members, but staff that have worked here for so long, are privy to a lot of information, a lot of insider information, developed relationships. And 1 year just doesn't seem enough of a time to be away from politics before stepping right back in and lobbying people you have likely served with, people on staff that you may have developed relationships with. It really creates stronger ethics, and along with getting us better public trust. Also, there was a part of this that was a loophole that was put in as far as those working for nonprofits that really isn't needed. The state law doesn't even have that. I think that is something that could be used as a loophole to get around this ordinance. And so we'd like to remove that. We would like to have the ethics task force answer, really clarify what a lobbyist is and the definition of who gets encompassed in a lobbyist, and as well as the other part of this, which is really important, enforcement, and have them come back on those two aspects of what can we do to have actual enforcement, because whatever we do, if there's no enforcement mechanism, then people can violate it and then there's no repercussions. And the next part of this is the contracts with the Chamber of Commerce. We have really 4, but 2 of them are bids, so we don't have any, we don't have any involvement in really those. Those are by the businesses. The other two contracts are the contract with the Metro passes, as well as the other contract, which is about $50,000. And the staff report really covers everything that's provided. And again, this goes back to public trust. I have heard for many years from different constituents about the conflict of interest of us funding the Chamber of Commerce, and quite frankly, for things that is their role as a Chamber of Commerce to develop on their own. It is not a ton of money, obviously, from the city. So they have a developed membership that gives fees and different sponsorship levels. This is not going to cripple the chamber, but it is going to provide public trust and reduce conflicts of interest for the city, and the appearance of the conflict of interest as well. So I'm going to let Councilmember Erickson add anything else I may have left out.
Thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem Shine. I think in addition to what you've said, this is also about diversifying how we can look at other business organizations throughout LA County that can provide these really important services. We've talked to and seen the Los Angeles Gay and Lesbian Chamber of Commerce. When we look at some of the differences there, they actually don't endorse. When we also look at places like BizFed, and then they have their own separate PAC as well. But we also have local smaller organizations that can help with these things. I know that's item 6. I think enforcement is a big thing here too with the lobbyist. And I think the potential partnership with the FPPC here is something that I know through watching council meetings in the past that have been discussed regarding our local lobbyist ordinance and what that can do to how we can further promote public trust. And then I think additionally, you know, I work for a nonprofit, so I wouldn't be able to lobby the city council once you leave, and I get that. But ultimately, I don't think we should have anyone trying to make money off of lobbying people within that 1-year term. I think 4 years is reasonable. I think what we look at in terms of who we are as council members, now, the number one thing I would always hear about is the amount of power we have to divert money to people. I remember years ago when we had the behested payments commentary regarding people that come to the city for contracts that then get money going to certain organizations and places elsewhere. That's something important that we want to make sure that we're avoiding, but ultimately how we could then be hired within that 1 year to lobby our friends, lobby our colleagues, people that we know, especially if we've been here for quite some time. And I just think it further allows that disconnect for a cooling off period, a reasonable cooling off period for how we can make sure that the public always have that. I mean, we get accused of many things, but ultimately how we can say, you know, look, this isn't just 1 year, this is 4 years, a whole term. As we've seen, things can change very drastically quickly. But ultimately, as a new council comes aboard and new members come up and come into here, we want to make sure that anyone on the council has that cooling off period. So that way the public knows that it's transparent. I think this is a great way to renew our ethics task force for some serious conversations, going actually beyond what we've had in the past and really bringing those things up and looking at how we can make sure the public trusts that if when they give us public monies, those public monies are accounted for, they're there, and we can make sure that we know how they're being spent and done. So that's all I have to say. Thank you so much, Mayor.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. One thing I also want to say is this is not going to mean that we will not work with the Chamber of Commerce. In fact, Mayor, our item that went on consent specifically calls out reaching out to the Chamber of Commerce. This is about reducing conflicts of interest. This is about not providing city public funds to the chamber, and that's it. So it does not mean that we would not reach out to the chamber or work with them. I just want to make sure that is very clear. It just means that we will not be funding the Chamber of Commerce with the City of West Hollywood's funds.
So I just have a couple of questions, and then do we have a public comment, Melissa?
Yes, Mayor, we do.
Okay, so I just want to try to understand how BizFed, which has a PAC, and even Contract Cities has a PAC and endorses, and we pay them membership. We have the LA LGBT Chamber of Commerce. Right now, their executive director is a planning commissioner. How all of those things are not potential conflicts. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor Meister. Those are really good questions. BizFed, they do endorse. If we reached out to them to diversify, it would be to, in my mind, reaching out to work on different items, just like we would with the WeHo Chamber of Commerce, not necessarily having a contract with them. The LGBT Chamber of Commerce is in a different position because they don't endorse. So we're not dealing with that conflict of interest with respect to them. As far as Commissioner Thomas serving on the Planning Commission, I think she is subject to our ordinances and some of the ones we recently passed, obviously, and we would need to look at those. And Lauren Langer could, the commissioners and board members are subject to ethics rules. So to me, it's a different situation. And as far as the contract cities, again, those are I think the contract cities is a completely different position. Additionally, the WeHo Chamber of Commerce often, and this is in the staff report, takes positions that are not consistent with the values and our core values as a city. So that is another thing to really look at.
Okay, are there any other questions? Why don't we go to public comment? Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first speaker on this item is Genevieve Morrill. Genevieve, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before I begin and before you start the timer, I'd like to respectfully ask the mayor, who I know has the authority, to be able to give me 5 minutes to speak. Specifically, since we're sort of a contractor on this, sort of like an appellant. So we would really like to receive 5 minutes if possible for this.
I'm open to it if I can get some support from a colleague.
I'm fine with that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Genevieve Morrill, President and CEO for the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. I have to respectfully disagree that we don't go along with the core values of the city. The fact that we disagree once in a while, it's our job to represent the interests of the business community. And sometimes we don't agree on policies you put forth. The Chamber of Commerce is funded by the business members, sponsors, and service contracts, such as the ones laid out in the staff report. Our mission is for a thriving community by promoting our unique city and businesses, while at the same time advocating the business interests to our government leaders and other agencies. We do so by opposing policies that are bad for our economic well-being and the businesses themselves, and/or supporting what will ensure growth and success. We have been able to do this successfully for 100 years. Chamber funds are used to cover operations for our mission. Funds from the city are earmarked for services and are specifically used for those services only. Regarding the recent housekeeping ordinance, the Chamber's Hotel Council took a strong opposing position and developed a separate organization to raise the money they felt was needed for the task. Any seed money the Chamber used to secure funds in the initial stage was fully refunded. No city nor member dues were used except funds which were raised through the coalition and its members. These services are requested by the city to support economic development and promote our social services and other important initiatives to the community at large, and they are not a profit center, but monies expended to cover the services needed. In the same vein, the Metro grant established in 1998 to expand the work the Chamber and the city were taking on in public transportation funded a commuter center for decades now. This is a nominal admin fee to cover our staff time and promotional costs, and taking away this service is simply a disservice to those commuters that have been regular TAP patrons for years or newly discovering us. Our TAP service has been active since June 1921 when we reopened the offices. This report is offensive. It creates misconceptions of how the Chamber manages its funds, the city provides, and is misleading to the community and our members on how the Chamber uses its funds received to advocate the positions of the business community, and right now just being told that we were unethical. Further, it muddles two separate entities that take political action within the community and attach them to a Chamber unfairly. Putting out this type of propaganda is damaging and not helpful to repairing any relationships or finding ways to collaborate. And it's concerning that the council wants the Chamber to agree lockstep with their policies and decisions, even if it's bad for business, or face consequences and retaliation such as this. The Chamber has a sponsored political action committee established in 2004. The PAC is completely separate from the Chamber, separate accounts, separate boards, separate bylaws, separate funding. No monies are mingled from voluntary donations and never has been an issue. But back then, we didn't have a council culture. We didn't have this deep political divide trying to stamp a branded political party on our Chamber just because we don't agree on a policy which we feel is a job killer and bad for West Hollywood business. It is our job to do so, and we hope you would support the Chamber and not this misleading and misguided policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Genevieve. Our next speaker is Adam Kroll. Adam, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment.
Thank you. Hi, this is Adam Kroll, West Hollywood resident. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Shine and Councilmember Erickson for bringing this item forward. The revolving door piece of this, I think, is so important that we're not sort of perpetuating the system that happens at every level of our government in this country, where previous elected officials are coming out of office and making a ton of money off of their relationships, as well as former staff members and the like. So appreciate how you're expanding that and hope the city continues to lead on this. I wasn't planning on commenting on this aspect of it, but after the previous comment, I do have to say, in response to Ms. Morrell's comments about this item, I do think it is a conflict of interest. It doesn't mean that the Chamber of Commerce has acted unethically or in violation of any ethics rules in previous ongoings, but the idea of a group that's heavily lobbying the council at times, also sort of being paid to carry out services on behalf of the city is a little bit odd. And so don't know if it means that there are heavy accusations being levied. So anyway, I support this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Our next speaker is Nick Remedio. Nick, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to provide comment.
Good evening, Mayor Meister, Mayor Pro Tem Shine, council members D'Amico, Erickson, and Horvath. I hope that there would be more focus given tonight and in future meetings to solutions on combating homelessness, reducing crime, finding answers for affordable housing, and sustaining a strong and vibrant economy that creates more jobs and more tax revenues to support city programs that enhance social services to our residents. Instead, item 5C directs that, among other things, the termination of city contracts with the Chamber under the guise of ethics reform, which appears to be retaliation for recent disagreements over policy. I beseech the majority of the council vote no on this item. The Chamber has been a great partner to the city. Its contracts are not these huge money-making ventures that the item purports. They provide for outreach to the small business community, for services important to residents, and for creating events that showcase the best of what the city is and has always been, such as the State of the City and the Creative Business Awards that are coordinated in concert with city staff and the council whenever appropriate. The Chamber has stepped up whenever the council has needed us, as it did this year with creating Pride as a virtual event, for example, which was not a cash cow for the Chamber, but instead saved the city hundreds of thousands of dollars, as you may recall, when the alternative proposal would have involved hiring an outside consulting group to conduct a study and then provide recommendations. While moments were taken this evening to acknowledge the positive contributions of Councilmember Horvath during her term as mayor while presiding over the last 18 months of the pandemic, I ask that equal consideration be given to the extraordinary efforts of Genevieve Morrill and the Chamber staff in fighting for every single West Hollywood small business owner and employee alike. I close in asking that a majority of the council recognize the Chamber for its work during the pandemic, for its special place with the city over the last 100 years, and to stop revenge politics as they have no place in local government. Regardless of the vote tonight, I pledge that the Chamber will remain a vital partner and stay true to its purpose as a strong advocate for small business and an organization that dearly loves the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Our next speaker is Jackie Subak. Jackie, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Meister. Congratulations, Mayor Pro Tem Shine and council members. My name is Jackie Subak. I'm a 27-year resident, a cannabis advocate, and an owner of one of the future cannabis lounges. I'm here to share my story tonight about the Chamber of Commerce and its president, Genevieve Morrill. I've worked with a few different chambers throughout my years, and I can honestly say that I've never seen a chamber more dedicated to its business community than ours right here. It is by far the most active of all the chambers, and in my opinion, makes the most consistent and reliable progress. Part of what I love about the chamber are the committees, a couple of which I serve on. Members of our business community come together to help make things better. I've always loved that city staff and council members join our meetings, sharing their new ideas and new projects, looking for the chamber's input and hopefully support. It would be a shame to see the city's participation dwindle due to damaged relationships caused by ending this contract. I've been to the State of the City several times, and I've always enjoyed the event and the crossover of our local businesses with local government. The amount of money the city kicks in is so small, but the reward is so great every year. And as a cannabis stakeholder, the Chamber's been an invaluable partner from the beginning. Genevieve helped advocate for our new businesses through the frequently complicated processes and fighting hard to get the necessary tools in place to allow us to have the chance to be great operators in this city. This city needs a solid Chamber of Commerce as a partner, and it makes no sense to me of all contracts why you would want to sever this one. I, for one, am grateful for everything Genevieve and the Chamber have done for our businesses, and I know that their value to our businesses is likely greater than anyone at the city even knows. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jackie. Our final speaker on this item is Jordan David. Jordan, please press *6 and you will have 2 minutes to speak on this item.
Hi, this is Jordan David calling from occupied Tonga lands, and I'm a voter in West Hollywood elections. The city holding contracts with the Chamber of Commerce at all is unethical and a conflict of interest. The business class and the working class will always have conflicting interests in a capitalist society, which means you are required to pick a side. I understand that you want to be an advocate for all. However, this Chamber of Commerce has run smear campaign after smear campaign. They continue to lie to the public and do everything in their power to decrease the bargaining power of working people, undermine the rule of law and the role of government. Please cut all ties with the Chamber and ensure integrity in our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Mayor, that was our final speaker on this item.
Okay, thank you. Before we continue, do we want to possibly move 5F to the next meeting and make sure that it's up earlier in the schedule so that people won't have to be waiting? Because I imagine we're going to have a robust conversation now, and I don't know if we want to be.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. I mean, it is 11 o'clock and, all that follows from that. So I'm happy to put it on our next agenda.
Is that okay with everyone? If we put 5F?
It's Councilmember D'Amico's item, so whatever he wants to do. I'll stay if he wants to stay. I'll do it the next meeting if he wants to do it next meeting.
Okay, great. Well, then if we can move 5F to the next meeting and make sure that it's on earlier in the agenda, whether it, if it has to stay as new business, then it should be 5A. If it can go under unfinished business, then 4A.
Mayor,
Yes.
I know some members of the public have been on for a while to speak on that item. So I don't know how we could make sure that their voices are heard tonight as well.
I think that we can maybe ask them to speak at public comment, which would, because this would be the last item, and happy to hear, if whoever needs to leave can leave, but if the public wants to speak at public comment, and they can speak at the next meeting as well. So if that works for everyone, okay? Great. All right, let's continue then. Do we have any questions? I actually, I would like to see if we can discuss this as two separate items, just for my brain, to start with the lobbying aspect of this item and then move on to the chamber aspect of this item. Is that okay with everyone?
So does that to you mean recommendations 1, 2, and 3 are one discussion and 4, 5, and 6 are another discussion?
Yes.
I want to wrap my brain around where you are. So I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
Yes, absolutely. That would be my preference if everyone is amenable to that.
That's fine.
Okay. Anyone want to start either ask questions or deliberation on the lobbying aspect of this item? Councilmember D'Amico?
Sure. So I think this is consistent with what is appropriate for our city, especially as we are now entering the term limit zone, the term limits portion of our city council future history. I think this is smart legislation. I'm hesitant to think that 4 years is the right amount. But I'm willing to hear what my colleagues, I'm wondering if 2 years or maybe 3 years, but 4 years is a considerable amount of time. And yes, there's good reason for that. But I think there's also good reason to remember that the people who were serving as council members served, honorably. They had important things to say. They helped develop policy. They do have relationships. One person lobbying on behalf of one thing is not going to change 5 minds, especially when 4 of them never served with the person who's lobbying them. So I just sort of put that out there. I think there needs to be a provision about current members of our boards and commissions not lobbying city council members. I think that should just be across the board. If you get paid to lobby us, then you need to step down from the board or commission that you're on. I can't really quite wrap my mind around how we would allow somebody who's making decisions on the one hand and taking money on the other in real time, when we're saying that if you served and you stop serving, then you have to not lobby. So I would ask that we include that. And I guess a technical thing, returning in 30 days and getting the ethics task force to meet might be tough, but I'm all for doing this with as much speed as possible. But I'm just sort of saying generally it might be hard to do that in 30 days. And I think closing a critical loophole of removing nonprofit organizations is really wise. I think I'm one of the people who's been around long enough and remembers why that was there, which if we're closing it, we don't need to talk about. But it was fairly sinister and fairly egregious at the time, and I'm glad it's going away now. So those are my comments about items 1, 2, and 3.
Councilmember Horvath, or I go?
Sure, happy to jump in. I had a question based on the report that was given. So is it, to be clear, does state law not permit the nonprofit loophole, it's only our local ordinance that does? Okay, so that was specifically written into our local ordinance.
We expanded it. So no, this is not in state law.
So, right, so how it's currently written for us locally does not exist in state law. Okay.
Yes.
And do we currently have any nonprofits that are employing a council member, a former council member, or somebody who's in this group that are lobbying the city council or lobbying the city?
You're saying, do we currently have a former council member? My thing cut out right when you said former. I didn't know if you said former or current.
Well, I guess what we're trying to, let me slow my brain down because it's trying to do too many things at once and it's a little late. Do we have nonprofits that are currently doing what you're describing here, which is hiring somebody who formerly worked with the city and lobbying the city council?
To my understanding, I see Melissa just chimed in. Did you want to say something before I said something?
To answer Councilmember Horvath's question, we currently do not have anyone as a registered lobbyist who was a former council member on behalf of a nonprofit agency.
Okay, so this shouldn't impact anyone currently then?
Correct.
Okay. I'm open to talking about 2 years, 3 years, whatever the period of time is. My understanding from the report that was given was to prevent a past colleague from lobbying the entire term that they would have served. But I don't know that that means that everybody that they would have served with is all there, since it's 2 years staggered. So maybe 2 years is the right amount instead of 4. I'm supportive of updating the list of designated employees, especially since we no longer have deputies, and we want to make sure that we're current. I think if we I agree with Councilmember D'Amico, if we think we can get it done in 30 days, I'm supportive. If staff, for whatever reason, feels they need more time, to me, that timeline is less important unless there's something that I'm missing. But I think the changes that are proposed in 1, 2, and 3 make sense. Being extremely clear about what a lobbyist is and what a lobbyist isn't, I think is helpful. I know that there have been some distinctions around that have not been satisfactory to everyone in the public for any number of reasons. Being paid to work on a project, for example, doesn't necessarily, according to our current definition of lobbyist, mean that you're a lobbyist. And so I think clarifying that definition would be extraordinarily helpful given some of the conversations that have come up. So that's where I'm at on 1, 2, and 3.
Yes, Councilmember Erickson.
I just wanted to answer a question because I believe Councilmember Horvath and Councilmember D'Amico asked it about the 30 days. So recommendation 1 would come back within 30 days. So that item is coming from the staff. So it's staff driven. So obviously Councilmember D'Amico hit the nail on the head with convening the ethics task force isn't, easier said than done, but that stuff, those longer conversations, convening and talking with the FPPC, consulting the appropriate people, because there is a First Amendment issue with the lobbying that we worked with City Attorney Lauren Langer on this. That will take longer. And so, but getting that crystal clear, because there are a lot of legal implications there, will take a little bit longer. So that will come back. And I'm open to the additional direction that people have talked about here. And then in regards to the why we went from 1 year to 4 years, I hear what everyone is saying. I think 4 years allows for an amped cooling off time with staff as well as access, and I think allowing a larger gap can make sure that we know us as council members are completely removed from these conversations where fiscal gains could be made. 2 years is one thing, but those relationships could still be very open. The issues that we know come before us sometimes take, Mayor Pro Tem said it, the Mayor Meister has said it, sometimes the ZTA takes 2 years and that person could be employed by a planning department somewhere or a lobbying firm, and well, by golly, they might have helped direct that ZTA and now they can lobby against it. So that 4 years, I think, allows for ample time. We didn't want to go overly too far, which is why we kept it to 4. There was discussion of making it longer, but it seemed for what we kind of were talking about here, too far, too long. And that's why we kind of settled on 4. So I just wanted to provide a little bit of reasoning there as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Erickson. I just want to, in terms of the number of years, whether it be 2, 3, or 4 years, my only concern there is state employment law, because, and I'm not a lawyer, I only know that when, for example, somebody has a contract, somebody works for somebody, and even if they have a contract with that person that it's a non-compete contract, they can't be held to it because the state of California will not prevent somebody from making a living. I'm not quite sure of the specifics. I'm just saying it only because my only concern about the number of years is there a legal side of that preventing someone from, working in the city for that amount of time. I agree we need to define lobbyist. It needs to either be as a percentage of their business or the time spent or a minimum dollar amount of their annual, salary. I think that lobbyists need to all be registered, which I don't know that all of the lobbyists, people who have lobbied, have been registered with the city. I also think that lobbyists and who they represent should be on the city's website for transparency. I also will bring back something I've brought forward a couple of times, and maybe this council will be a little more open to it, is that lobbyists should not be campaign managers and vice versa. When, my previous campaign manager from 2015 got into, working with a developer, and I'm not even sure that the role was actually even as a lobbyist, I did not use that person as a campaign manager. So my feeling is lobbyists should not be campaign managers should not be lobbyists, because someone who is a campaign manager, say for you, Councilmember Erickson, then all of a sudden they're a lobbyist, or that's part of their, their skill set. And then they come to the city and they say, we want to, we're lobbying you. We saw this years ago with some of our council members. And I think that it's just an appearance of impropriety and it just shouldn't. So I would like to consider that as part of this item. And then I think that it should be all commissioners, not just planning commissioners, that are, held to this standard, or at the very least, rent stabilization, business license, anywhere where we have a quasi judicial role. And then I do think it, should go to the Ethics Commission and, get their recommendations and whatever else we need to get from them. But those are my thoughts on this side.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Shine, did you want to jump in, or?
I was just saying it, sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I just to address all the different stuff, I would like Lauren Langer to comment on the state employment law issue. I know that has to do with non-competes, which are a different area of the law, but Mayor Meister, you are correct. That is the reasoning for non-competes, which are contractual. I'm guessing we as a city have different authority that we can use to accomplish this without having issues with that area of the law. But I'm going to let Lauren Langer address that. And with regard to the lobbyist registration, I agree with you. I think I figured that once this ethics task force would deliberate and come up with the definition of lobbyist, it might make it a little bit more broad, and we can certainly or maybe it's direction that needs to, we need some guidance from them, since it's going to them, that and I'd be happy to add this for them to give input on how we can make our lobbyist registrations more transparent and stronger, and what their thoughts are on putting the lobbyists information on the website and get feedback. Since they're going to be meeting, might as well discuss all this. I'm okay with the quasi judicial aspect that you asked for. As far as the campaign managers, I would want the social justice I keep saying the ethics task force to weigh in on that too. I'm very interested to know what they say. I'm hesitating on adding that tonight right away, just because campaign managers aren't necessarily elected officials or have a direct connection with the city. So I want to know what the ethics task force has to say and report back. Then we can always add that if depending on what their recommendation is. They're just a little more removed. They're not on these, they're not in the list of people really. So I'd want to know a little bit more detail from the ethics task force. And what does a campaign manager mean? That too, same as the definition of a lobbyist.
If I just to clarify, if for example, your campaign manager, you get elected and then a couple of months later they're lobbying for something. It's the appearance. And so that's why it's into this item.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you on that. I just would like some input from the, and we could add it. I'm happy to add it to the direction and get some input back from them.
Great.
Are we okay with the 4?
As far as the 4, also, I will say again, I appreciate Councilmember Erickson, you mentioning the ZTA. I know Councilmember D'Amico, you were talking about, and also Councilmember Horvath, every 2 years we have staggered elections. It's not just about us. This is about their relationship with staff, their relationship in the community, their stature. We're dealing with council members that have been around a very long time. Everyone sitting here and prior has been around longer than the 12-year term. It is, because it wasn't retroactive when it went into effect. So that's a lot of relationship, and it needs a more significant cooling off period, as well as a little bit more detachment. And the reality is, whoever's going to run for office in this community and get elected needs to be part of the community to some extent. And everyone pretty much knows who all the council members are that have, been in office in the city. So, and staff. I mean, this is not a city that we've had staff for 2 years, 3 years. We celebrate the 5-year, 10-year, 15-year, 20-year. It's a long time. So I think 4 years is reasonable. It's not too burdensome, but also enough time to just make sure that and it'll set a precedent, and hopefully it'll set a precedent for the state to look at their laws and other cities too, and come up with better ethics when it comes to lobbying, because there is a lot of power in lobbying and who you choose and who you hire to do that.
Just a really quick question, Mayor Pro Tem, is so it's council members and city managers and any other?
It is, let me make sure I'm getting it all correct for you. Maybe it is city managers, council members, trying to find the paragraph. I literally was looking at it this morning.
Directors and managers.
Directors and managers. Thank you. That's what I was missing, directors.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'd still love to hear from Lauren Langer.
Yeah.
A couple things. I don't have all the information on the state employment laws that may have been mentioned earlier, but I'll just say this, that revolving door ordinances are an appropriate use of the city's police power. I think what matters the most is that they're properly tailored to address a specific problem that they're attempting to solve, and that they're not too broad or go on too long. So the conversation about what you're trying to get out, how long you want it to be, what the relationships are in the city, that's all important information to help inform what the final ordinance will say. And we can, if this is approved, if an ordinance comes back, we can flesh that out and report back a little bit more in a staff report.
Does that answer your question?
So given that, I'm going to try and help move us along on this. It sounds like we're all in agreement in terms of recommendations 1 through 3 with the additional direction to the Ethics Reform Task Force on commissioners, definition of lobbyist, including discussion of campaign managers. I think, you can go back and look at the tape of all the different topics, but I think reconstituting the Ethics Reform Task Force, given that there are concerns that have come up, I think all of that is fine and relevant, and it sounds like we're all in agreement with it. So I would,
Councilmember.
and maybe I heard that wrong.
I just want to make sure. So we're asking for all of these identified designated employees and officials to include city council, members of commissions, and employment categories, including managers. So all commissions, is that what you said?
I think the recommendation from the mayor was quasi, so rent stabilization, business license commission, and planning commission. Is that correct, Mayor?
I suggested quasi judicial at the very least, but if I would be open to all commissions.
I think it should be all commissions, actually. I think the Human Services Commission gives out $3 million worth of grants, and having 10 years of staff interaction, I'm not sure I would want a Human Services Commissioner lobbying the staff.
Right, agreed. Lauren Langer.
I was just wondering if that piece of it we could report back on when the staff report comes back, because part of this is understanding what information people have in order to articulate that they have some sort of insider information in their role that the other public doesn't have. Because the point of these ordinances is that everyone is on the same page. And so if some people have more inside information because they've been involved in the city a long time and others don't, it's about making the playing field a little bit more even. So I just don't know tonight if all those commissions have access to that type of information.
Good. And then if we do take a vote, it sounds like we're going to, I'd like to vote separately on the number of years. I would like it to be 2 years. I think that's something that I'm comfortable with. I support all the rest of it, but I just think at this point, 2 years, given that we don't have any examples, I hate to sort of, do that. So if Mayor, if you are willing to separate out the length of time from another vote, I'm happy to support all the other items and then vote on whether it's 2 years or 4 years.
The only other recommendation I would make is maybe we have the Ethics Task Force report back on their recommendation as to number of years, whether it should be 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. Is anyone open to that?
I'm not personally.
I'm open to doing a separate vote tonight, but I think we need to get that part of this hashed out tonight. So If you want to do a separate vote, Councilmember D'Amico, on just number of years, we can certainly come to a consensus and do a vote. But as far as that part of it, I don't want to send that to the ethics task force. I think we can all make that decision.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so
Motion?
a motion for everything but the time.
So motion for everything but the time.
I'll second it.
Okay,
So that's 1, 2, 3, plus the balance of our discussion, except for the time.
Yes.
City Clerk?
Councilmember D'Amico,
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson,
Yes.
Councilmember Horvath,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine,
Yes.
Mayor Meister.
Yes.
The motion passes.
I'll make a motion that we set the time at 2 years from the time they stop serving.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second that the time is 2 years. Councilmember D'Amico,
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson,
No.
Councilmember Horvath,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine,
No.
Mayor Meister.
Yes.
The motion fails.
I'll make a motion that the time is 4 years.
I'll second that.
You're a trickster after 11:30.
Well, I support it. I just
No, I
wanted
know,
let's go. You're not going to see me for 100 years, so you could make it 100 years. I
I'm
will
going to
not be
come out and
lobbying
we're
you.
going to have dinner somewhere. You don't say that, John.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second that the time is 4 years. Councilmember D'Amico,
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson,
Yes.
Councilmember Horvath,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine,
Yes.
Mayor Meister. The motion passes.
Great. Okay. Moving right along then, if we could go to the second part of this, which is the chamber. Does anyone want to start the discussion? Councilmember D'Amico?
I have a question about if we're so this is about this nonprofit that we give money to that also in a separate organization makes endorsements. But isn't that what CES does? They're a nonprofit we give money to that makes endorsements. So are we drawing a line around the chamber and not including CES or Stonewall? Stonewall is a organization that we give free space to and they make endorsements. So, or is this about people who give money to campaigns? Because that's a way of endorsement, that's free speech, and that's Athens services. So, we tried once to say, if you want to be a vendor to the city, you can't give money to people who are council members or people who are running. So, so that's my first, I can't get there around that. Unless we want to just say, if you make endorsements, no part of your organization can take money from the city. I'm happy with that. I also want to say that I tried to take the bus token sale thing away from the chamber 5 years ago and was roundly defeated. But now we don't let people into City Hall if they're not vaccinated. So how are we going to sell bus tokens? It's like we have to find somebody else to sell tap cards, and as long as we can do that, I think we're fine. Or maybe we do let people into City Hall if they're not vaccinated, but I'm not sure who that staff person is and if we have told them that that's their job. The next thing that I really have to wrap my mind around is, I have had deep fundamental disagreements with the chamber, but one thing I do know is that they know our businesses And they really, in the last year and a half, have worked really hard. And, you know, it's kind of like, this is the inverse of the staff report I am working on, which is I'd like to hire the chamber to help us figure out what to do with our out zones, because they helped put them in place. They helped identify businesses to work on them. And, you know, sure, we can have our planning staff have a pop-up out zone, tell us what you want. You know, if any of us attended that, there were 14 votes and 7 of those votes were by staff people. So I think, you know, we need to have our actual Chamber of Commerce tell us what our actual small businesses are doing. And, you know, I get it. I completely get it. You know, there are in fact probably ways in which giving them a contract raises some questions. But as Nick said, you know, they stepped up in June and produced us a fairly robust Pride celebration that everybody applauded, you know, on June 14th or July 3rd or whatever, the day after our weekend. And, you know, so I'm a little all over the map with this second part, but I'll be disappointed if we are not consistent with our point of view. And then I will know this is about targeting the chamber, because if we're willing to get rid of CES because they endorse people and they're a nonprofit, but we're, you know, and we're willing to get rid of the chamber, then I can sort of see how this is actually truly about public trust. But I also want to say that I think the chamber provides a, you know, a pretty robust service to us when we buy it from them. We get what we pay for. And, you know, and all of that is in the context of the kind of, you know, roaring lions that, you know, Genevieve and I were when we would have some of our early discussions of like really not being on the same page, not even in the same book, not even like, you know, she was in a book and I was in a boat. I mean, we weren't even talking about the same thing. So I just want to say that, you know, I don't disagree with all the things you're pursuing, but I want to make sure that we're pursuing them and we're not cutting off our nose to spite our face.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Councilmember D'Amico. I just want to address some of the questions and concerns. For me, specifically with CES, when that contract came to us, I don't know if it was you or Mayor Meister asked that in that contract, we would have something that would say that they wouldn't be able to politically engage in politics and during the services that they were providing for us. And they've stuck to that. The money that we've given them, they have hired Eugene Maskey, who has done an extraordinary job. They are here they were formed to protect our renters when the city was formed, and that they do that well. I understand that the chamber's purpose is to support businesses, and no one is, this item is not about saying you can't further your purpose, because that's the purpose. Of course, the chamber would oppose certain things that they feel are not good for business. So this is not about that. This is also not, and I will say it again, it's not about us not working with the chamber. It's about us not providing funding. And the endorsement process is not really, it's a part of it, but it's also the muddling of sorts of the PAC with the chambers itself. It is also the fact that, look, we have the State of the City event. And when I look at State of the City, I think of a city. I don't think it's a ticketed fundraiser for a Chamber of Commerce. I would think the same thing if CES did a State of the City. I would think, why isn't this a city event that is open to all? And why are we funding something like that? The Stonewall issue, I think, will probably be addressed in an item that is going to come back that you and Council Mayor Meister brought forth. I know it's coming back, but that those are conversations to have, and I think they'll probably fall under whatever the decision is that night. And that item too was about ethics and transparency. And obviously, I'm not going to talk too much because that's not before us right now. So that's where I am. We can reach out to the chamber, the LGBT chamber, BISPED, but when it comes to monies going to the Chamber of Commerce, that's where it becomes about public trust. And that's where I am on that. I don't know if Councilmember Erickson, you have anything more to add?
I plan to be consistent with that additional item that I know is coming before us with how I am here. I think that those are very important issues that we have to have about transparency and public monies with in-kinds and everything else. I think that's exactly what we have to do and should be doing. And how we look at what's done in the past is done in the past. I think that it's happened there, but I think how we move this forward into the future is something that we also have to think about. And I think that's a worthy conversation. And I think that's how we do it here. I also understand the bus tokens item. I believe that they haven't even been doing that for quite some time at the chamber because they were closed. I remember we haven't gotten any receipts from the chamber on that or anything. So we haven't actually been implementing those funds. So there's that. And I think the city staff could have someone be doing that as well. And I think most importantly, what we look at here too is I've heard what everyone has said, and this isn't stopping any chamber involvement. There were several items on the agenda tonight that called for chamber involvement. I think that of course they're going to be thriving. As we've seen, they have a robust membership base. That's who I think their monies should come from for their advocacy and what they're doing. The chamber businesses, if the businesses are as involved in the chamber as they are, they're going to fund their Chamber of Commerce. It's like if they're not good at their jobs, then they're not going to pay those dues or those sponsorships. But what we've seen for the last 100 years is that they are good at their jobs. And I take a little umbrage by saying that I'm saying that they're not good at, I'm not any of you up here, but in how some people have said that we're accusing them of not being effective or good at their jobs. I think Genevieve has done a remarkable job helping the business community. I saw her on all those Pride meetings and she worked her butt off. I mean, everyone worked their butt off. I mean, they gave us great stuff. And I think that we asked them to do that effectively. We can still ask them to do stuff and how we do stuff together. I think I was really happy to hear Nick say that the chamber will remain vital partners. I look forward to that. And ultimately, how we can continue to look at what this is in regards to public trust and transparency with those dollars, I think is where I'm at. I'm not targeting anyone. I'm trying to think about ways in which this is about ethics and transparency. And that's kind of how I've taken this and kind of, I'm sure future conversations we'll have.
So I would just like to put in my 2 cents, and that is that I do think it actually appears to be targeting, because this is not an issue that's being discussed in general about all of our contractors. I think what we should have is a conversation about this in general when the other item comes back to us about policies about nonprofits getting or anyone getting contracts that are doing endorsements, et cetera, that conversation, staff is supposed to be coming back with a policy. It seems to me that this is a bigger policy discussion. By just focusing on the chamber, it looks like, I mean, whether you are or you aren't, that's what it looks like. I think that right now we should be focused again on getting our businesses back to some form of normalcy. It doesn't help to be attacking the chamber at this time. I think what they provide in those, couple of contracts, I think we get our money's worth. I think it was like 2 years ago, I asked about the TAP program. We're always asking about those programs. And the staff response was, it's cheaper for us to use the chamber than to have our own staff doing this. So, I can't discount what staff told us, just 2 years ago. So I can't support this part of your item. I'm happy to have a larger discussion about how we deal with contracts and PACs and endorsements and all of that. But I do think it should be a larger discussion that, where we look at everyone that we work with, not just the chamber. Councilmember Horvath, did you have something?
I don't think I get away with not saying anything at this point. I think that it is about the chamber. And I think it's because we have a unique relationship with the chamber that's different than other organizations. And this isn't my item that was brought forward, but some of the comparisons that I've heard are comparing the chamber to BizFed, but the city doesn't contract with BizFed. Comparing the chamber to contract cities because they also have a PAC, but contract cities is a local government organization. That's why the city is a member. We don't pay them to provide a service for us in that sense. We are a member of that organization, and they don't endorse in local races. So they would never endorse any candidates running for West Hollywood City Council. So I think that's not the same situation. I do think that this is being looked at differently. Also, to be honest, because there are questions about how funds are being used, given some of the recent controversial discussions. Let's just be honest. And I think we are in a difficult moment right now. And at some point, somebody has to step up and say that we want to have a different kind of relationship. I've been trying to say that behind closed doors. I've been trying to say that individually and in private meetings, and I'm here to say it tonight. I think it is possible for us to disagree very difficultly. That's not a word, but in a very difficult way, and still move forward and have a relationship. And we, as I hear my colleagues saying, we can continue to work with the chamber and have them provide certain services. And to me, I think a chamber, a city contract, I don't routinely hear of cities contracting with chambers ever, quite honestly, but we've always had a different relationship with our chamber. One of my questions is, when did we actually begin contracting with the chamber? Because I don't think we always have. And so I would actually be interested in knowing the answer to that question. But I think that we can, contracting for a very specific service, like selling tap cards, we know where the money's going. We should be able to account for it in receipts, the end. Same thing for mediation services. I think that's been an extraordinary thing that the city has wanted to offer, especially in this difficult time of COVID. And it's a service that has helped in some select cases with rent negotiations and any number of things that in the business community. And while it hasn't been as widely used, I think, as the city had intended, I don't think there was a better partner in providing that service than the Chamber of Commerce. Again, we can account for how those dollars are spent, and that's a very specific service and use of money. I think the question comes in when, for me, and I'm just trying to keep it real here. I think the question then comes in, what is business outreach, and how are those dollars being used? What kind of conversations are being had? and with businesses, and to what end in terms of the relationship with the city. And I think, to me, that's where the potential conflict of interest comes in. Not because the chamber is doing something corrupt, not because the city is doing something corrupt, but because the city has relied on the chamber to do a lot of economic development work that hasn't been housed inside City Hall. And if we're serious about ending this contract, then to me, that's a conversation to have during a budget discussion, that, we would first identify potential replacement partners. We would have a conversation that was really about what that service is, because we think, for whatever reason, we want to change that relationship. But it's happening now because there are questions about how money from the city is being spent by the chamber, potentially to say and do things that undermine the work of the city and or city council members, and has shown up in a negative way that has been very divisive in our community. And I think this conversation, hopefully, is an opportunity for that to stop. I know, for my part, I would like us to continue to have a working relationship with our business community, our business leaders. And it's very difficult for me to feel a willingness to do that when I feel like I'm gonna try and be the big person in this conversation, and then leave and tomorrow see another piece of mail or another text message or another phone call. Similarly, I've heard from members of the business community, they don't want to be surprised on discussions that are coming from the city council. And they're concerned about, as the mayor indicated, getting their businesses back up and running, being focused on getting people back to work and all of that. And so I get it. I understand. I feel like while we might not have agreed in all of the conversations, I feel like I have a sense of understanding of where we're all coming from. And if we think that there's a better partner out there to do the work of outreach to our businesses, then let's have a real conversation about that and be honest about it. I don't think it's because they endorse. That's never been a problem before. I don't think it's because they can't do the job. I think we have questions around how those dollars were spent. Were they spent to start a new organization that is on paper a separate organization, but in practice, chamber members, chamber leaders, all members of the chamber, just a different organization on paper? I think those are the real conversations that are happening. And I think we owe it to the public to be honest about that. And I think I do have concerns about how whether public dollars are being used to that end, because I think that has been divisive for the community. But I also think the chamber has the ability to not participate in that. And I think we also have the ability to not participate in that. And so for my part, I am open to having a conversation of, if there are other business partners to provide the kind of outreach to the West Hollywood business community that we're looking for. But I don't think at this present moment, anyone is better positioned than the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce to do that work. I think that's something we need to cultivate, in my opinion, inside City Hall. And I don't think that happens overnight tonight. I do think that, as I said, the commuter center service and mediation services are very explicit contracts that, if we at some point want to end them, we can do that. I would prefer that we do it in a way where we identify where that's going to go, rather than just saying we're going to terminate it and figure it out later, because I'm not certain from conversations I've had with staff that we know which staff could actually take on those services at this point, or who else we would contract with if it wasn't a staff responsibility. And it's not clear to me from this report where those responsibilities would go. And so I just kind of want to be honest about where I'm coming from and how I see this conversation, because I do think that there are ethical considerations to be made. I do think that, it's a worthy conversation to have. Most importantly, I think it's a worthy conversation because we have to be honest with each other and work with each other no matter what. And if we kind of keep playing this tit for tat kind of commenting thing that's going on, I think it's a really sad devolution of the public discourse. And I'm witnessing it, and I know we're all witnessing it from different perspectives, and it doesn't feel great for anybody who's participating in it. So what I would prefer is that we kind of give a think as to if we really are going to do this, where it would go, and maybe think all of that through a little bit more, if that's really the direction we want to go. And in the meantime, really try to figure out if the city truly is funding a relationship that's a bad one, or if we're having a bad moment that we can work through. And I think there are certainly reasons for the chamber to have complete independence, financially and otherwise, from the city of West Hollywood, so they can freely advocate for their members. And then there are no appearances, and that it's completely clear. And I also see, given where our staffing is right now inside City Hall, why we would need some of the relationships we have with the chamber. So I can see it from both sides. I think, somebody said earlier tonight that you have to pick a side, and I'm choosing community. I'm choosing the side of, what is best for the city. And right now, I think there are services that are important to the city that were not clear where they would go if the contracts are currently ended. And I also think that funding a relationship that, if it continues to be toxic and divisive, I don't think that's the kind of relationship we want to foster within City Hall. And the choice is really ours. And I guess that's really what I have to say about what's before us tonight, because I think that's the real conversation.
Councilmember Erickson.
Sorry, trying to find the unmute. I want to thank Councilmember Horvath for keeping it real. I appreciate the honesty, and I concur with what you're saying. I too hope that these toxic conversations that are going on one day and then the next day it's something else can end. I think that's something we all need to be committed to doing. And like you, I've had many meetings behind closed doors, many meetings with a lot of people, talking with them one day and then the other thing the next day. And one person's doing this and one person's doing that. And a few bad actors hurting a lot of people. And we don't want that. And I think what we have to do is figure out how we do this together. Would you, based on your commentary, be open to directing staff to look at who would take over these services and coming back at our mid-year budget conversation with recommendations and ideas for who would potentially take over these services and other options such as business outreach? And that would give them, we wouldn't be ending the relation, the contracts would stay for right now, but identifying the ways in which, if we wanted to move forward in those terms, come mid-year budget, having staff go into and do an in-depth conversation for the next and investigation for the next 3-4 months, whenever that meeting in January will be, or mid-year budget will be, and coming back to us with those recommendations.
You're on mute. I think if what you're saying is to put a pin in this conversation to allow there to be more understanding of what would happen if we didn't have this relationship with the chamber, I'm open to that. I don't want to commit today that 4 months from now I'm not working with the chamber if things are able to change. But I think regardless, it's useful to us to know whether there actually is somebody else out there to provide these services. If we didn't, I don't think we ever want to be in a position where we feel like nobody can provide a service to us but one entity. And so I'm open to having this conversation as part of the mid-year budget. I think that's about as far as I'm willing to commit in terms of outcome, in the hopes that we're able to have conversations that hopefully have nothing to do with these contracts and a lot more about building a relationship, if that's where we're willing to go. I think you've outlined some potential paths forward in terms of what severing a relationship could look like if we feel that that's ultimately necessary, but maybe we don't have to get there. I don't know. I'm open to hearing what other people have to say.
Councilmember D'Amico.
I actually was going to move that we table this to the June budget discussion with the same purpose, John, that we let the city manager put together his economic development team and tell us, are these the first two things you want to do, city manager, with your new economic development team that you can hire without asking any of us? I also want to say, John, I think you need a thicker skin, man. You know, people who are not elected get to say whatever they want about elected officials. Elected officials, when they say whatever they want about people in the community, they just sound mean. That's my sense. That's my experience. I've done it. I've lived that. I'm an ass. I've sometimes said super mean things about members of the public that I regret saying. But I always know that members of the public can say whatever they want about me, and then I have to go meditate. So I want you to know you can always call me and I will commiserate with you about what they said about us. That's unfair and rotten and terrible. But that's why I'm afraid that, you know, sure, there's a lot of horrible things being said right now. But when you put down in a staff report that you want to, you know, find fault with something someone was doing who happens to be the people who are talking about you, that's kind of the opposite and inverse of the first three items of this, which is that the transparency and the ethical piece and the public trust. I mean, the public has to trust that we can take blows time and time and time again and still make good decisions on behalf of the city. And I think we can. I know you can. I watch you do it. But I know also that sometimes for me, it's really hard for me to not want to. And I really did. I have done it too many times and I regret doing it, you know, but I don't try to do it anymore, because what I've learned is that I need to always be the person who was elected and taking care of the community. And, you know, Lindsay, I'm like astounded at what a genius you are. I mean, just listening to you was really, 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 really inspiring. So I would move to table this till next June and then have a really robust discussion with our city manager about his economic development team.
So I just am going to respond real quickly. So this isn't about anyone. This isn't about bad things. People say bad things about all of us all the time. We say them sometimes about each other, right? And we have to take, you know, issue and make sure that we're held accountable. This is about accountability and public trust. And I think Councilmember Horvath outlined many of the same points in which I felt with, I don't know where a lot of dollars are going, Councilmember D'Amico. And I've heard from the CFO of the Chamber Board itself, he didn't know where those dollars were going. And those were public dollars that they were talking about. And so that's something I was worried about. And I heard from residents about that. And I wanted to talk about it.
Then I think that's an audit. That's not canceling the contract and then not having the service. That's called an audit. And we can certainly ask the city manager to audit that. And
I'm also happy to include that in this recommendation in this process from now until wherever we go to look at auditing these books, because if I'm hearing from people that are serving on these boards that don't know where their dollars are going, I think we need to make sure that the public knows that we're holding that accountable to make sure that we know where those dollars are going. $50,000 is $50,000, but that's more than some people in this city make in an entire year.
1,000%.
So,
completely agree.
So then the motion will be that we table the item as is until the next
June of 2022, and we audit the contracts that we have and get a report back in 90 days on those.
Okay.
That's my motion.
Would you also include the motion to identify or give direction to David to look at what other potential business organizations or outreach could be done within that time? Okay.
Yes, of course. Yes, that's part of his,
Okay.
and Lindsay's sort of clear explanation that, you know, we need to have a plan. So, yes.
And would part of this also be to have a larger discussion in the future about, you know, companies and organizations that we.
Yes. I mean, that, I thought you were bringing that forward yourself. Yes.
So I would say that that should be part of it as a larger discussion, not in the 3 months, please, not, but at some point.
Yes.
Let's just try to get through tonight and recover, okay? I'll second the motion. Or did you second the motion, Councilmember?
No, you're more than welcome to.
All righty. Can we please have a roll call?
David had raised his hand and I'm interested to know what he has to say.
I didn't see him raise his hand. Go ahead.
I didn't either.
Yeah, I think you all covered most of it. Certainly doing the audit is already in the contract, so we can certainly do that. But we can bring an item back at or around mid-year, because I think if we are going to make any changes in the next budget, we should discuss that in spring, so we can work towards those changes as opposed to having the discussion at the next budget time. So we can work towards doing those things as well.
Okay.
So I'm clear. So it's mid-year. It's all of the direction that was discussed, including the additional direction on the other businesses, or are we allowing those other organizations to wait till June? Mayor, you had suggested that there was a fuller discussion around things. Is that on the same timeline as the mid-year budget, or is that something longer?
In the future, that we have a broader discussion about organizations and companies that we contract with that may have, some, they either endorse or they have PACs or they, whatever it is that we don't particularly care for, that we have that broader discussion.
You want that at mid-year budget? I was under the assumption that that item was coming back in October.
The item that's coming back in October has to do with very specifically nonprofits that make endorsements, I believe.
Well, that's a good place to start, maybe.
Okay, so are you asking staff to bring back the broader item later, or would that come from?
Maybe we could give that direction when we have the conversation about the nonprofits to see if it's necessary.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's not part of tonight's motion then, since that's going to be a discussion in the future. Tonight's motion is mid-year budget, having alternatives in the event that that's the direction we want to head in. Anything else?
I believe that's it.
An audit of the
And the
current
audit.
contracts to
And an
make
audit.
sure that they're, yes.
Right.
And just to be clear, so mid-year, we're not ending the contract. It's just a discussion about the options.
That's
for the next year. Okay.
So that at the end of the year, we can end them if we need to and move on.
Okay. Can we get a roll call vote?
Yes. Councilmember D'Amico,
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson,
Yes.
Councilmember Horvath,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine. Aye. Mayor Meister.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. So we do not have excluded consent calendar. That's exciting. No legislative items. So we will just move right into public comment.
We had one individual signed up to speak for item 5F that is still in the meeting. Shane Nash, if you would please press *6, you will have 2 minutes to provide public comment.
And thank you for your patience, Shane.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I first wanted to thank Councilmember Horvath for your continued service for the city of West Hollywood and congratulate Mayor Meister and Pro Tem Shine on their new positions. Seeing women empowered in government continues to make history within the city of West Hollywood and around the world, setting an example that the glass ceiling will eventually break. These last few years, we've seen so many changes in our society, many changes in our own government and within our own lives. West Hollywood has made history, and that's why I'm here tonight to celebrate. For the first time ever, we have elected 2 Black trans
community leaders as chair and vice chair of the Transgender Advisory Board in the City of West Hollywood. The City of West Hollywood continues to make history with all of their advisory boards while making a conscious effort to diversify their boards and open up the process for applications. It is an honor to be a member of this historic board and to work with my fellow board members, advising council, and creating real change within for my constituents. The transgender community cannot be boiled down to a few representatives, and I hope council continues to recognize the importance of preserving the Transgender Advisory Board, as it is to ensure the quality care for our transgender community within the city limits of West Hollywood. I have felt the intentional inclusion created by the council to build a broader understanding of the trans community, and I advise council to continue those efforts with a no vote on item 5F. Thank you.
Thank you, Shane. Mayor, that was our only speaker for the final public comment period.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Do we have any council member comments?
Congrats, Mayor, on your first meeting.
Thank you.
Back.
Sorry it was so long. So then we are going to adjourn to our next regular meeting, which will be on Monday, October 4th at 6:00 p.m. via teleconference. And that's it. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. Bye.
Thanks for your patience.